An oasis in the desert as radiant as the sun disk. This is the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers in Las Vegas. My name is Casanova, and alongside my phenomenal team of experts on coverage, we're here to guide you through this mirage of complex plays, incredible bluffs, and unforgettable top decks as our parched competitors wade through the vast desert, looking for their chance to win their best of or become the best of all. While our card game may be different than those played in the casinos on the Strip, there is one core rule that remains. You have to know when to hold and when to fold. The Riftbound Regional Qualifier in Las Vegas begins now.
Hello and welcome everyone to Las Vegas here for this Riftbound Regional Qualifier. My name is Patient Time and I am very, very pleased to announce I'm alongside Urs today for this weekend. This is going to be incredible.
I am so excited to see what we get to see this weekend. Las Vegas has been so much fun and the players are excited.
Yeah, we were here kind of yesterday just looking around, shooting some content and kind of scoping out what people were playing in the pre-queue, and already a lot of exciting things here.
Yeah, even in the pre-queue, there was so many cool different decks. I got to see a Lux versus Yasuo at one point, which I did not expect.
No, I didn't. But as far as what we have in store for you this weekend, let's take a look at the schedule because the days are going to look pretty similar. It is 8 rounds each day, effectively. Today on Saturday, 8 rounds of Swiss, where 18 points or more will let you advance to day 2, which gives you the best chance, of course, on Championship Sunday, where 5 rounds of Swiss will cut to top 8, where a single elimination bracket will happen, and we will crown another regional qualifier champion. Bologna was awesome last week. Very excited to see what happens here for the first North American regional qualifier in 2026.
Yeah, there's so many awesome players playing this weekend. It's going to be so much fun to see what they bring and what ends up in our top 8 tomorrow.
And of course, players are playing for, some decent prizes, we can say here, just for the regional qualifier. Not only is Top 64 going to qualify you for the actual regional itself, but here are the prizes as well. The champion will win the Blade of the Ruined King promo and playmat that is exclusive to the winner of this event, or winners of their RQs in general. Top 8 gets a promo Blade of the Ruined King and a bit of cash, and then Top 32 is going to get cash as well, as everyone that participates is going to get a participation promo Bone Shiver. Lots of awesome stuff on offer here.
Yeah, so many cool things. I really love the new Blade of the Ruined King art that the champion gets, and I'm so excited to see if somebody could actually play it in a deck in the future.
Yeah, or if more than one person in the world can win it.
That is true.
Because the winner of Bologna is here as well. I'm sure we'll talk a lot about Alan as the weekend goes on, but there's a lot of cool stuff that players are playing for. But something we've talked about a lot in Riftbound Weekends is, of course, the best of prize game. Casanova is going to give us a look at what's on offer for those best of prizes.
Not only the trophy, the playmat, the title of champion on the line at this event, but also for all 28 legends, a best of metallic card for the player who places the highest on each one. And if you haven't had a chance to see these in person, they are in this case right next to the merch wall, and they are gorgeous. Individual metallic detailing on every single one, completely unique backgrounds for each of these legends, and they are very limited in quantity as they will rotate out over time. So if this is your opportunity to play your favorite legend, this is your chance to actually win a medal.
I think we'll be talking about best of prizing a lot as the weekend goes. As today, if you got to win one, which legend would you grab?
Oh my gosh, which one would I win? I am currently in love with the Azir list. So I think I would want to win Azir the King himself. What about you?
I've been playing a lot of Aurelia. I love Yasuo, so either of those I think would be happy, but it's incredible to see how much the community has showed out just to win best of prizing. Yes, in some cases, the winner of the tournament is also going to win the best of for that legend, but just the battle and the race for the best of has been such a fun thing to track throughout Riftbound's history so far.
Yeah, I feel like the community really comes together, like the groups come together to make a really fun list and try to, win the best of as a group, which is just so cool.
Yeah, of course, if you're interested in Riftbound, maybe you're watching this for the first time, you think, hang on a second, this looks kind of fun. Well, don't worry, there's plenty more Riftbound events coming up. Let's have a look at the roadmap now for Riftbound, because there is a lot going on. We started at the end of last year in Houston. That was the first ever regional qualifier in North America. We had Bologna literally a week ago, as a bunch of players from that tournament have flown in for Las Vegas, which is here February 27th through 1st this weekend. But there's more to come. There is a lot of Riftbound on offer here. There's plenty of events probably coming to a city near you. Lille is coming up in France. Atlanta back in NA. Unleashed, the third set, is going to come out in May. That seems so soon. My hometown of Sydney, right before my birthday, I might add, if anyone is thinking about needing an extra commentator for that event. Sydney is going to be running an RQ there in Australia. Canada is going to have Vancouver blessed with an RQ. Utrecht, and then Hartford. And there's even more, I have to tell you. That is not all the Riftbound events. We couldn't fit them on the screen. Vendetta is going to release in July. That's set 4. Barcelona, an incredible city. They're going to have an RQ in August. Singapore getting an event in September. Radiant will release in October. And LA is going to host in September. So that is an unbelievable amount of RQ events leading into what is going to be eventually the game's first ever regional, which hasn't even happened yet. And already the regional qualifiers have so many people showing up.
Yeah, there's been so much great gameplay we've already seen. There's so much more to come. And just within the first 6 months of this year, there's going to be so many different regionals that different players can attend and get to meet everyone at.
It's wild to think that we are at event 3.
Yeah, already. It's insane.
Yeah, I already feel like you would expect maybe 3, things start ramping up, maybe not that many people. There are a lot of people here in Vegas. Bologna, I feel like, was maybe even bigger as far as number of attendees go, based on what we saw. And Houston, of course, kicked things off. So a lot to look forward to if you love competitive Riftbound and maybe want to try your hand at a tournament. You honestly should get out here and try and play if you can, because there are some really cool things happening here in organized play for Riftbound.
Yeah, I love attending regionals. Like, you meet so many cool different people, everyone's so excited, and you all really just have like a love for the game that you share together that makes it just so much fun.
So we've talked a lot about Riftbound. You don't watch some Riftbound? Let's have a look. We have a feature match coming up. We can have a look at some deck lists and see what we have in store for our first round of feature match. Oh my goodness, we have Rumble on stream to kick things off. Brianna Hatfield going to be piloting this legend. I did not expect to see this to kick off our tournament.
Yeah, Rumble is such an interesting deck, and it's not one that you see too often. I'm really excited to see how she really pulls this off. Rumble is so cool, and it's the introduction, really, of these different mech cards. There's so many different in here that work well together, and I'm also going to keep an eye on this sideboard card, the Minotaur, because there's a lot of purple decks that are going to be trying to push things back to base, and he just stops it completely.
What a really interesting one-ups just in the main deck here. You can see a Beller's Breath main, an Angle Shot that's basically anti-Draven tech in the main. Smokescreen as the one-up is pretty nice because your opponent has to kind of respect your tricks. Even a Bryn here, which we do see an extra one in the sideboard, maybe just hedging against probably the Ezreal we might see over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, Bryn here is so cool, both against Ezreal, against Irelia, Draven as well. It just stops any type of interaction that your opponent could have during your turn, which is really nice that you know what to expect.
Well, this is one. Let's have a look at the other, because there's, of course, an opponent here for Brianna. Silverfuse. Oh, sorry, that was the Rumble deck here. I don't think we have Rumble Mirror, although I will be very happy if we do. We can have a look at the other deck list here as well. Silverfuse, of course. Someone I've actually worked with on Legendary Runeterra a long time ago.
Oh, wow, really?
Well. So really cool to see her competing here. Playing Rumble of all Legends is really nice. Those battlefields also, by the way, are sticking out.
Yeah, I think these choices are so cool. Like, Grove of the God Willow is so much fun. I think it's one of my favorite battlefields actually of set 1. It's so strong in this game to hold on a battlefield. When you conquer, you already get 1 point. Holding gives you a second, and your unit has survived. And now not only do you get to save your unit, you also get card draw off it, which during set 1 could win you the game sometimes.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense in Rumble because you do kind of want to, you just want to put might on battlefields and hold them as long as you can. Rumble Legends gives you shield, so it makes you better at holding. Often the Rumble decks play Rumble Scrapper, the blue one. I don't know if I saw that in the deck list because the red Rumble Hot-Headed is the most common champion choice by far as the chosen champion, but you do get advantage of holding on some of your cards as well. So makes sense to want battlefields that you can really stick to. Vilemor's Lair, even Papertree was a battlefield I did not expect to see, but again, rewarding you for holding, and if your opponent holds, kind of punishing them in a little way as well.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be really cool to see if she can use that to gain her win in this round 1 and set her up for, a good gameplay throughout today.
Let's have a look at her opponent. Rumble on one side of the feature match. Who's on the other? Ooh. Oh yeah, we've obviously expected Jinx.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect it too much if I'm being completely honest, but Jinx is such a cool card. Also, so many cool arts with the arcane version of Jinx, and red purple is a really nice color. I'm really excited to see what we have here.
Anything sticking out to you? Because this is looking like a shell we're probably going to see a lot of this weekend.
Yeah, I think we are going to see similar decks, especially with Draven that we'll see later today. But I love seeing Edge of Night. It's a gear, it's one that you can attach to one of your units, but most interestingly, it's its hidden effect. So you can hide it and play it for almost permanent might later in the game.
Yeah, a lot of really good hidden cards in the format, so I do like it as a one-off because it's something else your opponent has to think about. This obviously is kind of the Miracle Shell that I alluded to. 3 Seals, 3 Rastas, a Last Rite, some Fizzes, and 3 Ezreals. That's kind of the core you're going to see among all the other good Fury and Chaos cards you can have. Interesting to note for me at least, Battlefield's looking very standard, but in the Chosen Champion zone, purple Jinx. Not one you would see from the typical Jinx list, maybe back in Origins where the discarding and the aggression was way more important, but this one's just maybe a bit bigger, which again, both these decks in different ways are going to try and put a lot of might onto the battlefield.
Yeah, I think it's a great choice. There's a lot of big might characters here in the set 2 and a lot of different decks that they're going to have to deal with. I think one really, really interesting thing though, is all purple. Yep. That's insane for 12, all 12 runes to be purple. And so obviously the deck is going to mirror that as well. You do have to recycle cards in Riftbound, which is different from a lot of different games where we're going to place the chosen recycled card to the bottom of a specific deck, but it will make sure that this deck always has purples to recycle.
Well, I think we've yapped enough. I know what the people want. I've been casting for a while, at least in other games. So let's get down to the feature match and have ourselves round number 1 of this regional qualifier here in Las Vegas. It is Brianna Hatfield versus John Berglund, Rumble versus Jinx, and Paper Tree. It's going to be the first battlefield for Game 1 versus Zorn Warrens. Zorn Warrens, very standard. Paper Tree, I'm going to be honest, I don't think I expected to see this at all this weekend.
Yeah, I definitely did not think I would see it, but I think John's list is set up for Zorn Warrens. I believe I saw the scrap heap in his list, so very standard with the Game 1. One of his plans to be here is going to be to make sure he finds his 2-drop being Traveling Merchant, and I mean, it's important for both of them, but Zorn Warrens is going to allow him to discard a lot of cards, which is going to play into his chosen champion of that Jinx. And then also, the Traveling Merchant will double that effect.
Yeah, I think one of the things you can think about when you look at these purple decks and we talk about Miracle Shells, what we're really talking about are decks that want to churn through their deck as fast as possible. The goal is to draw a lot of cards, get through your deck, cycle through it, and then get to a point where you start recycling cards and put them into your deck, and then all of a sudden, the only cards you are drawing are the good cards.
And that will make for a fantastic game for you if you can do it. So fingers crossed, we see that come down here. They are just doing their mulligans, it looks like, or maybe they already have. But in this game, it's actually kind of a unique mulligan where you get to choose 2 of your 4 original cards and then put them at the bottom of your deck. Then you get to draw the next 2. So you don't actually shuffle afterwards, and no matter what, you would have seen the next 2 cards in that exact order.
Very much appreciate the lack of shuffling. Yeah. As it is going to be Rumble starting off first. Plundering Poro going to be the first unit deployed to base here. And John going to go second here on Jinx. Going to channel through runes. As you astutely pointed out, only purple in this deck, so only cares about purple power. All of the Fury cards are ones that don't cost power, and a Merchant on turn 1. Pretty nice.
Yeah, very, very nice start. I think Brandon's also happy with theirs. Plundering Poro brings out one of the new mechanics in set 2, which is gold. If this Plundering Poro can conquer either of these battlefields, he'll be able to generate 1 gold.
Yeah, that gold, of course, basically acting as an additional power. It's kind of like a seal that you only get to use once, but very powerful when you're trying to pay power costs, especially if you're trying to play multiple spells a turn. And Rumble, a lot of those mechs have some pretty hefty power costs. You think about a card like Singularity, very powerful card in mind. That is 2 blue power you need to power that one, so going to be good to get the gold early here.
Yeah, that'll be really nice. Singularity is so strong. Love to see it as soon as turn 3. Though I guess Jinx is probably running some lower might units like this Traveling Merchant. So we'll have to see what comes out here from the Rumble.
Yeah, the curving's really nice here as well, because obviously you have a 2. Going to go to the Warrens here. for Brianna and just go ahead and conquer, get a point. Our first one of the event. Always nice to get on the board first and then draw discard. Make a gold on conquer there for the Plundering Poro. One of the nice things about Rumble is that this is a 4 energy champion that you can put in your champion zone as Rumble that doesn't cost you any power. So it's really easy to curve turn 1, turn 2.
Yeah, that's so nice. And getting these nice little units out that don't have power allow you to get all your runes set up and have more for those following turns. I'm interested to see if we will see a different card in hand or if we're actually just going to play it directly from the champion zone. But it looks like Gem Jammer is going to be our turn 2 unit here.
Gem Jammer. I'm double checking. Is Gem Jammer a mech? Because I've been looking at the mech cards. It is a mech. Well, when you play me, give a unit ganking this turn. Shout out production. Valuing the extra 2-drop and the mech here. Maybe holding up a spell here also.
Yeah, Gem Jammer is so nice with that ganking that we mentioned. I am interested to see if Traveling Merchant will successfully get into this battlefield with 2 runes up. Red and blue have some options to stopping this Traveling Merchant from taking that point, but John does get their point, and we're even now.
Yeah, feels good. Again, I kind of like this, going to the Warrens, denying Jinx a potential draw. Again, trying to get through the deck quickly, so every little draw discard does count. Merchant obviously triggers on move, so has that before anything else happens. But Ezreal, a card you're going to get sick of hearing me say, I think, over the course of this weekend. 3 energy, very powerful passive text, but the one that feels good is the first part. When you play me, discard 1, draw 2.
Yeah, I will say we drew a card that we wish we had already had in hand. Ezreal is discarding, like you mentioned, in drawing 2, but you really want to start with that seal for Ezreal or be able to discard the scrap heap with Ezreal, and we drew into it. We can still play it later. When you discard Scrap Heap, you're allowed to draw an extra card. So we're going to be looking at that Zon Warrens or a movement from that Traveling Merchant to get that extra draw from Scrap Heap.
Again, makes a lot of sense. Just trying to get through the cards, get the deck as thin as you can, and then start really just vomiting might onto the board, honestly. Is that a lot of what the Battering Ram style stuff does. Seal, though, very important to, again, being able to play lots of spells as you get later into the game. Some lists we may find over the weekend have things like Nocturne, which can benefit from finding off the power when you see them on the top of your deck. But for now, it is a classic of Origins, Falling Star, pointing at the 2 units on the board and said, I would like these gone, and it looks like Hard Bargain going to be the card to answer this.
Ouch. We do have multiple runes up, though, so while Brianna almost could have been stopped there, she knew to hold those runes and was able to play that Hard Bargain cost, meaning John's board is completely wiped. What are they going to do here going into their next turn potentially?
Yeah, get a bit of a discount as well thanks to the gold that Plundering Poro generated. Gem Jammer now going to get on the paper tree. That's 3 points to 1. Has to feel pretty good for the start of this game. And again, Battlefield wipes out Ezreal. Again, that passive text is extremely good for this deck. So taking that Ezreal off the field doesn't seem like the most threatening unit. Doesn't have that much might as a 3-drop, but you definitely want to get it off the board if you can.
Yeah. This deck is all about not only, discarding and setting up that deck in the order that you want, but also discounting. As you mentioned, the Battering Ram, trying to bring it in as low cost as possible. We're going to be looking for that Rasa that gets discounted based on how many cards are in your discard pile. And Ezreal just plays into that, discounting additional costs, which can be like the repeat on Hard Bargain or accelerate costs as well.
Yeah, we talk about gold kind of being a thing to discount power on Rumble's side. That is effectively the same for Ezreal's text, right? Reducing some of the power burden there as well, especially if you're playing powerful repeat effects. So far, so good. 5 points now for the Rumble player here in Game 1, off to the races. And I have to say, you do need to get an early start here, I think, as Rumble. I don't think you can match the late game that this Jinx deck can get to.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We do have a couple, I think, bigger units that you can be playing in Rumble, like Ferris Forerunner. I'm not sure if I saw it in their list or not, but Ferris Forerunner with 6 might is really nice as well.
I would guess Forerunner blind, looking at any Rumble deck list that is registered this weekend. So maybe not in hand right now, but have to imagine that's available. Looks like 7 runes right now and no gold, as both units do retreat back to base here again, valuing taking those battlefields later, not wanting to hold with the Battering Ram now on the board was basically the play there for John, just plopping down a 5 might unit, which is good, but a lot worse when it costs 5 and going to be matched by a 5-drop of her own, as that is Rumble Scrapper. Very good when you can hold. Makes a mech in base.
Yeah, we love the blue Rumble. It is the other choice that she could use in future games for the chosen champion spot. But yeah, nice to see come in, and we'll have to see if we can see a hold next turn. but also +1 might to all mechs. So
good.
just a buff across the board.
Yeah, and of course, don't forget, Rumble's Legend ability gives all your mechs Assault. So on offense, which they're currently queued up for, thanks to being all in the base, it's effectively +2 on offense with Rumble Scrapper being on the board. So Mega Death Rocket's going to shoot that one in the face. And going to deal 5 to a 5-mite unit.
Ooh, we have one down.
Ooh, retreat!
That's a nice one. Retreat not only saves your unit potentially, but also helps generate runes, which we can use in these future turns.
Yep, kind of makes up for the power cost that Brianna just had to pay. Did have to use 1 mind power there in order to get the Scrapper out. So nice to see kind of a, not a discount necessarily, but, you know, a rebate, I guess we can call it. And Battering Ram going to make the way to the Warrens for the first time actually for Jinx, which is going to be successful. Again, I think being on the play and taking that battlefield first really dissuaded Jinx from wanting to take it. So finally getting a draw discard, which again, I can't emphasize enough how much this deck just wants to get through their deck. So slowing that down as early as possible felt like a really good opening here. But I see a Fizz, I see a stack deck. I think I see a Fight or Flight in their hands here for John. 5 cards to go and 3 more runes after this play, which is going to be stack deck.
Yeah, stack deck will bring us, it looks like we're at 3 runes. We have some options still after the stack deck. We do luckily get to look at the top 3 cards of our deck. We get to choose the best card from those 3, and the other 2 will go to the bottom of John's deck, getting them somewhat in the order that he wants it, but also to procure a good card for his hand in his upcoming turn.
Yeah, just the kind of card that gives you a lot of selection, which is very powerful in just about any card game. This was, I think the most expensive uncommon in Origins. This was a card that was highly sought after. As I see John fishing through the trash, which I know what's going on because I can see John's hand. But I think Brianna probably knows that a Fizz is maybe on the horizon here as well. Wonder what the recycle's going to be. Look, it's 2-drop instead. Is that Merchant? No, it's Battering Ram. A little bit of a discount there, thanks to playing the stack deck and the seal that turn.
Yeah, it's really nice to get to play it for less. But yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on Fizz. When you play Fizz, you are allowed to play one of those spells from our discard pile. And so depending what it is, it could be a really strong turn coming up. 1 rune is left up for John, which is the magic number for purple is we're looking at 2 runes. There's so many options in these purple decks that when you're at 2 runes, Brianna would have a lot more things to think about when they either go into Zon Warrens or Paper Tree. But ouch, a Singularity coming down and wiping the board again.
Not a deck I really think of in terms of just playing efficient removal, but these other domains that Rumble is in, Falling Star, Singularity, these are all stars from Origins as far as removal goes. So again, John trying to establish might with these relatively big units for their cost, especially when Battering Ram gets a discount. And Brianna just saying, nope, I'm going to take point number 6 and a gold, and probably Gem Jam is going to move over to Paper Tree as well. And as you kind of alluded to, I think without a hidden card especially, very hard for Jinx to represent much of anything. Especially as we could see, even if Brianna doesn't know it's only purple runes, you have a pretty strong suspicion at this point, because you're not going to get a Hex Decorated in this spot either.
Yeah, 100%. So even though she has red, maybe we don't have to worry about some of those red spells that could remove. So Brianna has that plus or buff in their deck, actually having those removal spells.
Yeah, it just gives you an idea of like, what could my opponent have, right? A lot of options get narrowed down. As we can see, has to get out of kind of a sticky situation. A hold is going to win here. I will remind the audience, Brianna is at 7 points right now on Rumble, so a hold is good enough. Of course, a double conquer on the following turn would be good enough as well. Not that many runes left up here, just 3 on the Rumble side, so not a lot of potential protection on offer, but you only have to hold one of these to win, and you're looking pretty good in general, given how ahead on the race you are. So it's going to be Jinx.
Ooh.
Win, discard, get bigger, get ready, which is going to be pretty good in this spot.
Yeah, this is going to be so nice. Hopefully John will be able to take at least one side, but he has to take both. In Riftbound, that win con is not just hitting 8, but to hit 8, you either have to conquer both battlefields or have held or have had control of the battlefield, both of them in the same turn, or hold to 8. So while maybe if this was a conquer, it wouldn't be as big a deal, he has to wipe both sides here, or he's going to lose this game.
This turn might be pretty good. Jinx is going to get ready and get bigger. Ezreal spell 2 for the turn. Battering Ram, one of the draws off the top from those Ezreal draws. So we can play a few more spells. We can put a lot of might on the battlefield nice and quickly. Instead, going to go ahead and start by challenging the Plundering Power at the Warrens. And that is also going to give Jinx, Ready Jinx again by drawing and discarding after the conquer. So a lot of nice synergy here for Jinx.
Yeah, very, very true. So we'll see that discard, that ready, and don't believe she has Genking, so we'll have to go back to the battle,
Yes.
the base. But I'm sure there's going to be another option to discard and get into Paper Tree.
I can tell you I see a Boots of Swiftness in John's hand, but unfortunately Boots is a little too expensive to play on this board. That would be a way to give Genking in this spot. As you can see, Jinx Rebel on your screen. When you discard one or more cards, ready me and give me +1 this turn. There's also the ability to pick up Super Mega Death Rocket from the trash, but a little expensive to go here as... What happened to poor Jinx?
It looks like we are just going to concede and go game 2.
Okay.
I think the other option, if we had one more rune open, which we didn't, is to get that fight or flight back to base. It would maintain the readiness and then be able to go in, but we did just miss by 1 rune. So sad, but it's something to keep our eye on. If maybe we'd even just been able to get Seal a turn earlier when we had to spend 1 to play Ez, we'd have had that rune to be able to fight or flight back and go into Paper Tree.
Great catch there. It was just a hold. Not a 2-mite unit I didn't expect to win by holding in our first game, but that is what happens. Rumble going to take the first one here. 1-0 up now for Brianna. We'll see if Jinx can get the wheels turning in game number 2 as we switch battlefields. Vilemore's Lair on the other side and Minefield, the 2 selected here.
Yeah, Vilemore is such a great choice, in my opinion, for Brianna. She's going to be going into so many purple decks today, and many of these purple decks are relying on that same card we mentioned earlier, Fight or Flight, or different movement spells that purple has to bring their units back to base. And Vilemore just says you are not allowed to move to base. So really, really nice against purple, and Jinx is not going to want to conquer it first, at least.
As a Yasuo player, makes me very sad. Even in the instance we saw with Jinx Rebel, if it's ready, can't move back the regular way. Have to find another way. Maybe ganking over with the Boots of Swiftness is going to be one of those ways. But we'll shuffle up for game 2. Minefield, of course, on the other side. Some of the same, I think we can say, as far as Zone Warrens go. Not exactly the same. Don't get the draw with the discard, but do get to put some cards in your trash, which, as you mentioned, with cards like Rasa, with having access to your graveyard with things like Fizz, get a lot of benefits from conquering there and kind of, again, shuffling cards between different zones, which is really what this deck is trying to do.
Exactly. So we'll have to see if they can utilize it well. It's going to be so interesting. Hopefully, John will be able to get more cards in discard, be able to discount more of their units, that having to pay full price for battering ram or having to pay that recycle for Ezreal is just not where you want to be.
You can kind of see some of the appeal, though, for Rumble, just even watching that game. You're just very consistent, right? If you find your 2-drop, you have a 2 into a very clean 4. You're constantly putting good numbers onto the battlefield, applying pressure to your opponent, and just saying, hey, I know your deck is going to do something very powerful if you're given enough time. My goal is to just not give you enough time.
It's a good game plan. I would say that's a good game plan. So if we can do it again, it'll be great to see. I do think sometimes like these Miracle decks come from behind, but Rumble's going to try to stop it, and Rumble does have extra might from that Assault you mentioned, from the +1 from the blue Rumble, I believe it is. So we'll have to see how it really plays out and if they'll be able to take game 2 as well, or maybe we'll see a game 3. That'd be awesome between these 2 decks.
I certainly would be. I have a feeling I mixed up my Rumbles, which is okay. I think Rumble Legend gives Shield, and Red Rumble gives Assault. Yes, that is correct.
Ah, my bad.
No, that's fine. That was I led you down the wrong path, and you just went with me, which I appreciate you following me blindly. But it's mild correction there. It is Rumble Legend giving Shield. But again, if you have them both, and again, it is your Legend and your chosen champion, you effectively just get +1, which is, by the way, the text on Rumble Scrapper. So if you have all of them in play, if you have the full Rumble, I suppose, as we say, the full mech army assembled, you get +2 effectively whenever you're on a battlefield, which is, I guess it's even if you're going to a battlefield. Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I think getting free plus might is fantastic in this game. We love might.
We do love might. Everyone loves some good numbers as players are just having a little yap, and should be off to the races in short order here.
Yeah.
As Rumble up 1-0 early on here.
I would love to see the Scrapper Rumble be able to actually get one of those 3 might mechs, though. Maybe that's my wish list for this game.
That's your wish list?
That's my wish list for this game.
It's a good one. To think of what I want to see. I want to see a spell song do something fun, I think. But that would require Ornn to do anything, which I think is probably not going to happen. Sorry, Medic, I'm trying out here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the nice thing about Rumble Scrapper is the passive text of mechs getting +1 applies to the 3 might token you make. So you basically make 4s whenever you hold, as long as that is in play. But we're back here on the play now for John. Jinx is going to play Traveling Merchant on turn 1, and all of a sudden, feels a lot better for the Jinx player.
Yeah, getting their 2-drop so quickly, going first. I think Jinx is feeling pretty confident. But obviously that could change quickly if maybe we see Falling Star in a couple turns, if we see that same board wipe that Brianna was able to pull off last game. But it does look like Bubblebot is going to be coming down. I mixed up Rumble. Coming down here into the base. When you play it, you're able to ready another friendly mech, which is really nice later in game. But for now, there is no other mech for her.
Yeah, just a great little card in Rumble. Good early here, you know, pretty good rate at a 3-drop with 3 might. But readying something big like a Forerunner maybe, Breakneck Mech if you're playing that. I don't know how many Rumble decks play in the card. I'm obsessed with that card. Because I want to play terrible cards that cost too much energy. Is Stack Deck going to be the first spell put on the chain here?
Let's see. Did we get Seal off of Stack Deck? That's a nice card to get.
Yep.
Yeah. So we are going to be able to recycle the one that we had already exhausted. So really nice to bring that down. And it brings a couple options here. I see Called Shot in hand, which is going to be really nice to draw through our cards. You get to look at, it's kind of a smaller Stack Deck, and for cheaper-ish, where you get to look at 2 cards and choose one. The other goes to the bottom of your deck. And I also saw Ezreal, which can feed into Called Shot well, but it looks like Rebuke is going. Oh no, Rebuke is a discard from Traveling Merchant. My bad.
Yep, gonna move, draw, discard, and now put some cards into the rubbish bin. 4 already. Again, if we're doing a Rasa count, that's looking pretty good as far as discounting that unit goes. Between that and Battering Ram, these are the big units you often see in these these style of builds, I should say, whether it's Jinx or Draven. But there's Ezreal, very nicely curved here, using that seal that was used earlier, discarding a backup Ezreal.
Ooh.
And then drawing 2 cards, including a Rasa.
That is nice. You were mentioning that discard pile is going to be beefing up here, essentially going into Minefield. You get to potentially discard, I think it was the top 2 of your deck. So many cards can end up into your trash pile where Rasa is really going to feed off of that.
Yeah, definitely the battlefield where you benefit the most from that specific angle of attack. Zorn Warren's kind of a good all-rounder, letting you, again, discard and draw, which is kind of where you want to be for most of the effects in your deck. I mean, look at Ezreal. Zorn Warren's is basically a mini version of that effect that everybody wants access to right now, as it is going to be Rumble hot-headed and Bubblebot to the battlefield. Nice little sequencing thing here by Silverfuse, just playing the Rumble first, so the Assault, if it mattered, was going to make Bubblebot a little stronger there. And again, has shield now from the Legend ability, as we do remember how to read all the different Rumbles in the game. And I'm going to go ahead and trash 2 cards from the top, Bella's Breath, and 1 more, Retreat, as Barkus does want a look. And we'll pass it back here, as again, the plan has been established, a point each, but mechs are being deployed to the battlefields. That's all you want to do is Rumble.
Yeah, I think Rumble is playing out their game plan pretty well here. We are going to be going back to Ezreal. Not Ezreal, Jinx, but Ezreal is getting ready here.
Come on.
We'll have to see what happens, but I'd love to see that Call Shot come down and get some more cards into Jinx's hand. And as we mentioned, Ezreal discounts additional costs. So the second Called Shot, it's free.
It certainly is, which is
free.
a very good price for a Cold Shot. Already costs 0 energy, so getting that power discount is real nice as well. Super Mega Death Rocket coming back out once more to take out Rumble, and there's that Cold Shot you mentioned.
Yep, there's Called Shot, and the Death Rocket, starting to clear out some of Silverfuse's board, but this is leaving us at 1 rune, which does mean we won't have, during Silverfuse's turn, the option for Fight or Flight or different 2-cost cards.
Yeah, this really feels like a setup turn, I think, on Jinx's side. As you're going to get some discounts. Again, just pointing out that I can do this again. And I'm going to move Ezreal over, try and challenge the Bubblebot. That one has shield. There's Blood Rush, so that's going to make the difference here.
Yeah, that's going to bring Ezreal just up to the amount it needs to be able to kill Bubblebot. But we have 1 rune up. Doesn't look like we are going to be using it. But there are some options in the blue deck with just 1. I'm not sure if it's in the deck, but there are things like Stupefy or other things that can help bring the might down of your opponent's cards.
Yeah, it looks like we passed all the way to kind of resolving damage there. So those windows have passed. Silverfuse just going to say, okay, Ezreal can get on the battlefield. That's totally fine.
Second seal.
Here comes another seal. And Rocket's going to come back here as well.
That's going to be so nice to get it back into hand. And now that Silverfuse knows it's there, it's a risk that she's going to have to weigh for every single turn.
Yeah, it looks like that seal's actually discarded because you do have to discard it. Well, on Conquer, discard a card, get your rocket back is how Super Mega Death Rocket works. I was like running the text through my head, just double checking exactly when that happened. But on Conquer, Project's deciding that, you know what, these mech units are pretty good when you're able to stack a bunch of them. So now my goal is to just shoot every single one of them with a giant rocket so that you can't do that.
Sounds like a feasible game plan, and we're pulling it off here on Project's side.
Very Jinx-coded to just shoot everything with a big gun until you win.
That is very Jinx-coded. I think League of Legends would be happy with this.
Well, I will say, as far as units that are tough to Super Mega Death Rocket, Ferris Forerunner might be at the tippy top of the list.
Yeah, Ferris Forerunner, you wouldn't think too much of it. It's a 6 for 6, and you're having to recycle one. But Jinx, who's going to be trying to clear the board, wipe it, Ferris Forerunner says, no, kill me, I dare you, and I'm going to make 2 more units you have to deal with.
Yeah, even better with Rumble, because Rumble Hot-Headed will buff those mechs. Again, they got bigger. The shield they'll also get. If they Rumble Hot-Headed in play, they'll get Assault. If Scrap is in play, they'll get +1. Like, these mechs are, like, it's already annoying to have a 6-mite unit and then split into 2 3-mite units, which is basically another 6-mite unit. But when those individual units can also get buffed by Might, which is basically the only thing Rumble wants to do, then those numbers get pretty big pretty quickly, as Traveling Merchant going to reinforce this minefield, really trying to hold for some points here. It is 3-1 currently, Jinx ahead on points, but Rumble's kind of gearing up for pretty reasonable assault here in this mid-game as Rasa comes crashing down onto the battlefield.
Yeah, Project is really trying to hold. I think we are up to, Rasa is a 6.
Yep.
We're up to 11 might on the minefield. I mean, maybe we're not too shy of that with already 6 might in our base, but Silverfuse is going to need multiple more cards here to be able to take that spot.
Yeah, I think either a removal spell, so something like Singularity, maybe a Falling Star, or you mentioned it earlier, Bubble Butt in this section of the game with another mech could be quite nice. I see a second Forerunner in hand.
Ooh.
I see a Stupefy, which I think was the card you were alluding to earlier. I see a bunch of different 3s, but none of them are 2s or 6s, which are the removal spells I would otherwise be looking for.
Yeah, both of those would be really nice. I mean, Falling Star could take out Traveling Merchant. Oh, there is
This looks a lot like Falling Star.
Oh.
As soon as your opponent recycles 2 red runes, you're like, I'm in danger.
I mean, that's Traveling Merchant and that's Ezreal that could be taken out here. And then Rasa versus Forerunner, they're the same might.
Yeah, and unlike something like Aurelia, which maybe has other spells that can help fight the Falling Star, you don't get that option with Hard Bargain, at least when Silverfuse leaves this many runes open.
Yeah, really, really smart play leaving those up. You know your opponent has 4 runes, which is potentially 4 more on this Falling Star.
So he took the Rasa out instead, actually. Decided to Falling Star that unit twice. I mean, that is the bigger might of the 2, right? It was 11 split between 3 units, so 6 on one side is the bigger half. But we are going to Rebuke, try and get this Forerunner back to hand, which is a great place to put it, because it doesn't make mechs when that happens.
Yeah, that is really nice. And by taking out the Rasa, we could have potentially won the whole showdown as well.
Yeah, it was 6 might to 5, was pretty geared up to win. I mean, again, things like Fight or Flight, things like Rebuke, you're really only looking at getting pushed out of that fight. You're not really looking to get out-muscled in that spot. So I do like that play again, trying to keep the tempo high here, keep the points up as Forerunner gets redeployed and turn gets passed back. So that's going to be 4 points now for the Jinx, holding onto this minefield for dear life.
Yeah, that's going to go up to 4 points, which we're feeling confident halfway to the winning mark. I mean, at 1, we need to do a lot to come back.
That double Death Rocket, that is double Super Mega Death Rocket. Not enough runes to play both, so this first Forerunner is going to be extremely sticky. Instead, it's going to be a Seal. Interesting, choosing to recycle here instead of tapping the Seal. Usually, playing Seal by tapping a Seal is kind of a very classic play from Origins, but wanting to maybe preserve it for something else, so a bigger play coming, perhaps it's going to be Death Rocket discard.
And we get a Rasa again. I wouldn't be surprised if we decide to play. We are kind of low on hand, but this is where Jinx's legend comes in. Jinx has a really interesting legend where I believe it is when you're at 1 or 0 cards, correct, you get to draw an extra. So, maybe you don't see the small of hand normally in a Miracle or, Ezreal Engine deck, but for Jinx, she's really happy here.
Yeah, this is kind of actually a unique spot that Jinx gets in this shell versus something like Draven, where you can kind of go low, look to trade down aggressively with your spells, with your units against your opponent, and then catch back up on cards by naturally having things happen. So going to play this Jinx here as well. No battering ram, mercifully, for Silverfuse, so not that much might, but Traveling Merchant moved back, discard, drew a card, I believe drew the Rasa that is now in play, and then that was discount enough thanks to all of the discarding that's been happening. So I was wondering why the units were moving back to base. It's because you already got the point, and you do get benefits from moving the Traveling Merchant specifically. So this is looking like a tough spot here as Ferris Forerunner going to go to Vilemor's Lair, which I love. This is basically saying, this is my arena. If you come, you cannot leave. Let's fight.
Yeah, I'm not I mean, Project's been avoiding it a lot, but oh my gosh, a second Ferris Forerunner, and it's going to be hard to displace them from the Vile Maul. We did see Rebuke, which is an option, but I will say, as I mentioned earlier, Fight or Flight isn't one that they can use here.
Yeah, shutting down that card seems pretty good. Decent amount of might, though, on the other side. And I think the other thing is, like, yes, you're getting this battlefield. It's likely you'll be able to hold it potentially for the entire game. These are 2 6-might units that make 3 might units, 2 3-might units each. And they also have shield currently, thanks to Rumble's Legend. So that is 14 might right now holding onto that lair. But Jinx is at 4 points. You can just start racing. If you basically each decide that I'm going to take this battlefield, you're going to take this one, let's just race to hold, I'm going to win if this stays like this.
Yeah, but we do have Jim Jammer in our deck, or is it? Yeah, I think it's Jim Jammer that gives ganking. And so while maybe Silverfuse can't move back from Vilemon to base, ganking is fair game.
You can move from one battlefield to another if you have the ability, as Super Mega Death Rocket coming back in. Again, just kind of using it as almost like a card to discard here to this Merchant, wanting to, again, continue cycling through the deck, ready the Jinx, make her bigger. I kind of like that, actually. Again, it was a pretty good removal spell in the mid-game, just taking out that Rumble from the Champion Zone that did seem like quite a threat. But now it almost seems like a card that's just helping you cycle through the deck, which is an angle that this version of Miracle, the Jinx version, is actually unique to it. This is something Draven cannot do, of course, because Draven can't play Jinx's signature spell.
Very true, very true. It looks like we are going to be playing a hidden up at the top battlefield.
Could be anything.
It could be. There's so many choices. Any guesses?
Could even be a boat. Edge of Night, I think I'm gonna make my call. There are more Fight or Flights than Edge of Nights in the deck. I think there's only 2 Fight or Flights if I'm remembering the Jinx deck list correctly. But I'm gonna say this is the one of Edge of Night.
I would love it to be Edge of Night. I think it may be one of my favorite cards of the set. That's not, a unit, I guess. But I just think, like, bringing out that gear, it introduces not permanent, but close to permanent might that you can attach to any of your units, and then Silverfuse is going to have to keep their eyes on it the whole game.
Yeah, again, kind of starving for might in general, especially in this kind of matchup, because Rumble is just presenting such big numbers on each battlefield. So any little bit you can get, and again, I like the bluffing aspect. We mostly expect Fight or Flight, right? That is the card that when someone hides a card, this is the card I'm expecting, as Bryn here is going to be put onto the board and start a chain. Hey, it was Edge of Night. Look at us.
Yeah, look at you. You got the guess, but we will react to that Edge of the Night. Once Bryn here resolves, then Project will not be able to play any more cards till their turn, so they went on and flipped it, attached it to that Rasa, said, we're 8 might. Deal with it.
Yeah, again, quite a lot of might to get through. Bryn here, 5 might on her own, which is a pretty sweet rate. When you play me, opponents can't play cards this turn. That isn't just spells, that is anything. So if you have a hidden unit, you can't do that either. If you manage to play it on your opponent's turn, you can have a lot of fun. Not in these domains. I know some people have been cooking with Here to Help, which seems like a fun way to terrorize your poor opponent in a game of Riftbound. But I think the same issue here with 6 points to 3. Yes, you are likely holding this battlefield for a very long time, but you need to kind of hold, well, you at least need to prevent the double conquer, and you definitely need to prevent a hold. So going to be a tough spot here for Rumble to get enough might over there to displace the 8 might Rasa, and that's not including the rest of the might that's currently hiding in base.
Yeah, there is so much on Project's side, and Silverfuse is going to have to find a way to make it back. 3 versus 6 points, better than 1 versus 4 in my opinion, but let's see how it goes.
11 might right now. Boots' Swiftness going to make it 2 more, and of course give that pretty critical ganking, which is a nice way to get out of the lair if you find yourself trapped there.
Very true.
But Death Rocket once more, shoot the Bryn here. Basically anything with 5 might, the rocket gets pointed at. I just don't want to deal with that. Take that out. And can we get enough over? I mean, I said there was 11 might on the side before. Boots is +2, that's 13, but it's 14 including the shield with the 2 Ferris Forerunners. And you don't, not only do you not want to go. Well, you do want to go there because you want to get the floor on us off there. But not only is it a lot of might for you to get off the board, if you do get over there, you just give them more might.
Yeah, I mean, you take it and there's 6 babies in the base, and then you don't even have to worry about him finding Gem Jammer. He can just move up into the other battlefield. It's a lot to think about, but it looks like Rasa is going to be coming back to base, and it kind of says to me we're going to be really pushing next turn to take not only the 7th point, but the 8th as well and finish off the game.
Yeah, kind of a classic Jinx play. Even though this Jinx deck doesn't have a lot of Assault in it, playing for the last 2 points by conquering both is a very common play pattern in general in Riftbound, but especially with a legend like Jinx. So 6 points sitting pretty so far against the 4 after the hold here of these 2 Forerunners. Again, this Firemorse there is going to be extremely hard to kick these units off.
Oh, yeah.
But being behind in the race means you can't just sit there and hold for the rest of the game. You have to keep putting units on the board. But thankfully, that is exactly what Rumble wants to do. Is here's Forecaster, not Shoutcaster, gonna look at the top card with Vision and then decide to put it on the bottom. Kind of like a very tiny stack deck effect.
Yeah, we get to see the cards, you know? So at least we'll have an idea what we get in our next draws. There are some cards, you know, that Silver Fuse has that have the additional ability of drawing as well. So maybe it will help us set up for this next turn.
What card did you talk about earlier, the 2-drop?
It's stupefying me right now. What was it?
I definitely heard Gem Jammer at one point, and I'm pretty sure I see 3 of them.
Oh, those as well,
in
yes.
Silver Fuse's hand. That would be a way to get another point this turn. Unfortunately, generally the odd point breakpoints are the ones you love in Riftbound because, as you pointed out, you generally get points in even increments, 2 at a time, if things are going well. But it is going to be a reinforcement here with Dangerous Duo, which I'm going to need to have production pull the text up because I do not remember what that card is. When you play me, give a unit +2 this turn. Okay, so a nice little 3-drop that sometimes in the mid-game makes things a bit bigger. Not super relevant here. Does trigger the Legion text, but that is not going to matter currently as the Stupefy is just going to get cycled here to draw a card, it looks like. Unless there's a damage spell coming after this.
You see Stupefy.
Shrinking the Ezreal.
Yeah. So we shrink to Ezreal to 2.
Shallow's
I think
Breath?
we've already discarded Bella's Breath, but right now it would help to kill Ezreal and put additional damage out, but it may just be a card draw as well. We got to Vision, so maybe we've set something up at the top of our deck that we needed to draw, and Stupefy was an option for that.
Yes, Gem Jammer also going to come down, reinforce the same battlefield. Seems like Silver Fuse is committed to at least putting as much might as possible on this Vilemor's Lair. Does see another Stupefy and put it to the bottom thanks to Forecaster, which does trigger every time you play mech, not just the time you play Forecaster itself. And that's going to be a pass back here. 2 runes open, but not that many cards in hand. Again, just really going for this plan of, I'm going to make you get the last point, and you're never getting it from this point. Because again, as you pointed out, it's a hold or a double conquer to win that 8th point, to get that winning point.
Yeah, and as you said, there's 2 more Gem Jammers in hand. We're threatening a lot here, and while we have 2 runes up on Silver Fuse's side, we're kind of not only threatening +2. I mean, if I read the Dangerous Duo correctly, when you play another card, it gets +2.
Ooh.
I'm not sure if I could have read that wrong for the record. Maybe it's when I
think it's
play.
when you play. If
okay.
you Legion, you
never
get
mind then.
+2.
I'm thinking too much of Darius.
That is correct. That would be hype.
Yeah, that would be
really
hype. That would be hype. I don't know the card well enough, obviously.
There's certainly a card like Danger Zone. That you could
That would
have
be
here. That's
funny,
a pretty
though.
good Rumble card. What happened to Paul Forerunner? Oh, it got pushed back, I think. Rebuked, I'm guessing? No, I don't see Rebuke.
Oh,
Where
here
did
comes Fizz.
I looked away for 1 second. Where'd the first Forerunner go? Oh, Fizz getting Rebuke recycled. That's almost assuredly what happened. Now Death Rocket's going to shoot this thing. And again, shield is pretty good from the Legend and out of Rumble. You do not get shield when damage spells are being thrown at your face. Only when you're fighting on a battlefield.
Yeah, that's like one thing that's so great about these removal spells or these like damage spells. Shield doesn't come in, either like effects for like defending don't come into play, and so we are able to go in and kill some of these units. We still do have 10, I guess, if you're including shield here in Vile Maw, though.
Oh, that is really sick. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, so the rocket trigger happened on Conquer, discarded a card, which triggered the other rocket, and then discarded the rocket that they picked up before after the Conquer just to pick up the other rocket. And you might think, why on earth would you do that? That's so useless. It's because Jinx gets bigger every single time you discard.
Very
She's
true.
got a free might by cycling through your rockets.
Yeah, that's so nice.
That's so cool.
She's an 8 now.
Yeah, she's huge. I mean, again, we only need to get through this battlefield, and there is only 6 might left. 7 if you count the 1 shield that Rumble gives you. But only need 1 more conquer. 7 points. The 8th could be coming through here. There is so much might moving on to this battlefield. That's 6. That's the Geiki from the boots, and that's going to be the game here. We are going to play a game number 3, almost assuredly.
Yeah, it looks like game 3 is going to be coming down here. I don't think 2 runes is enough to stop it, and it doesn't look like Silverfuse does either. It's time for game 3, and it looks like it's going to be that Grover the God Willow versus Obelisk. We've seen a lot of holding this game, so Grover the God Willow will do great in that type of position, helping draw more cards. And interestingly enough, Obelisk is a really cool one as well, where your first turn, you may channel an extra rune. Hopefully we'll see both players do that.
Yes, please, both players, do not forget. The rules have been updated slightly. You do have a little more time than normal to remember. Obviously, it does give your opponent a bit of an advantage, but generally when I've seen Obelisk, just getting an extra rune, I think either on the play or draw can be good, but makes sense here that Jinx wants to go a little bit bigger, kind of have a more explosive first turn when they are starting, quote-unquote, behind, right, because they don't have the first opportunity to play a unit. I assume Silverfuse chose to go first here in this final game. But yeah, we have seen quite a lot of, like, let's call it... like meat and potatoes Riftbound, right? Just a lot of holding, a lot of conquering, a lot of might numbers being added up. And at the end of the day, you know, the Miracle Shells can do a lot of like, very powerful things. But they are still trying to play Riftbound at the end of the day. They're just putting a lot of might in. The way they do it might feel a bit unfair, but they are ultimately just trying to get big numbers onto battlefields.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very true. I'm interested in seeing as well, though, what Silverfuse decides to do with this mulligan. I think I see Bellows Breath here, and it is, you know, a removal spell we can see early in the game. It did look like there was a chance that she was going to mulligan it away, and if I remember correctly, she doesn't have too high of a count of Bellows Breath. So it'd be very interesting what she decides to do here. I do also see that Plundering Poro, which is our 2-drop. And then on Jinx's side, do we have a 2-drop? Maybe I see Traveling Merchant?
I'm using my keen eyes as best I can. I see an Edge of Night. I see a Scrap Heap. That's the 2. I see a Seal, and I think Last Rites is the final card there in Jinx's hand. So it's going to be resolving some mulligans here for both players. I imagine Poro is getting kept, especially on the play. Seems quite good. Yeah. And, you know, we can be a little reductive here. We've seen 2 games now between these 2 decks. It does seem like getting on board early looks pretty important.
Oh, yeah.
Not game-breaking by any means. Both decks certainly have ways to come back in the mid-game, but getting on base seems pretty good here. Yeah,
it does seem like whoever does that ends up pulling ahead, and neither decks have been really able to come back from that. Maybe we'll see it a little bit different here. And we do have more runes, as we mentioned earlier, for this first turn. Project, I'm assuming, is going to be going second, so he'll have 4 runes. And Silverfuse will be going first, but he'll actually have 3 runes instead of 2, so multiple options.
It looks like just resolving mulligans here. I think keeping Poro... No. Jupiter's going to the bottom, so I assume Poro, and I think Bellows Breath is the other card that's getting capped. We're going to find out very soon, though, as game's going to kick off. Silverfuse is, in fact, going first. Obelisk is going to trigger. Good work remembering your trigger in round 1 of the RQ. Don't want to forget that one. Draw your card and put something on the board. Plundering Poro did get capped. I see a Falling Star in hand as well, and Plundering Poro going to kick things off, pass it on back to Jinx.
Yeah, and with 1 rune up, there's... I mean, they're not going to battlefield yet, but we'll have to see if there's anything that Project has to worry about. I don't think so.
See Mind Splitter in Project's hand. Just peeled that one off the top. I don't believe that was in the main deck when we checked before. So that one coming in for kind of the later stages of the game. Wants maybe just bigger units, bit of disruption, and just plays the Edge of Night. Natty.
Interesting choice. I mean, it's a we got to spend our runes that we would get to spin later, so it's nice.
I think in general, when your opponent makes this play on turn 1, you are extremely happy as the Rumble player. Because your opponent's playing Obelisk. They are trying to maximize their first turn as much as they can. They want to use all of their energy. And seeing just Edge of Night, nothing that's really committed to the board as far as a unit that can maybe challenge you at this battlefield, especially when it's Grove of the God Willow. You're going to get your gold on Conquer. You're going to potentially get your hold as well and get an extra bit of card draw. So reading Jinx, knowing that that is a unit that can absolutely be played next turn after 2 more runes have channeled, does in a discard to ready it, but that Jinx would be quite good at challenging the lonely Poro that only has 2 might.
Yeah, it very potentially could. I wouldn't be surprised if we were just checking to make sure or see if there was an accelerator on something. You don't see Jinx too often. So just making sure that Plundering Poro here is safe in the Grove with God Willow, because we would love to get that extra draw. we'd love to get that head start in points, and we know that that is a threat, like you mentioned.
Yeah, just playing the Rumble on curve, again, just so nice for these Rumble decks to just have a turn 2 play that you're always happy to put out. Jinx could, of course, if she was able to get ready and get bigger, could potentially have challenged at the battlefield. There's only one mech, so only one instance of shield, so the math gets a little funny, but I think Silverfuse taking the more conservative line, just playing out the unit and saying, you know what, if the Paro already got a point, I already made a goal. If I hold and draw a card, excellent. I've done 99% of the things this Pondering Paro could ever do. It is overachieving. If you do, that's fine. I just lost a unit, I already have my point.
Yeah, he may be a plundering Poro, but he's an overachieving Poro.
Certainly is at this stage. This is one of the hardest working Poros I've seen on the broadcast so far. We'll see many more this weekend, I'm sure.
Yeah, very, very hard working. I say he's MVP so far of the blue sides, but let's see here. A second gear coming down, second potential equipment. I think Silverfuse is happy to see it like this thus far. Already at 2 points. Even more overachieving on that Poro.
I would not be able to contain myself. If this was the turn, the way I started in Game 3 of my first round of the RQ, I would be out of my chair jumping up and down. This could not have started better for the Rumble. It is nothing committed to board, some gear that certainly can be used later. We know that there's ways to, ready units to kind of get, not pseudo-accelerate, I guess it is pseudo-accelerate because it's fake accelerate, but it does share some of the DNA from the champion zone with the Jinx. Like, we know these Miracle decks, they're good at coming back. A lot of times you just give 6 points and then you do so much stuff in the mid to late game that overwhelms your opponent that you're happy. Know what Rumble wants to do? Rumble certainly wants to start early and then have a really powerful mid game with a lot of those big 6s especially. But the Poro is just gold star Poro at this point.
Oh yeah, gold star. He's #1 in his class.
Yeah.
And we're going to be taking that other side as well. Obelisk not as high of a priority as the Grove of the God Willow, but
it does give points.
It does give points, and we've already drawn off the Grove of the God Willow. We don't even care about it anymore, honestly.
Even a blank battlefield gives points, which has to feel good. Rumble Scrap going to come down here looking for the hole. Does not choose to reinforce here. Again, being a bit conservative, wanting to let Jinx commit to battlefield first before deciding to kind of go back in. But this is going to make Obelisk especially a much harder prospect to hold on to.
Yeah, harder to hold on to, but it's nice to develop our base. We need to get might in our base, so if Project is able to clear the 2 battlefields, we still have a plan for our following turn. And we have it looks like a couple runes up as well. I'm not sure if it's 1 or 2 or more, but there's hopefully things that we can do here. It looks like we are going to be spending a lot of runes, though, here on Project side. And what is going to be coming down? I love the rune he has, by the way.
Oh, it's beautiful looking. Going to recycle one more. And the seal. It's
Ooh,
Mind Splitter.
Mind Splitter.
We did spy Mind Splitter earlier. Shows the hand. Ooh, a Kaisa, Bellows Breath, Falling Star. I'd love to look at all the pretty cards. Piercing Light, Singularity, Longsword. This hand was really good.
That is really, really good hand here. It would be a difficult choice for me. What do I think here would be the most important to take out? Singularity is, able to take out larger might units and multiples of them, but maybe it's not the immediate threat. Kaisa is more might on board. Longsword potentially, that semi-permanent might. I don't know what I would choose.
I think the good news for Project is that no single spell can take out this Mind Splitter.
That's true.
That would be bad times. So Singularity going to be the choice. I think probably the best choice given the texture of the mid game. A lot of 5-ish might units, right? A lot of units in range of Singularity, let's say, in this Jinx deck. So wanting to just take out the spell that is most efficient in terms of taking out the most amount of might. Still on the back foot here again. Mind Splitter, very powerful card, very good 7-drop here. And that 7 might is going to be pretty good when we waltz over to the battlefield, especially if we have some equipment. But not this turn, unfortunately, for Project. So going to be 5 points behind in the current state if this holds. And now I'm really going to wish I had Rumble Scrapper on the battlefield.
For sure. I'd love to get that +3 might mech. I'd love it for sure. But it is the safer play, and it looks like we are deciding that we're going to attach our gears here. What is that? An 11 might Mind Splitter, or is it?
7+4, yeah. It should be 11. Has ganking and it doesn't have the Edge of Night text. The rest of Edge of Night is just hidden text.
Yeah, true.
As you can see, Silverfuse saying, hey, just especially for the feature match, can you stack them nicely so we can read all the numbers? And it is 7 +2 So as you pointed out, 11 might.
That is so much, and it's going to be hard to deal with as Silverfuse, especially preemptively before it could even take one of these battlefields.
Not going to matter this turn, though. And Grove of the God Willow Poro is still going. Poro has made a goal, drawn 2 cards, and scored 3 points this game.
Yeah, think he made it to college and may have gotten a PhD while holding on this Grove of the God Willow. He cannot stop overachieving.
PhD in piracy. This plundering Poro working so hard out here in this final game of round 1 of the original qualifier here in Las Vegas. 5 points to 0, looking like a dire situation, but do not count these purple decks out. Chaos is quite a good domain, and Jinx certainly has the tools to get it done. I think especially from the champ zone, we saw a lot of cool discard readying action in our last game, actually, for Project to close out game number 2. I think the thing to note, though, is that this play of making the Mind Splitter really big by attaching all the gears, very committal as far as resources go. Only going to have 6 runes at the next turn, whereas you look over across the board and there's an embarrassment of riches on the other side. Are we playing 2 spells here to take out the Splitter?
I wouldn't be surprised. We have 6 come down first.
All right, 5 left.
So we need, 5 more minimum here. But I think we have it in hand, right? Like, we saw so many different spells. He's got a second Falling Star as well. And Mind Splitter, we spent 4 power on him last turn, and he's in the trash.
7 energy, 4 power. Yes, one of those was a seal, but didn't see the second Falling Star when the Mind Splitter happened. That one came off the top thanks to the overworking Poro, drawing an extra card on the turn from Grove of the God Willow. And that is, I mean, it was always going to be a 2-card play to take out this Mind Splitter, which is not the most efficient, but at this stage of the game, you are just happy to get the work done. And Falling Star, about the best you could ask for as far as 2 cards to answer 1.
Yeah, it looks like Silver Fuse is very happy with what the Plundering Poro decided to do throughout this game. And it's, you can rest in base now. I'm going to swap you out with my blue Rumble, who will make more babies for base as well. But we are sitting pretty here on both battlefields. It is going to be 2 more turns, though, before we even win. Even if we hold another turn, we are only going to 7 points, which does mean Project still has time to come back, but it's going to be a difficult game.
Yeah, we can do a bit of math here as we kind of look at the battlefields that Silver Fuse is presenting as far as might goes. Reminder, shield on Rumble Legend, so you get +1 when you're defending, which, as you can see, both mechs currently are, and then +1 thanks to Rumble Scrapper. So it's 4 base might for the Rumble on the bottom of your screen, so make it 5, +1 for shield is basically 6, and it's 4 in the same math on the other side, +1 for shield. So 2 6s here as Fight or Flight's going to kick Rumble Scrapper out of his home, the Grove of the God Willow, which would have been such a delicious bit of value if able to hold. Unfortunately, going to be scared back to base by Jinx.
Yeah, we didn't have to worry about it as much last game because of that Vile Maw, but we are very happy, I feel like, to find Fight or Flight, if only to be able to push them off, say, like, not to hold, and not to get an extra card draw, not to get the extra mech as well. It would have just been disastrous for that hold.
Yeah, unfortunately for the points, not going to make the biggest difference, just because you're going to be effectively in the same spot. The double hold would have gone from 5 to 7. The double conquer that you're basically inviting your opponent to do, because with 1 rune, what is Jinx to do in this spot? So going to be basically in the same spot as far as the game's points go. Silver Fuse should go to 7 on her turn. Not a lot left in the tank for Project, and just this lone Fizz, again, that Mind Splitter was really the play that was committed to this board. No other units clearly in hand in the early game because of all this gear that was getting played. Making 1 big unit feels pretty good, but plenty of removal spells over in Rumble to try and cut that down. So we are going to go again. Fizz is going to be the unit that is towered up to a 7 might unit. In this kind of board, with these mechs and these Rumble passives, 7's not a very big number.
I will say it is, trying to stop some of those like damage spells, because without those two, Piercing Light could have wiped the Fizz off the board. We could have potentially maybe like moved up Punning Poro, gotten a gold, then Piercing Lighted the Punning Poro and Fizz. Where do you come back when you continue to not have units on board? And so it's good to keep it safe, but it's costing us a lot.
I mean, look, you're absolutely correct. This is the play you have to make.
Oh, yeah.
It's not the play you want to make
100%.
when you're playing this deck. Rumble hot-headed, going to go ahead back to the Obelisk and get point number 6. And I think the question is, how much might do we want to stack here? Plundering Poro, again, a second gold made in this game. This is the same Plundering Poro that was played on turn 1, I will remind you. And so I have to imagine that we're going to stack as much might as we can on the top battlefield, because we're at 7. We just need to hold here.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think Poro has gotten like 4 points this game, but he's only gotten us 2 gold because we have just been holding, and holding. Looks like we are going to be playing that Ferris Forerunner, which does threaten 2 extra mechs in base if you decide to kill it. And it leaves up a rune as well, which we're going to have to watch out for.
Doesn't want to commit Scrapper to a battlefield, interestingly. Decides not to maybe overfill one of the battlefields there, wants to hold it back. I mean, most of your units end up back in base when you're playing against purple because of all the I guess, base bounce style effects, things like fight or flight. With Fizz, of course, can do a rebuy. Here's Ezreal going to try and find a few more cards. Rasa straight to the trash. That card doesn't do anything right now for you.
Yeah, we do not have a lot in our discard pile, but Seal Ezreal feels so nice. A little bit later in game than we would have preferred, but it is, you know, Seal Ezreal regardless. We still have 2 runes up as well. Fizz is a 7, so potentially able to take out at least the Obelisk of Power one, but we have to clear both sides if we don't want Silverfuse to win this game.
Is Rebuke only from Battlefields? I believe it is.
I believe it's only from Battlefields.
It is. That is the reason Scrap is in base.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Love that play from Silverfuse. Wanting, again, so you said 7, and it immediately triggered in my brain, oh, I have to do Rumble math again. How big is Ferris Forerunner just on its own as a mech? It's the only mech at this group. Well, it's 6, plus the shield is 7, plus the Scrapper is 1. That's 8. That is much bigger. Well, a little bit bigger than the Fizz is right now. And that's what I was thinking, is like, why wouldn't you put Scrapper on the battlefield? It gives you 5 more might. Well, you actually just want the passive. And of course, if you can maybe get a double conquer if there's not enough to really do some damage on both these battlefields, which I will remind you, Jinx needs to conquer or at least push the units off both of these, or the game is over and you are losing round 1 of your RQ.
Yeah, it's that holding to 8 points again. That's Project's threat here. There's that but there's so many things that Project can do. There is only 2 runes up though, which does decrease how many we can do, but there's a lot of options still within 2 runes. We have that Rebuke you mentioned, we have Fighter Flights, but it looks like it's me game. And Rumble, an awesome round 1 match. I love it.
Exactly the sentence I expected to say at the start here of the RQ in Vegas. Rumble is going to win our round 1 here in Vegas. That's a totally normal sentence.
Yeah, I completely expected. It feels like we're going to see it for the rest of the tournament, but I doubt that is the case, actually. Rumble, so interesting to see. So happy to see it. And Jinx versus Rumble, such a cool match.
Yeah, I think you saw Project at the end there. Again, not the greatest start with all the gear early, not a lot of units to try and contest the early battlefields that Rumble wanted to. Stack deck, cold shot, Ezreal was all happening there to try and get through the deck and find some answers. But after that Mind Splitter play, committing so much of your resources, losing a bunch of them to recycling, and then just getting that unit killed by 2 falling stars. And there's nothing else you really have left. You're just digging for answers, and even if you find them, you don't necessarily have the energy or the resources to even deploy them. So very nicely navigated game there for Silverfuse.
Yeah, fantastic by Silverfuse. It was really painful for Project. We had to play 2 gears in a row, and obviously we tried to protect our units with it later, but just so much removal from the Rumble side. It's about a loss, sadly.
Yeah, really great game 1. Can't wait to hear what the winner has to say, because we have an interview with Silverfuse coming right up.
That's going to be so much fun.
All right, so I'm here with Silverfuse. Took down my girl Jinx playing Rumble. Why Rumble?
Big thing was I played Kai'Sa last set, and I didn't have a ton of time to prepare, so I also was looking to get a best of. So those things came together. I knew the colors and had a general idea of how the deck would play, so I went from there.
Cool, that was my next question. So it's a big question in these tournaments of, are you playing to win the whole tournament, or are you going for one of those awesome best ofs? So Rumble should be a pretty good best of to go for.
Yeah, I saw that he was pretty low overall, and I just like the mech tribal overall, so I wanted to play that for that reason, and the best of is just like a little bonus on top of that potential.
Awesome, and then overall vibes for the event, how are you enjoying it so far?
Oh, it's been incredible. I've met so many people that I've been looking forward to see, that I've been testing with, talking with, people that I haven't seen ever, even though I've known them for 5+ years. So back from the Legends of Runeterra community, shout out to them. So, yep.
Awesome, great stuff. Well, good luck today. May you rumble many folks.
I love to hear it. Shout out to the Legends of Runeterra community. Silverfuse, again, someone I've literally worked with on Legends of Runeterra events back in the day. Great to see her winning her first round here.
Yeah, it was so awesome, and it's so cool to see so many different communities represented within Riftbound. Legends of Runeterra, one of them, and so cool to see Rumble.
So, did you have fun commentating that game? Do you like seeing games of Riftbound on stream?
Do I like Riftbound? That's a great question. I might like Riftbound.
Would you like some more, is what I'm asking.
I would love.
Oh,
I
great.
would love some
We have some
more.
coming up right now. We have our backup match here from round 1, still in our first round here. Let's have a look at our deck list and see what matchup we have. It's going to be kicking it off with the deck we're going to be talking about quite a lot throughout the course of the tournament. It is Draven, Glorious Executioner.
Yeah, he is such a dominating force in this set, I think. But I will say, Rune's much more normal here with a split between both colors. There's going to be so many things to watch out for, but it's Draven. I think the number one thing, though, is going to be his leader ability. For those who don't know, when he wins a combat, you do get to draw a card, and that can be a lot of different things, including when that fight or flight happens. We mentioned it, and we saw it a lot in our last game, but if you're able to fight or flight someone back during a showdown, it will count as a win in combat and a card draw.
A spicy piece of tech I see in this main deck, by the way. There are 3 copies of Detonate in this main deck. Kill a gear, its controller draws 2 cards. I have a feeling that's going to get pointed at Scrap Heap quite a lot.
Yeah, I think it may as well, and it's just another way to draw more cards. We do love card draw, I would say that. Especially
in this shells, we are going to have a look at the other side of this matchup. This is deck number 1. It's Draven versus Aurelia. This is a matchup we're going to see probably quite a lot this event.
I love Aurelia. These 2 decks play very differently, though. I would like to say that Aurelia is like a protect the Madam President. This deck largely built around protecting Aurelia, and you're going to see trying to make those Zonias, those Guardian Angels, getting to the turn so we can just protect Aurelia, and she can dance around the battle.
I believe I heard Amy from the Bologna broadcast say, protect the princess, and that is what I'm going with.
I like that
Aurelia.
one.
I think that's great. Only 8 units, very standard looking Aurelia list here. There was, of course, a Aurelia finishing in the top 4 in Bologna. I've looked at that deck list many, many times when I've been playing Aurelia, and this is looking very standard. So super excited for this matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be so interesting to see. I am excited to see how it ends up. I love Aurelia. Draven's an interesting deck, but I'm sure we'll see it later as well.
I think this Draven build especially is really unique. Again, Detonate main is not a card I expected to see. Treasure Trove, that's a card that usually goes in Shovel Sieve. These are cards that want you to turn through your deck at kind of maximum velocity, really committing to I'm trying to get through as much of my cards as possible and then set up with all this recycle effects. So there's definitely lots of speeds you can build these different miracle shells. Draven is obviously the most popular version of building this kind of deck, but some decks will certainly have more units. This one is like, nah, I just need to get through my cards as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these decks are built around drawing, but as you mentioned, we haven't seen Treasure Trove as much in the Draven itself. We're seeing it in like maybe other purple lists, but not Draven. So it'll be cool to see how they decide to play it.
All right, well, I'm very excited for that, but unfortunately, I have to issue a slight apology to you all. That is going to be our round 2. If you saw that, you did get spoiled. Just forget you ever saw anything. We're going to have a look at our round 1 deck, because that's where we still are. We saw round 1, Rumble versus Jinx, and we have a backup match to show you as well. We are going to have some deck lists on your screen in just a moment, so be patient as we do bring you up those matchups. So then I'll ask you the question. I'm excited to see that when it happens. What are you excited to see now? Because we don't know what's coming up.
What would I be excited to see? I think I have like a couple decks I would love to see. I'm a big Azir fan. Love to see Azir. I think maybe like one that we sometimes saw during set 1, like Volibear would be cool. I played against it in some of like the grassroots tournaments I played in. I lost, sadly. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people say they lose to Volibear, but it and Leona I have like a negative win rate against.
I've lost to Volibear in the trial decks. I've played a lot of those decks. Taught a lot of people how to play Riftbound, which is really fun. I was actually going to point out that one of the things I consistently made a mistake of is you mentioned it in our first game where you can tap your rune and then recycle it to a seal. Getting that in my brain took weeks, like an embarrassing amount of time for me to be like, oh, that is so not how I thought that would work. But in Riftbound, there are 2 different things. Recycling and exhausting your thing are 2 separate things, so you can do both.
Yeah, I'll agree as well. It was one I had a lot of trouble with. In this game, you can float your runes, which means that you generate energy by exhausting it or turning it sideways. And then you can also recycle it and generate a power by putting it at the bottom of your deck. And I remember I feel like all of us, when we first started playing the game, we were like really heavy on seals, and we all wanted to do it, and then we were like, no, seals are terrible. And then obviously we're back here, and with so many seals.
Seals might be pretty good. As we do have deck list for round 1, we have our backup match, our B match, if you will. Hey! You got it right!
Volibear! Oh no!
How did you get it right? It's Volibear!
I am excited about this one, though. There's a couple of things that we can watch for. It is an Aurora list, but I think this deck has a little bit of a different curve where we are going to be looking for some of those units prior to the Aurora, because then we were told how to spell this card earlier. Yeah.
It's like Cadrigan.
Cadrigan.
That's what I'm running with.
Cadrigan is able to draw off these mighty units, so we'll have to see how it plays out, but very excited about Volibear.
Yeah, Volley definitely has the advantage of being able to cast quite a few of the targets that you would have for Aurora. So unlike maybe the MF Aurora decks or the Civ Aurora decks that I just want to play, a low number of units like 5. Well, we have 3, 6, 9. We have 12, actually 15 with the Minotaur Reckoner and then. So the hits won't be quite as high rolly, let's say, but you will consistently put good threats onto the table.
Yeah, very good threats. Big, mighty guys. That is for sure. And they definitely play a bit differently, especially coming into the set 2 with Last Rites in the purple Aurora list.
Yep, triple Stormspringer, triple Sky Splitter. Lots of love here in this deck. Very fun one here. But we are going to come back to us for just a moment. And before we key up our second deck list, Volibear. Not a deck I expected to see. I'm not surprised it's an Aurora variant, that I will say, but I didn't think we'd see much Volibear at all.
Volibear is so interesting, though, but it is going to be
it's a mirror.
The one we accidentally were mentioning is going to be those Last Rites Dazzling Aurora. And in this deck, you're able to run so much fewer units because of that Last Rites. Going to recycle them back. But as you mentioned, much lower counts. 3 Mind Splitters. Volibear as well, 2 Volibear.
Oh, yes.
And so we're going to be able to high roll into those Mind Splitters.
Yeah, so it's fun. I'm glad that we teed up the Miracle stuff with Jinx and a bit with Draven. Again, no spoilers. Because this deck is actually weirdly trying to do somewhat of a similar thing. Obviously, the way you get there is very different, but the end result of having an Aurora in play with only having 5 targets and having 2 copies of Shovel, which is probably better known by its real name, Last Rites, you can just consistently put cards back into your deck and replay them over and over again. The best thing to replay is Mind Splitter, because if you Mind Splitter your opponent every single turn of the game, not only is that 7 Mind that you're putting on the field, but your opponent's hand just gets completely ripped apart. And I don't know if you know this, but trying to play a game of Riftbound with 0 or 1 cards in your hand is not very fun.
Unless you're Jinx.
Unless you're Jinx.
Not
in this matchup, Volibear.
Not in this matchup. That was the other matchup. But yeah, it's so strong. We've also seen an addition of gear removal in set 2. We're running a lot more of it, I would say, especially. But Mind Splitter, you're trying to high roll up into that Mind Splitter on your first Dazzling Aurora and be able to Mind Splitter out whatever would have been able to destroy your Dazzling Aurora.
All right, well, players are ready, so let's get down to the feature match here to cover an Aurora Mirror of sorts. We're going to join in progress. This is game number 2. Aspirant's Climb was selected for both, and now it's Sigil of the Storm versus Obelisk here. It's Edrift on one side with Volibear and Steven on the right with MF. Aurora did make top 2 in Bologna. I will point out this is a deck people certainly had on their radar, but probably not the Volibear version. Yeah,
I don't think Volibear version was it. 2 Aspirant's Climb in game 1, I don't think I've ever seen it. For those who know, Aspirant's Climb, it increases the amount of points that you need to win the game by 1. So it would actually make it 10 points for game 1. But we are going straight into game 2. These 2 battlefields, we've seen Obelisk of Power does start you with an extra rune, but Sigil of the Storm, to conquer it, you're going to have to recycle specifically a rune, not a gold. And they're kind of counter battlefields almost, it seems like.
Yeah, it is kind of the opposites of each other. I mean, this is kind of a classic in Volibear. It was actually, funnily enough, one of the battlefields in the trial deck. Volibear, of course, whenever you play a Mighty unit, you get to put a Channel A rune exhausted from the top of your rune deck. That is a very nice way to mitigate the downside of Sigil of the Storm, where your opponent does not get that luxury. And as you pointed out, it is not pay a power. It is recycle 1 of your runes. So if you want to go there, you are going to be forced to pay the price.
Yeah, very important in set 2 where we now have gold that can pay the power, but
all these seals running around.
Yeah, seals as well. You can't use those, and it'll be interesting to see what they decide to mulligan. I did see that Steven had a punch first in his hand. We are mulliganing after that, but punch first is plus
Aurora?
5, and it's definitely something that they would want, I feel like, against these huge, mighty units of Volibear.
All right, see Aurora for the 1 Aurora player, so that's a good start there for Steven, who did win game number 1, I may add again. We are joining in progress here in game number 2, so it is 3 runes channeled and a pass from Steven into 4 runes channeled here for Edrift into Confront. Cycling that there. Not going to ready anything, just wants to draw another card. Again, both players are speed running to play the first Aurora.
Yeah, they have... Oh my gosh, we have so many pretty Nexus Knight runes on the Misfortune side. But Confront, it is basically to draw a card here. We do have the Dazzling Aurora on Steven's side. He's at 5. We were able to play, Catalyst of Aeons, which is really nice to ramp up here for 2 more runes. And we're just trying to get to 9 runes as fast as possible to be able to play that Aurora.
You know what 7+2 is?
9.
It is 9. And I see 6 runes exhausted, thanks to that catalyst. I see 1 there. I see 2 more channeled onto the battlefield. And here I see an Aurora. Plop down onto the battlefield here for Steven. Going to win the race to play the big gear.
That is a rough. Getting it immediately down. We'll have to see what he hits. I'm not sure if Edrift has a Dazzling Roar in hand as well, but if he hits Mind Splitter, but it's Volley Bear. Where's your high roll now?
I mean, still pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, both hits are good. That's the nice thing about this version of the deck, right? You only play 5 units, so if they get stranded in hand, it can be kind of a feels bad for Aurora. But Akshan! Gonna take away the Aurora! That's so sick!
So Akshan is such an interesting card. You're able to take control of your opponent's gear until the Akshan dies. So you thought Steven had an Aurora. Joke's on you. Ed has it now, and it looks like we're gonna get to use it. What will we hit? We see another Dazzling Aurora. We're gonna hit Minotaur, which is going to disable a lot of the movement cards that this purple Misfortune also has in the deck.
Actually a card that you've seen a decent amount of decks here if they're in the Fury domain. Units can't move to base the exact text on that 5 drop. Not the biggest hit. Again, this Volley Bear deck is kind of playing a more medium set of units and playing way more of them. But stealing your opponent's Aurora, I thought it was Jova. It may be, but for the other player. Volley Bear going to go to the Obelisk, though, and get the first point. 10 might. It's a 12 drop, but 10 might. If you go somewhere else, I draw a card. And there's, oh goodness!
Oh no!
Fading Memories. And yeah, that's we're gonna have a reader on stream for the first time.
Fading Memories makes a gear be
Ephemeral? Temporary?
Temporary, that's the word. Yeah, at least I'm 97% sure. Yeah, temporary. Yeah, gear or unit. So we're making the Dazzling Aurora. Basically, Steven's having to kill his own Aurora here, but it will finish off this turn before it dies.
Yes, that happens at the beginning phase, which obviously is at the start of the turn. I think that things like Sprite Mother that make a Sprite, that's another unit that has temporary that we saw a decent amount of in Origins. It's give a unit at a battlefield or a gear temporary. Notably, the gear doesn't have to be at the battlefield because it can't. There's no way, I don't think yet. Maybe an equipment. Anyway, I'm not going to think about the potential complexities of gear being at battlefields. I'm just going to say that, correctly noted by us today, that gear is now gone as Sabotage, going to be floated on over.
Interestingly enough, it will take out another, I'm assuming here, it may take out another Dazzling Aurora.
If it doesn't, I'm going to give you $10.
Yeah, I think he's taking it out. There's 109% sure. And it is going to go to the bottom of his deck.
Should have made the number bigger. It would have been more dramatic.
Yeah, but we have our own Dazzling Aurora now. We already spent the Fading Light. And so what is Steven going to have here to take out this Dazzling Aurora on Ed's side?
I mean, Volley Bear's still on the battlefield. That is good. Again, if you go to the other battlefield, Steven's going to draw some cards. It feels pretty good for any player, really. But Aurora's going to be happy to get to the next Aurora because we've already seen 2 go by the wayside. 1 is on the bottom of the deck. 1 is in the trash after getting clipped by Fading Memory. So actually, I'm going to go over to the Sigil. Going to go ahead and recycle a rune. No discount yet from the Volley Bear Legend, but it did trigger off the Minotaur earlier and is going to trigger, in fact, probably going to trigger off the Dazzling Aurora. Akshan is a hit that does not trigger. There's another Akshan. That's a miss, quote unquote.
Yeah, sad. With no gear on the other side. What is Akshan really doing here, sadly? But
swinging in.
Yeah, he's swinging in. He's still 4 might.
Better than nothing.
Yeah.
Doesn't get the rune channel. Does get some more material on board. I can't imagine there's more than 2 Akshans though. So at least the next hit, surely, we're in Vegas, right? Got to gamble a little. Surely the next hit is going to be a big one. As Volley Bear continues to mount up points here for Steven, it's 2-1 right now in that regard. Is stacked deck going to be put on the chain?
I think you're right. Dazzling Aurora is very good for Las Vegas, or should say fits the theme. It does look like there is still 9 runes up though for Misfortune, so we are digging for that third Dazzling Aurora in Steven's deck. To note, if we can find a Called Shot, this really interesting part of set 2 is that because Called Shot doesn't take an energy but takes a rune from what we were talking about earlier with floating, you can actually use both of the Called Shot's triggers, float the 2 runes, have to recycle the 2, but you would still be able to technically have the 9 energy that you would need to make a Dazzling Aurora.
Yep, definitely a way to find it there. It's like took a little double take there because I'm like, how did Volley Bear get over that? He does not have ganking. Misfortune, of course. We don't talk about this much when we talk about Aurora, but it does come up every now and then. You can give your units ganking and kind of go from battlefield to battlefield. So now I'm going to go ahead on the Sigil. Is going to have to recycle 1, but Last Right's going to be the play here.
Yeah, it does look like I love her ganking. I think it's one of the reasons that she's such a strong leader for Dazzling Aurora. But yeah, last right's coming down. We don't see the recycle from it yet, but there is going to be that called shot. 2 more, and I think I saw the Aurora.
Yeah, not going to be playable this turn because last right's already ate some of the energy we would have otherwise committed. But given that there's already a Volibear in play that's just really being a menace on this battlefield at 10 might. I mean, there's going to be enough on the other side maybe this turn, but there's a punch first, as you noted, that Steven is likely, does have here and is obviously holding up. Just slow playing it a little bit. Decided that, you know what, I only got 1 Aurora trigger before bad things happen to me. That might actually just be enough.
And it looks like we're actually playing a Dead Bloom to the base, which is very unique. Well, not unique. Very rare, I feel like, for Dead Bloom. He has a very interesting
Another one.
Ability where when he's played, you can play him if there's another unit in the battlefield, like that your opponent has, to immediately start a showdown. But we are going to be playing at a base just to get that extra might, start building it up here, and hopefully be able to deal with the Volibear in these upcoming turns.
Yeah, got to crack through the volley. So it's 2 points a turn right now, thanks to MF just with 1 unit, which is pretty spectacular as far as rates go. Already got 1 for holding, as we noted. MF, that Legend Exhaust can give ganking over to the big teddy bear, who can waltz back on over to the Obelisk of Power. And we know the Aurora is there for Steven. It's slightly better odds to hit a Mind Splitter than a Volibear, for what it's worth. So if you do feel like you want to rip cards out of your opponent's hand, you can get that going there here as well. Of course, you don't know. It's simply whatever's on the top of your deck. And I can't imagine we don't want to redeploy Aurora here. I think we are going to have some extra runes ready. 5. Is that 10, 11? My brain is hurting as I try and look through the beautiful borders of these runes. But Aurora, you know what? I'll just let Steven show me. How much does this cost and how much you have left at the end? The answer is 0.
It looks like we're going to use, all of our runes here to get down Dazzling Aurora, but you don't need to have runes to play a card here with Dazzling Aurora. It looks like we're getting a second Volibear, though.
Reinforce. Let's go!
Oh, my gosh. What is that, like 24?
Oh, yeah, shield.
Because he's got +2 shield. Plus is 24 in that Obelisk of Power. We currently have... what is it? It's 26. He's +3.
Oh,
I was giving him +2 with it. He's 26.
The 25, I believe. 8, 16, 20 plus the 5 from the Minotaur. I believe it's 25 might.
Oh, yeah. So we're not enough.
That's somehow not enough. But I didn't think was the sentence I would say after playing all these Dead Blooms and triggering Aurora for ourselves. But it's rough out there sometimes. These big teddy bears are really dominating the battlefield. And maybe all you need is two 10-might Volibears that are a bit bigger on defense to get the job done. And again, if you want to try and get points on the other side, you can, but you're going to just let your opponent draw cards as Katagrin finally making an appearance.
And he draws for each mighty unit. That's Minotaur. It's not Akshan.
Everyone but Akshan.
But yeah, and then the 2 Dead Blooms, and himself, I'm 97% sure. So
yes,
that's going to be 4 cards here that Ed is going to get to draw. It's going to be actually insane here for Ed to get those, and then we'll have to see if he's pulling anything from there. It looks like we're going to go to end our turn, though, triggering the Dazzling Aurora and another Dead Bloom, which we'll play to base.
So now the interesting thing is, going to go to 6 from holding here for Steven. Does going to 7 matter? Aurora is a deck that holds quite often as far as things go. I drew a Mind Splitter off the top, by the way, which is incredibly good here because we already played our final Aurora. So we're going to Mind Splitter into Mind Splitter here. Going to give ganking to the bear. Not yet. Making some decisions. Floating a rune. Volibear goes over. Going to get point number 7. Again, holding feels like a way you can stay in this game or win this game at this point. So it's just a matter of what else do you want to do? Do you want to commit the splitter? Do you want to hold up all your interaction? We have a bullet time. We have 2 punch first. We have a fight or flight. We have a lot of ways to kick these big mighty units away. And if Edriff can't get in here, the game's just going to end.
Yeah, my only question is I'm not sure, the full text of Minotaur, I'm not sure if he can push our units back here, but it may be that Minotaur is only from your opponent's mouth.
It is everyone. You are correct.
It is everyone?
So we can
okay.
bring up Minotaur and just refresh ourselves on the text one more time. Units can't move to base. You are correct. You cannot go home.
Fight or flight, therefore, is not an option here for Steven. So just to keep a note, because Misfortune loves fight or flight. All of Purple does, and Minotaur says no, ma'am.
Yep, no, absolutely not. So punch first. I believe 2 copies of that, a Mind Splitter, a Last Rites, a fight or flight, a Hard Bargain, and a Bullet Time. Always a fun one, especially in the end game when you got to do some shooting.
Yeah, Misfortune, a lot of times I feel like against Aurora, you have to try to hold into your last point, and Bullet Time is not good for that. If you try to hold against Misfortune, she's able to pay her runes to increase the damage to each of the units, and it can completely wipe a battle.
Yeah, using every part of our deck here, by the way. We've seen the Legend activate a couple of times. Now the Champ's coming out.
Oof.
There's Mind Splitter off the Aurora, which we, of course, knew was going to happen. Now going to take the best spell in the hand. There are some decent targets here. Sky Splitter, Challenge. I mean, probably one of the removal spells if I had to guess, because, again, to remind you all, 7 points to 1. When you have 2 big units holding each battlefield, you only need to hold on to 1 more point to get it done. That Mind Splitter did reinforce on the Sigil, by the way, but doesn't have to recycle a rune because you haven't conquered. You've simply been chilling there for most of the game.
Yeah, that's going to be nice, and it is going to bring up that side to 20 might as well, and we know that Steven has extra in his hand.
So I don't know if there's enough to punch through, excuse the awful unintentional pun.
Unintentional?
It was. It was actually unintentional. I did work with Freak for quite a while, but that one is unintentional. So we can do some math once again. Right now it is 10 plus, actually that one's easy, that's 20. 7 plus 3 for the shield and the 10 naturally on the volley bear. That's 20 on one side versus 13 on defense on the other. So let's again go over what the other side, is that 9? Why is that unit so big?
He's gigantic. We did get that challenge discarded by Mind Splitter, which I feel like is going to hurt. Challenges are really nice, I mean, I think it's also an action, but it's a spell where you're able to basically send your might as an attack to the other random other unit, not random, but you select it and then they send it back as well. So we could have flooded like one battlefield and then tried to challenge to clear the other side. But I'm not sure I don't think he had a second in his hand to be able to do it now.
Okay, so while you were talking, I did try and do the math. I think it's 42 on...
42 might on the side?
I think so.
That's insane.
Is it 8 each for Dead Bloom or 6?
I think it's...
8. Production pull up Dead Bloom Predator. 8, 16, 24 plus 9. That's 32. Did I do that? No, 33.
Oh, God.
Yep,
it's
33.
36.
Plus 4 is 37 plus 5. 42.
That's a lot of money.
If Catagrin is a 9 and Dead Bloom is an 8, I believe I have done the math correctly. I believe there's 42 combined might on Edrift's side.
I do think Cadrigan is 9. Either way.
I'm looking at it.
Now I'm like, I suddenly can't remember. It looks like an 8 from here.
It's a 9. Cadrigan is an...
Oh, I'm meaning the Dead Bloom. It looks
Bloom.
like an 8 from here.
I think it's an 8. So if that is all true,
that's
I
a
believe
lot
the
of
number
money.
is 42. The answer to a lot of questions. Some very meaningful here. So that is enough to break one of these battlefields. But you do need to kick all units off all battlefields.
Very true, yeah. And so we'll have to see what they're able to do here. I mean, you said could take one side. We do have to be wary of those punch first. And I mean, Ed kind of has to not care what's in hand in the case that it's the last turn. He can't really wait any longer. So he's going to have to punch into it and see what comes down. It looks like we are bringing
Snapvine.
Yeah, Carnivorous Snapvine. He's able to deal his might as an attack to one of the units in the battlefield. Doesn't look like it's going to kill anything here. It will die itself, but it will be extra damage that gets calculated into the showdown.
Yeah, just have to mark 6 damage. 6 again, going for the volley bear once more. So remember, one of the volley bears has deflect. This one has shield. Shield, as we pointed out, not good if you're not actually getting attacked. So we're going to clear that out with 2 Snapvines, even channeled an extra rune thanks to the volley bear legend. And then we are going to move in onto these 2 different battlefields. And all of a sudden, it is 13 versus 13 and 7 might onto, not 20 and 13. That's a big difference.
Huge difference, and it's going to be at least nicer to go into. We still have to worry about, 4, 5 runes on Steven's side, but we may have the might to do it now.
As you pointed out, though, you can't play around everything.
Exactly.
So now it has to decide, what do I think I can play around? We know there are 2 punch firsts in Steven's hand. So they're going to move in with, I have to do it again, 21 might, 9, 17, and then 4 is 21. So a good number in Vegas. 21 versus 7, certainly going to seem big enough. And 10 plus 7 is only 17.
Yeah.
21 is still a bigger number than that.
Yeah, so it looks like we are going to be... work here.
That doesn't work. Yep. Points to the Minotaur!
Oh, ouch. And that is going to be Fight or Flight stopped by the Minotaur. It's
a little rewindy.
Yeah, I don't know if they... But yeah, so it does get stopped. Misfortune
You cannot
loves
do
it.
that. Yeah, sorry. You cannot fight or flight a unit back to base here, as you pointed out.
Yeah, you can't fight or flight him back because of that ability of the Minotaur, really stopping some of the kit that Misfortune relies so heavily on, and does look like Steven was depending on here.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to have I assume a little bit of discussion here with some of the judges at the table, but in general, it feels like that's a spot where, player didn't realize, usually typically finds a rewind in spots like that. I'm certainly not going to speculate. I'm simply going to commentate the game as it continues on, and it looks like we have rolled back to Steven's action on Showdown as well, and I will see what Steven wants to do, because as we pointed out, needs quite a lot to overcome this 7 versus the now 21 rumbling in. And as we kept doing math, it is only 13 with the shield on the Volibear side, and there is more than 13 waiting in base.
Yeah, to note, though, it is not 13 if we see that challenge. I saw a challenge in Misfortune's hand, but it's only a 10 in challenges if we see that come across. It is only a 10 if we have more damage come down, but it is 13 if we end up going in with the 16 of the Dead Bloom, or 21, as you mentioned, with the Minotaur.
A lot of 21s. I mean, I guess 42 does split quite evenly into 21. So 2 pretty good takes here as Mind Splitter is going to go bye-bye. And Idris going to start crawling back into this game. Again, Steven is at 7 points today.
Oh, and Mind Splitter, it's going to be free. Free? I think it's basically free.
It is. Just cost of power. Just the Fury power.
Yeah, just the Fury power, because it discounts based on the highest might that you have. So we have more than 8 might units on our board, and so Sky Splitter only the power is going to be able to kill that Volibear, or at least put 5 damage on the Volibear, and so we are going to go in, be able to take it out.
That was nice. As you pointed out a few times, shield only works when you're getting attacked, and removal spells do ignore that fact. So Cadogan coming down off the Aurora, lots of cards getting drawn here. All of a sudden, this game has turned completely around for Edrift.
This is really nice, and then the question is, can we come back? And Ed has a lot more units in his deck than Misfortune does. We just got 3 sent to the discard pile. Obviously, Last Rites does have some options to bring them back into the game, but Ed is going to have a lot of might here trying to hold, and there's a potential that he could hold all the way to the win.
Certainly could, and have to looking at bullet time real quick here, because that, of course, is the signature spell of Misfortune. That one is basically deal damage to all enemies at a battlefield. A battlefield, only one, notably not both, which is pretty important in this spot, not like unchecked power. Deal 1 for each rune you decide to recycle when you play this. So I think it's 1 base, and then you can just basically say, how many runes do you want to send to the bottom? Now, if you're going to win when you cast the spell, you can just chuck them all to the bottom. That feels pretty good. You're going to need a pretty high number to clear these battlefields. Without any other effects, which I guess Ed right now it has no runes up, so probably nothing you have to worry about. Court of Glory not going to be a thing. Wallop not going to be a thing here. So you can channel a decent number here and clear one of these battlefields if you channel 9 runes, which is a lot. Instead, going to start by Mind Splittering here and just taking a card away. As that's a pretty big hand thanks to those double Cadrigans.
Yeah, I love the 2 rows of cards here. I had a little bit of a laugh at it, but there's a couple things here like maybe we would want to look at. There's that 3rd Cadrigan that could be more draw, but with already, 3-4 of our units of our 5 being played, that Thermo Beam might be, the card we have to discard here, because otherwise Last Rites could be gone, and then how do you get them back into your deck to continue the game?
Yeah, would take out the Aurora as well, but at this point, feels like you kind of got enough out of the Aurora. Your opponent doesn't have that many units. They're going to run out relatively soon. You don't really want them recycling them all. You obviously have more hits you could go for, but I actually kind of like Thermo Beam as an option here, so might be something that Steven is priced into, but Stormbringer, Volley Signature Spell, Minotaur Reckon are going to be the one already shutting off the fight or flight we saw Steven try to cast earlier, so apparently does not want that effect anywhere near this game. Unfortunately, that's a backup copy in Ed's hand.
There's a backup copy in hand, but there's also a backup copy on the board already. It's in the base, so fairly safe, you could say. And Ed was very careful to make sure he did not move it into either of these battlefields where it could potentially be taken out by bullet time, could be taken out by a unit moving up into the battlefield. And I think it's a key here to continuing to win for Ed.
I know there's this splitter, correct? I think Steven has gone through now unit number 5 at this point. Going to get splitted again, so now can take the beam. Had the option, knew that this was going to happen, so was able to strip 2 cards away on this turn no matter what. Trying to remember if I've seen 3 Mind Splitters or 2. Obviously, Last Rites can get them back. Good call. Yesterday, though, that Thermo Beam's going to hit the bin.
Yeah, there goes the Thermo Beam. Try and protect Last Rites, because I think that's just something that's so interesting about this Aurora list. Right? Last set, we saw 9, sometimes more. I mean, Ed's list has a lot more units in it, and one way that deck would lose was you would run it out of units. And here, Misfortune going down to 5 units has even more of the risk, really relying on that Last Rites to bring them back in.
The other thing, though, is do you even have enough stuff? There's just more might total in Edge's deck. just playing more units, and they're huge.
Yeah, I mean, I would say in Misfortune, you only rely on the big might of Volibear, but what about when you're against Volibear?
I don't know. Reckon they're going to come down. A bunch of your tools are getting turned off here thanks to these 2 Minotaurs that are just being chilling in base. 5 points for holding, from 3 to 5 this turn, sorry, from holding. So gonna presumably go to 7, and then all of a sudden we'll be back in an interesting spot where a player can win by holding at 7, but now that's true for both players instead of only one of them.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult spot, I think. Looks like Ed is playing his... I think, yeah. Oh, okay, so that was from hand.
Yep, from base. That one moved in.
Oh, from base. Okay, sorry. So we're just holding even more, moving more might into it.
What do we have left?
Oh,
nothing. We're fresh out.
Did we just... Ouch.
Something in hand, perhaps? I'm trying to count. I think there's 15 units in the main deck, but we are in game 2, so some might have been sided out.
Yeah, he did have another Minotaur in hand. He had another Cadrigan in hand. He had...
Oh, you're right. That seems like most of them.
Yeah, so it does seem like they're mostly in his hand, potentially. I'm trying to think if there's like any way that he can recycle them back in his deck as well if they're in the discard pile. And I'm not sure.
I don't think so, but we'll have to keep our eyes peeled, perhaps, for something like that.
Eyes peeled.
I think it is very telling that this Minotaur is important for Edric to hang around. We know Challenge can snipe a Minotaur in the back, but not both of them if you only have one copy of that card. So really valuing keeping things like Fight or Flight at bay. And Aurora, some cards are just a little clunky, right? Like, your ramp is really good at getting your Aurora out early, which is exactly what your deck wants to do. Doesn't really do anything once we've churned through basically all the Auroras in the game.
Yeah, definitely great point. Once you've already gone through them, what is this Catalyst of Aeons doing? What are like different things like Mobilize doing? It's a great point that like once you're there, what are you going to do? I will say, I guess there's some world where like we don't have 10 runes down. If we ever want to play the Volibear that's in our spot, we do need more runes.
I completely forgot there was a Volibear in that spot.
Yeah, I was actually thinking like, are there any other Volibears in his deck? I don't think so. And it's like the one time you would want your chosen guy to actually play it on the Aurora. But yeah, there is that option as well to bring him in. I will say it does look like Ed's deck is a little bit built for playing from hand more because we see Confront, which allows him to come in ready. And so he still could play Cadrigan ready with Confront even.
I'm trying to think.
Or Volibear.
For Steven, I think you have to try and make a push to win this turn. And I don't think you can win this game by double conquering, which means you're now trying to win by holding. And if you're trying to win by holding, you have to break one of these battlefields first. So we're going to pump up a Mind Splitter here with Punch first. That's going to go from 7 to 12 power, 12 might.
So 12 might on this one. It does, so both battlefields, okay, top battlefield is...
I did the math already.
Oh, you did?
25.
Oh, God, 25. And then the bottom one is one left.
17 plus 4, 21.
21, okay, you've already done it. Yeah, we're not fully there yet. I'm glad you did the math.
We did challenge Cadrigan, though, so...
Oh, Swanstead.
Out of there.
Still 12 down there.
Gets punched by the big Mind Splitter. Rumbling on in. Hello, my giant Mind Splitter would like to take out your units. You only have 8 plus 4, that's 12. Hey, I'm rolling with a, that's also a 12. So
oh, wow.
Showing something here. Sky Splitter. Gonna try and change it here. There's a hard bargain available. Steven does have a window to play this as a reaction if he wants. Is gonna go ahead and do so, cut that off. And I think the plan right now is to hold this battlefield and then just send it with your bullet time.
It looks like that could very potentially be the way to win here. We do have 2 units as well in base, so as long as they're able to make their way in,
Shovel? Yeah.
7 and 8 points. Well,
okay, this is nice. This is really nice. Okay, so here's what's happening. Shovel's getting equipped. We are recycling 2 units. That is the cost of equipping a shovel. Both Volibears are going on the bottom of the deck. So we are going to hit a Volibear if I've done if I've counted units correctly. So that means a Volibear is going to join this battlefield that has this Mind Splitter on it. The Sky Splitter actually took out the other Mind Splitter that had already been marked for damage. So that Mind Splitter didn't make it. But the backup Mind Splitter is going to make it. So that basically traded off because they just left both at 12. MF's going to go over here. And I think the plan is, I mean, bullet times are going to do that much damage out at this point. It was much better when you had 8 runes that you could potentially channel away from it. Now you only have 4. But trying to hold up enough spells here to just hold for this final point, because I don't think if Ed double holds, he's basically in the same spot. So you have to get on base first and then just try and hold on for this final point. As we're going to flip over quite a few cards here. Again, there are 2 Volibears on the bottom. At light speed we go.
I will say the one negative thing about Aurora is your opponent gets to see your entire deck. But yep, there is that Volibear.
I like it.
I
think there's aura. So showing your opponent your entire deck. Yeah, I think it's just like, look at what I have. Aren't they great?
Very dazzling.
Can you beat this?
How much did
All right, so 10, 7, 17 plus 4, 21 once again, plus 2 might on the shovel. So 23 might currently hanging out over on the battlefield. And Volibear does not give one of your units ganking. That's misfortune.
It does not. That is misfortunes. And so we only have 10 in base.
There's 25 stranded on that top battlefield. That would be really nice in base right now.
That would be really nice in base right now. We do have Confront in hand, so cards that we play could come in ready. Do we have anything? I'm trying to see if there's any.
Anything to confront? There's. Oh, that's a Stormbringer. There is a sweeper in the hand. That is going to do a lot of damage. Choosing it in your base. I'm going to choose this 5 might one. Deal damage equal to its might to all enemy units out of battlefield. Then move your unit here. So that's going to take out 1. Now 5 is going to challenge the rest of this. But there is still damage marked on these units. Do not forget. So Volibear is going to get the shield trigger. That's going to be a little bit bigger. Called an 8 at this point with 5 damage marked on it. Minesplitter is a 9, taking 5 damage. Called a 4. So one thing is going to get taken out here. But this is not enough for Ed to kick off this battlefield.
Yeah, and the sad part here is right now they both have 5 damage on them. Whichever one survives will be healed, and if both of them survive, they will both be healed because at the end of a showdown, all damage is healed.
That's it.
It looks like showdown. The punch first does come down, and Ed just goes and concedes. That's a 2-0 for the Misfortune.
Didn't need the bullet time, but punch first was enough. Very nicely navigated by both players. Steven correctly identifying their turn, where I have to go here. I have to go. If I don't get a unit on this battlefield, I am not going to break the might you have presented. Ed had so much might. We were counting 20s constantly on both these battlefields. And yet Steven found the line to hold with only 1 unit. You only need 1, whether it's a Plundering Poro or a Minesplitter. You only need 1.
You only need 1, and he was able to get that win. Honestly, when there was over 40 might in the battlefield and over 50 if you included Ed's base, I didn't think he was going to be able to pull it off, but he was, and Steven still brought out the win 2-0, I think.
I think for round 1, I could not be happy with the match we've got. And you know what? We've got a bit of bonus content too, because we have a winner with the interview from this game.
All right, Steven, that was a crazy end of that game. I walked away when the board was completely cluttered. Great comeback.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. He got, I think one of his battlefields had like 20-something might, and the other one also had like 22 might. I think it was like 22, and he had 10 more in the base. That was...
I wrote you off, and maybe I shouldn't have, so I walked away, and I'm like, wow, you won that one? Great stuff. So, Emma Aurora, why'd you choose it for the event?
Honest answer, I feel like there's a lot of Draven representation, and I do fairly decent into it as long as I see Aurora. I think the hard part is when I run into Miracle and they high roll, but besides that, I also did not have a lot of testing going into the event, so I felt like playing something that's pretty simple, like ramp up, put down Aurora, put down your bodies, and just try to play it out from there was a lot safer than trying to like play something complicated, really, like without much practice.
Sounds great. So overall thoughts on the metagame and the tournament? Got any big predictions for the weekend?
I feel like it's pretty... I mean, I'm only going based off yesterday. It wasn't like too diverse, but I feel like today we're seeing a lot more representation. I definitely need to walk by at least like 4 Garens in the room, which is like... I'm praying for one.
God bless them.
Yeah, they got that. But besides that, I feel like it's nice. The venue space is really good. It's really big. A lot of judges on staff, which I heard was going to be a problem, but it feels like it's working out pretty well today. And yeah.
All right, awesome, great stuff. Well, good luck today. Great start of the tournament, and good luck.
Thank you.
So decided to play Aurora because they wanted to play something simple. Would you describe that last game set as simple, Ursaday?
I don't know if I would call that last game state simple. I will say maybe Aurora, I can see what he's saying, but when you're going up against 50 plus might, I don't think I don't even think I could do the math. It wasn't so simple.
There's a lot of math to do. My brain already hurts. And this is round 1. I do like that, wanting to play the Garen. Again, bless the Garen players. I know Tia's out there representing, trying to win the best of again, which will be a pretty amazing feat. I do like, being honest with yourself. I see them out there. I appreciate that the Garen players are playing. I would like to pair into you because I think my matchup is good.
Oh, no.
All right, well, that was an awesome round 1. We do have a break, but don't go too far away. Round 2 from Las Vegas Regional Qualifier here for Riftbound is coming right up.
All right, I'm here with Randy, fresh off his top 8 in Bologna. Here in Las Vegas, looking to try and do it again. I mean, even in Houston, there's a top 64 finish, so you've been going...
32.
32?
32, almost.
All right, so back to back to back of making the top cut is the goal here. How are you feeling coming into Vegas?
Honestly, pretty confident. I made some changes to the deck. Playtested a bit more because I was very light on playtest for Bologna. Just switched deck last minute. And yeah, feeling pretty good.
Okay, and I mean, let's get into the deck a little bit. Why not? You know, you swapped from Sivir in China, getting that top 4, over to Draven, able to make the top 8. Tell me a little bit about your version of Draven, because it is a bit different. You were playing some unique tech cards.
Yes. So me and Talion, my friend, we built like a special Draven. So I switched from Sivir because I figured people were going to play very slow because it's the start of the set, they're getting to know the cards, they don't really know. And Sivir is a very control/combo heavy deck, so she wins in the late game. She needs the game to go long. And I felt like it would be a hindrance to my ability to top if I took this deck for 13 rounds. So I decided to switch to Draven, and we built a version of Draven that's in between the two current popular version. You have mid-range Draven, which plays a lot of tricks and heavy creatures like Mindspeeder, Forerunner, and all that stuff. And you have Miracle Draven, which plays Seals, Cold Shot, Ezreal, and tries to go fast with a Ram. And we built something that's like in between with an interesting side deck, and we think that's just the best deck in the game by a pretty large margin. So 2 of us took it last week. I got to top 8. He went day 2 and finished, I don't know, top 100. I don't know. Not very great for him, but still pretty good. So yeah.
All right, I mean, with that confidence level coming in, where do you see yourself placing? Is this another top 8 for Randy?
I'm aiming for the win, obviously. So top 8 would be good for stability, consistency. I mean, it's pretty hard, honestly. Over 1,500 players entering, 8 make it to the final stage. Top 8 would be great, obviously, but I really want that win. Top 4 in China, top 8 last week. I wanna get this one.
All right, well, let's see if you can continue on this legacy you're building in Riftbound. Good luck in the tournament, Randy, and hopefully we'll see you on the stage.
Thank you.
So those were some awesome games of Riftbound. If anyone is interested in starting Riftbound, one great way to do that is by going to your local card game shop and finding the Nexus Knights. They are so much fun to play in and a great way to get started in Riftbound.
Absolutely. I think one of the most rewarding things about any card game is meeting the people in your local area, playing games, getting better, and honestly just making friends. I
agree. I think it's honestly the best part about card games in general. Just how much fun the community is.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot to love as far as Riftbound. There's really everything to offer, right? We're here at almost the top level of competition, right? These players are trying to qualify for the pinnacle of Riftbound organized play, which hasn't even been announced yet as far as when that's going to happen. And already this many players are turning up. But there's things you can do. You can do it next time. It's much more casual, really chill. Get to know your local scene. Maybe play a Volibear, you know?
Yeah, true. Volibear is fun. But
okay, with that, we do have a fun bit of content coming up that I'm pretty sure we were both in. Do you remember words you may have said yesterday?
About Nexus Knights?
No. We're going to throw to some hot takes. We'll see who had the most scorching hot take as we throw to this little video of a Casanova interviewing some people you may recognize.
Maybe.
I got to ask you got any hot takes for the weekend?
Garen's the best deck in the format. There's nothing close. All these people are playing Draven and Ezreal. They don't know what's up. Yep. It's Garen or bust.
Yeah.
I think Aurelia will convert more than Draven into top 8. I think that's a hot take. I think the deck's really good. I think it maybe can win this weekend, but obviously hasn't had quite the best results, even though I think it's very powerful. But I think Aurelia is going to do really well this weekend. That's my hot take.
Hot takes. Draven isn't actually the best deck. Ezreal Resident Sleeper. Nobody builds Aurelia right.
Hot takes for the weekend. I actually don't even know if it's a hot take anymore. I don't think Draven is winning this weekend, respectfully. I do think Volley might make an appearance in top 8.
Ooh. Okay, that's certifiably hot.
I think my hot take for the weekend is I want to see Annie in the finals.
Annie in the finals. Okay, that's a pretty good one. That is a hot take for sure.
Yeah, I think one of these players who came into the event saying, you know what, I'm going to play one of the less popular legends and get a best of card, it's going to sneak into top 8. They're going to have good matchups, they're going to overdeck really well, they're going to play really well, they're going to find themselves with a little big surprise in the weekend.
Any hot takes? I think Sivir gets it this weekend. I think Alan loses the finals to a Sivir.
Yi destroys Ezreal.
Okay. Do you have any hot takes?
I do have a hot take. My hot take is that there are not enough Yordles in the game right now. I need a Bandle City set immediately, and I need to play Lulu all the time. I need to Stupefy, and I need to polymorph a lot of people. That's my hot take.
Some scorching takes, I have to say there. That was fun.
I think my favorite one was the Lulu. I would be so down to see Lulu in the game, like chosen champion Lulu. It all tastes like purple.
It does? Yes, allegedly.
I think that's what she says, right? I haven't played
yes,
in a while.
That's what she says. I do think that I like the person that was just like firing off hot takes. It was like, Aurelia's going to win, Draven sucks, Ezreal's Resident Sleeper. That's the kind of energy I like people bring into the game here. As we are going to get ourselves into round 2 in just a moment. We may have spoiled the matchup for you all just earlier, but we'll throw up the deck list in just a moment when we have them ready, just to, refresh your memory about what we're going to get into here for round 2.
Yeah, we'll have to see if those hot takes are real. I think it was Draven versus Irelia. Supposedly Irelia's not built correctly, and Draven's not what everyone thinks it is, so maybe we'll see that in this next game.
But one of them has to win.
One of them does have to win, that's true.
So certainly that's going to be coming up in just a moment. Again, a matchup I'm really excited for. I think this is a matchup that many players coming into this event, especially obviously if you're piloting either side of this, you expect to play this quite a lot. So I do think players will be very practiced on how to approach these matchups.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be great to see. Like, we've had some great gameplay, obviously, between Jinx and Rumble and the Volibear and Misfortune, but I'm not sure they had the reps into those decks as much as we're going to see with this Draven and Irelia. And we're going to get some, hopefully, seasoned gameplay of knowing what to do each turn and hopefully figuring out the way to win.
All right, so we'll have a look at the deck list for our round 2 matchup coming up in just a moment. I may have misremembered, because it's Leona, baby! Leona going to be on stream.
I do love Leona. I said this to you earlier. I think I'm maybe one of the few players with a negative win rate into Leona. I've never beaten it. And I think with set 2, it only gets better. You have the Wonk, which is absolutely insane, or a Pete that is a stun. Stun is so much fun in this game. It absolutely just cuts out the might that the unit would be able to deal, and you still get to deal might to it. It can just basically send them back. You also see like really cool Emperor's Divide, but I'm going to watch that Silicorn Herder, I think, to see if it can draw the cards it needs.
Yeah, these are honestly just domains, at least in this combination, that we just do not see. We see a lot of Khan, right? Aurelia running around the place, see some Yasuo sometimes, see some Ahri is a reasonably represented deck often. And we know kind of what the toolbox of those cards do, things like Zhonya's, GA, not so fast, all these new tools added. And, we don't see that much order. Victor really is the one that runs the order. And Leona's not running any cards that Victor wants to run. It's all Leona cards, right? There's 3 Zenith Blade in the main deck there, really trying to leverage Leona's legend ability.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if they can do it in a way that brings them the win. I will say the one leader that has a similar color scheme, unless my color blindness is like making me completely forget, Azir, green and yellow. Absolutely love him. Obviously, there are some huge differences. Azir's running a lot more gears. This one's going for a lot more stuns, but it is the same domains.
All right, we'll see what's on the other side then, because everything I know is a lie, and that's not anyone's fault but my own. Who's on the other side? It is no shot we're playing a mirror. We are playing a Leona mirror in round 2 of the regional qualifier.
But they're completely different.
They are completely different.
The other one was built more around that stun package that comes with Leona herself, and this one with baited hook, which we've seen a little bit in Darius. We saw a little bit in Fiora. In China, I think there was like a baited hook in the finals in one of the regional opens over there. And now in Leona, I'd love to see it do well.
This is going to be such an exciting matchup. I mean, Baited Hook, definitely a very unique card, a very powerful card. We'll talk more about that as we get into the games themselves. But big differences here, much bigger units that the Leona deck wants to play. Really trying to take advantage of the hook to effectively cheat on some costs. Think about the thing Aurora does, where you play this big gear, but once you play it, you get to basically put very, very big units into play for free. Hook needs to do a little more work to get to that point, but the end result is roughly the same. You're trying to go from a smaller to mid-range thing to a significantly bigger thing.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they're able to pull it off. I mean, there's a lot of really cool units in this deck that could lead into it. I'm looking at that Harnessed Dragon. That could be cool. It's basically a kill spell. When you play it, you get to kill a unit. We have things like this Green Ornn. We have Yellow Darius, not the Darius you normally see. And I think Tasty Faithfolk was my favorite card of set 1.
Well, there's one here as well, potentially for the Baited Hook to hit, but let's stop the happening once again. It is time to get down to our feature match once more for round number 2. We're here in Las Vegas. Luna Nicole is playing Leona Radiant Dawn, and Straw Hat Skull is playing, what do you know? Leona Radiant Dawn.
I don't think that it was... You know, I might not have expected a Rumble round 1.
Mm-hmm.
I did not expect a Leona versus Leona anywhere in the tournament. 2 different battlefields, but both very interesting ones. Trifarian War Camp is one that affects both people attacking and defending. It is +1 might, and so that's going to be really interesting in figuring out the trade-offs of might and who's going to win. And then also Dreaming Tree, when you target a friendly unit, you get to draw an extra card, and I think Leona had a little bit of difficulty with... A lot of decks had difficulty set 1 with maintaining card resources. Maybe it's going to help a bit.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the calm package that Nicole is playing, very much kind of reminiscent of things like Ari. So something like Dreaming Tree, which both Aurelia and Ari, and now Leona apparently, do share as a common bit of DNA, does make a lot of sense. Really utilizing, you know, lots of the stuns, lots of the tricks, lots of the buffs. On the other side, we're playing a Brutalizer on turn 1. We are trying to make some big might numbers, because again, the thing to remember with Baited Hook, you need to care about what might numbers you are going from and to. And equipping your units, especially with something like Brutalizer, which gives 3 might, +1 plus the +2 if you do it that turn, that lets you hook from a very small unit into a very big unit. And that's exactly the kind of resource imbalance you're looking to take advantage of.
Yeah, it's going to be so nice. And you would think with Baited Hook, like having to, I think it's kill your unit that has the might would be bad, but we've talked so much about how holding is strong because you don't expect your unit to survive. So you kill the guy and then you get your new one in base that's still protected. So it does work out. Stellarcorn Herder is going to come down, and this is one of those cards that's just so nice for drawing. Whenever we move, Stellarcorn Herder will draw one. Similar to Traveling Merchant, but now we get to draw, not just discard.
Yeah, costs twice as much, but is, I would argue, more than twice as powerful, maybe, especially in the decks that want to move a lot. Obviously, Aurelia loves this card, but in general, I feel like Calm was wanting more options for card draw, and this is one of the most stellar ones and in the game. Lonely Poro, though, going to go ahead and poke around one of the battlefields, maybe?
Ooh, I think Lonely Poro is adorable. I love Lonely Poro, and we will have to watch that Death Knell. It is a draw effect as well. When Lonely Poro is killed, you're able to draw 1.
And don't make the mistake I made when I played this. If I died alone. One of the saddest pieces of text printed on a Riftbound card. But Death Knell, if I die alone, draw 1.
It's a Lonely Poro. You're not allowed to make it not alone.
Yeah. And War Camp, by the way, I feel like the Casanova, by the way, big Baited Hook Fiora enjoyer.
Oh, no.
So sorry that they're missing this match. But I do remember the other thing that War Camp does to you in Baited Hook decks is you get Might, which doesn't sound all that good because it works for both players. So, you know, kind of in the wash as far as doing the math on the Might goes. But when you move a unit there, well, the unit at that battlefield that has more Might. And Baited Hook cares a lot about the Might number on the unit. Not printed on the unit, the Might number that it has at the time you sacrifice the unit. When Hook gets played, don't worry, we'll bring it up. That's going to be one we are absolutely going to have to read. But Leona is making her appearance from the Chosen Champion Zone into the base for Nicole.
Yeah, we get to see that Chosen Champion. Leona is a very nice card, also very fun character to play. Leona determined she does have shield, which we saw a lot of with Rumble, with the Volley Bear, so she gets +1 when she defends. But also, when she attacks, she gets to stun her enemy unit there. The hope is that Leona will have more might than her opponent, and she'll be able to kill it without it killing her.
And of course, that plays into the Leona Legend ability, which, if I remember the text correctly off the top of my head, when you stun a unit, buff a unit.
Yes, I believe that is correct.
So even more might. So a lot of really good numbers that Leona gets to pump out here. Seal of Unity going to be popped onto the battlefield here. Again, Baited Hook costs a lot of power to run. So triple yellow seal here for Straw Hat Skull, which makes a lot of sense. And it's going to be...
Vanguard Captain. Vanguard Captain is a...
Yep.
I believe...
if you Legion, make 2 recruits here.
Exactly, it makes 2. And so by playing that Seal of Unity, honestly, it is such a strong turn to pull off. You get your seal down, which is almost permanent resources. You get to also spin the Vanguard Captain power that and get more and more units.
Yeah, very Victor coded here, playing a Vanguard Captain to a Trofarian War Camp. That's a lot of extra might spread across. But it's time to raid Baited Hook because it has been played. A 3 energy gear, pay 1 and a power exhaust this. Kill a friendly unit. That doesn't seem like a very fun thing to do. But if you do so, you look at the top 5 cards of your main deck. You may play a unit from among them that has might up to 1 more than the killed unit, ignoring its cost. Then recycle the rest.
Yeah, and that is so nice. And it doesn't matter too much bringing one off the battlefield to kill because you've already gotten the point.
Exactly.
And that's all that really matters.
Yeah, I think especially things like Vanguard Captain, right, already made 2 extra recruits that are left behind. You really want things that either do things when they enter the game, when they leave the game, or if you're really lucky, both. Because you are going to constantly be kind of bouncing units between zones with things like Baited Hook. And then again, when you equip, when you're at the war camp, when you can make things bigger, you can kind of go from a very small might unit like a 3 all the way to something else. In fact, let's just do a little bit of math right now on stream. Vanguard Captain's currently at 3 might. Brutalizer would be plus, 4 for the war camp, excuse me. 4 from the war camp, plus 3 from the Brutalizer on the same turn it's attached. That's 7. So if you activate Baited Hook, sacrificing your Vanguard Captain after you do all those steps, you can look at the top 5 cards of your deck, and you can pull a unit that has cost, is it might? It's up, it matches might. So might 8 or less. Goes up to 1 more, and then you look from that top all the way down. And you get to play it ignoring its cost. That seems quite good.
Yeah, it seems really nice. Or you could even do these smaller units, like the recruits that were free to play in the first place. There are 2 in the Trofarian War Camp. Imagine you hit another Vanguard Captain and it makes 2 more.
Yeah, or if you get the Brutalizer, you can now look for a 6, right? Because it's insane. 5 might plus the 1 that Hook goes. So the words ignoring its cost, as we've learned from things like Hook and Aurora, very powerful piece of text to put on a Riftbound card. But we are back to the other side. Sorry for the Baited Hook tutorial. Hope you all enjoyed it here. As Nicole going to go ahead and pop a Zenith Blade onto the board. It is time to do one of the coolest things in Riftbound. This spell is so sick.
Yeah, Zenith Blade is an interesting one. We'll have to see what we're able to pull off here. What exactly does Zenith Blade do here?
Let's give it a read, because Zenith Blade has a lot of text on it.
It does.
Action. Stun an enemy unit at a battlefield. Costs 2 power, by the way, so you know it's good. You may move a friendly unit to that enemy unit's battlefield. And so stun and move something, basically. Yeah, so you stun a unit at a battlefield. You can then move a friendly unit from your base to that battlefield, and then Leona's going to get an attack trigger when she moves over and buff herself thanks to the legend. So pretty much what happened is Leona's coming in, stunning 2 things, moving for free, still stays ready, and is going to now just try and cut down the things at this war camp, though. So it doesn't matter that there's 4 units on the side here for Straw Hat Skull. It doesn't matter they have extra might from the war camp, because 2 of them are stunned and can't do anything in combat.
Yeah, what are they supposed to do there? And that buff from Leona is just going to keep helping her. She is currently a 6 might unit here at the Trofarian War Camp, so she could kill a good number of Straw Hat Skull's units.
Yeah, 2 4s and 2 2s is kind of the way to look at it here. 2 3 might units plus 2 1s, giving +1 to the war camp, because again, math is mathing. Only 6 might, as you pointed out from the war camp there, so gonna do the math and take out 2. Not gonna take any damage, but does have to go back to base, because I don't know if you know this, and I had to learn this very early on playing against the Leona. If you are the attacker and move into a stun battlefield, the stun units win the combat if they're left. So the attackers get kicked out, but the good news is, because Zenith Blade doesn't ready you to move, you can just go straight back in.
At least, yeah, that is so nice, and they'll potentially activate a kill here this time. We get another stun, and stuns do last throughout your turn. So we could potentially stun one, left it there stun, and now we can come in, hopefully not get dealt too much damage, and take the battlefield. It looks like exactly what's going to happen. And Trofarian War Camp is definitely a nice one to hold.
So a very Yasuo-coded thing. I should probably stop saying X-coded things on stream. Here for Leona. Moved in for free with the Zenith Blade. Got kicked out thanks to all the stuns, but still stunned a couple units moving in. Moved back in, stunned another unit because of the attack trigger, and then cleaned up the entire battlefield. And because 2 stuns happened, 2 buffs happened. So Leona's got a buff, and that little lonely paw is not so lonely now. Got a buff as well on the Dreaming Tree.
He's going to have to stay lonely, though, if he wants to draw a card. But, yeah, I mean...
Worth it. Stay there.
Stay up there in the Dreaming Tree. But he will be 3 might if Straw Hat does want to come up into that Dreaming Tree. No units on board right now, though, which is pretty nice for our other Leona players.
That was such an efficient use of Zenith Blade to clear an entire battlefield. Again, quite a bit of complexity there with lots of different triggers and readying and moving back, or moving and still being ready to go back in. But the end result is wiping your opponent's board and giving your unit some extra stats while holding 2 battlefields and scoring some points. So 3 points to 1, feeling pretty good. And we are going to go into the Baited Hook mode in just a moment, because that lonely paw, I have to tell you, It's going to die alone.
It is about to die alone here. It is currently, though, a 5, meaning we can look for a unit up to 6 might. And let's see what happens. We are going to have to read the text a little bit about baited hook, but I don't think many of us practice too much against baited hook.
Depends how much your testing group might be cooking, I suppose.
Or how much they really like.
We're going to look at 5. I see a 3. What else do we have? I see another baited hook. That's not something you can bust out of the top of your library, unfortunately. I see a seal, and the selection is going to be... Oh, that's a Darius. That's not so bad. Your Lonely Poro drew you a card and made a Darius.
Yeah, not so bad at all. And the rare yellow Darius is going to come into play here. Let's see what they're able to do with it, though.
Do you like what's happening here? Again, a nice way to answer back here. Have a quick read of Darius in the order domain, because again, don't think we expect to see too much yellow Darius today. So this one, and we know what the direct one does. We saw it a lot in Origins there out of Kai'Sa. This one costs 6, is 6 might, which is works out pretty nicely. Legion, when you play me ready, we've certainly done that, having to play that Lonely Poro. And other friendly units have +1 here wherever I am. And as you kind of noted, there's a lot of things that make additional units that do extra things when you're going in and out of the battlefield. So things like Vanguard Captain, which is a card Victor loves. Victor would probably play this card if it was reasonable for him to cast. But in a baited hook Leona deck, much easier to put in play. And now we're going to go ahead and challenge the poor Lonely Poro on the Dreaming Tree.
Yeah, 6 versus 3. I think this Darius is going to take the win here on the showdown. We do have 3 runes here, though, on Luna's side, so there could be some different spells, but it looks like the Poro will die. We're going to get a draw off of that as well, and sad Lonely Poro.
Well, you know what? You get something when your poor precious Poro does perish. You at least get a card at the end of it all.
That is true. So it's not so sad for the user, but it is going to decrease how many units we have on board. At least we still have the Leona on the other side. We are going to play Leona as well to our base, and it looks like we will be passing.
Yeah, nice little rebuild here, just playing Chosen Champion. Again, you saw how good Leona was early on for Nicole. You have to think if you're playing a Leona deck, it's going to be a similar story here, even if the decks are very different. So you're going to hold to 4 points here. Currently ahead by 2 in the race, which is a pretty good spot to be, but Darius, of course, hanging out with 6 might over there. Probably nothing to really worry about as far as tricks go with all the runes currently exhausted, but still want to make sure you progress the game forward, because you know as every turn this hook goes, your opponent is trying to get a maximum value. So generally you want to try and mitigate the activations, because something else is always going to happen. You're never just going to play a unit and not get something. You know, Lonely Poro is getting played. It doesn't just transform into a Darius, it also draws you a card. And things are going to get worse once this hook deck can find more and more things to kind of combo together, right? By getting an effect, again, from the unit you play, but also the unit you find on top.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how big these units can get and how well this baited hook works in Leona. I mean, it's Leona versus Leona, but 2 completely different decks. And so interesting to see how different players can pilot, but also craft these different leaders.
I also want to point out, there is a sleeve kind of dangling between the base and the champion zone there for Nicole. I believe that is a hidden card. So at the battlefield there, yep, gonna look at it like it's a little trap, and it is indeed a hidden card there for Leona. It could be Hidden Blade, the most obvious of the hidden cards. Telecon Hoarder gonna actually get played to base, which makes me feel like, oh, actually interesting, just wants to move Leona away and have the Hoarder hold it instead. So still holding up 1. The hidden card's still there as well. So options here for Nicole. We're going to pass on back and see if she can't hold on to this point at the war camp.
Yeah, let's... Stelicorn Herder is an interesting choice to hold here. It is only 4 might compared to the 6 that Leona had, but hopefully there's some type of stun that could come down, and stuns are really interesting even into these big mighted units, and I think that's something to watch for. Obviously, Leona is very built to stun. Leona Chosen Champion itself is, I think it's when attack stun.
Yes.
So if any of these units come up into the Trifarian War Camp, even if, let's say, they were multiple times larger than Stelicorn Herder, if Luna can stun it, it can't deal damage, and as you mentioned earlier, will just be bounced back into its base.
Okay, well, Strawhead Skull, I talked about, wanting to get value out of your baited hook. It is Value Town USA right now. Unsung Hero. When it's a little unit, only a 2 might unit, but if it's mighty when it dies, you get to draw 2 cards. Well, Brutalizer, 2+3 as it turns out when you attach. That's 5, so you have a mighty unit. It goes away. You get a Glass Mixologist off the top of your deck, finding a 5 might unit with another Death Knell that helps you kind of recur cards back from your graveyard. And all of a sudden, you turned your little 2-drop into a 5-drop, and 2 cards.
That is really, really nice. Very unsung hero, and definitely the hero of the turn. It is going to make it now up to 11 might up in the streaming tree, which is just so much.
Darius also giving 1 more as well to units that are here with him.
True.
It's 12 total, I believe. I don't think Darius buffs himself, and it's going to be Hidden Blade targeted at the Stellacorn Holder. Now, you do get to draw cards as the controller of the unit that dies, which has to feel pretty good. But of course, if the Stellacorn Holder goes away, that hidden card's going with it.
Yeah, I wonder what the hidden card is, if it is something that could help here. Hidden Blade is battlefield only, but I'm not sure that there's anything that could pull it out of the battlefield.
Ooh.
Oh, it's Zhonya's, though, which does mean Stellacorn Herder will be able to survive this Hidden Blade. It'll be moved back to base. And, I mean, it's just really nice to be able to keep that Stellacorn Herder alive.
Yeah, I think important note, Zhonya's recalls the unit, puts it back to it, which explicitly in the reminder text says this isn't a move, which is very important for this exact case with Stellacorn Herder. So you don't get to draw an extra card. You do get to save your unit. Interesting. Drawing for turn? I might be misunderstanding how the interaction works, but maybe not.
That's okay.
Oh, Hidden Blade. There we go.
The Hidden Blade drew 2.
Yeah, okay. Sure. Everything's above board. Don't you worry. Hidden Blade. Oh, interesting. Hidden Blade still lets you draw the cards even though it did die. It just got replaced. That is confusing.
Yeah, so it does survive. I mean, it stays alive in the base. We do get those 2 cards, and then it's going to be really nice for Leona.
Those effects are not tied explicitly together. The unit doesn't have to die for you to draw the cards.
Exactly.
Which I guess in theory means you could do it to your own unit if you had a Zhonya's.
I was actually interested, like, if it was a hidden blade, could they both kill it and then you draw 4?
You might actually. I'd have to.
I don't know.
I don't know. You know what? That's a rules question I'm going to ask in a rounds off because I'm curious to know because that would be a fun bit of value to get. Instead, we pass it on back. It is 3 points to fall here. Straw Hat Skull, establishing a pretty nice board, especially in that northern battlefield, but still plenty to go here. Leona back in base where kind of she wants to be. You can see both players actually leaving her back for the exact value you prescribed, where Leona does want to be attacking to get those stun triggers, and that cascades into a whole bunch of fun stuff for Leona to get to do. But right now, it's I think 12 might in the top battlefield versus only the 8 we can see right now on base. And as we know, plenty of tricks, plenty of moves, plenty of fun things for Leona here to try and pick apart these battlefields, but do want to do it pretty carefully, especially when your opponent is presenting 2 runes as well.
Yeah, and 2 can just be so many things, a little bit less in green and yellow, but still a lot that it could be as an answer. It does look like Guardian Angel is going to get played. Guardian Angel is very similar to Zhonya's, except that as a gear, it attaches directly to a unit. So Zhonya's only bad thing is that it's the next unit that gets killed, but because GA is attached to one specifically, it's whenever the one you're attached to dies. So you can be much more targeted on which one will end up bringing or recalling back.
Yeah, getting the extra might as well also makes it a bit better on offense because you can kind of send in, get a stun here from Leona maybe, trade off with the unit, die, but the GA pops, and then go back to base and go again. I don't see another way to ready or move right now in Nicole Sanchez. She flashed it very briefly, but there's a lot of spells
I do
in the
think
hand
it's
as well.
Discipline, which could be helpful here.
I think there's also, I think it's Emperor's Call, Emperor's Divide.
There was an Emperor something in the deck list. I do see the card that you're talking about. Not fully.
I'm going to find it.
Okay. But it'll be interesting to see how this happens. Sometimes you would want to maybe play like Discipline early to be able to see what you draw, or make sure it resolves before you bring up a unit that is extra might or would die otherwise. But in this case, because it's Dreaming Tree, we're probably going to want to save these disciplines for when you're actually there so that you can get the additional draw off the Dreaming Tree.
Okay, going in, stunning the Darius, I assume, and then buffing the Stellacorn here. Emperor's Divide was the card I was thinking of, which is Azir's Ultis in League of Legends. In this game, it's an interesting one. It's a hidden card that lets you recall friendly units from a battlefield to your base. So often hidden is kind of a proxy copy of Zhonya's or GA, where you can save your units. It's a bit different, doesn't quite get, maybe not quite as powerful, but kind of does a lot of the things you want it to do. So Discipline, as you noted, is going to come out here, make this Leona even bigger, and draw 2 cards, thanks to that text on Dreaming Tree. So it is a stunned Darius and a Glass Mixologist versus a quite large Leona. 4, 5, 6 plus 2. That'd be 8 might right now.
Yeah, it is going to be able to potentially kill either. We stunned one in the not sure which, but ouch, Thwonk is going to come down. I actually love Thwonk.
It's a great card.
The name as well is top tier Thwonk. You know exactly what's going to happen. You're stunned.
Yep, Rune Prison, pretty good stun card as far as Leona goes. Thwunk, a little bit better. It's an action. It stuns an attacking unit, but you can repeat it, which when you have some extra resources lying around, pretty good to get 2 copies of the spells. Not so fast, Straw Hat Skull.
Not so fast, but that's actually the name of the card that got played as well. Yes, that's another really great name. We got Thwunk, we got Not So Fast. Top tier naming happening in Riftbound here. It is a reaction speed, 1 step up from action itself, and it can counter a spell or ability that chooses a friendly unit or gear. So, Thwunk, you don't get to choose my Leona here. So we are still an 8 versus either 6 or 6.
Yes, it's 2 different 6s, so
different
not going to win out the combo here, because the unit can only deal so much damage. You don't get to do extra damage just because the unit's done. So it is going to be pushed back thanks to how the rules with stun and attacking and defending work. The way to shortcut that in your brain is that defenders win when stunned units are left at a battlefield. So because there was only enough to take out the Darius, which I feel like is the right unit to try and pick off here, Mistologist does get to stay. Stellarcon, though, does get to move on over to the War Camp. Does have a buff, so it's 3 might plus 2 for the different effects that are floating around on it. Draw a card, hide a card, and pretty good times here for Nicole. It's currently at 5 points as Straw Hat Skull kind of getting the value, but struggling to really deal with the continuous Leona plays. In fact, it doesn't even seem that bad to get kicked out of your battlefield as Leona, because you kind of want Leona to be in the base anyway.
Yeah, I would say that it's almost a plus to have your Leona in the base, because you want to be attacking with Leona. She does look, you know, like she would defend well, but she actually attacks well. And so being able to bring her back up in and attack your following turn is just so nice. You get that stun off, which, as we have mentioned, I think the most times all day, is a really great ability.
Yeah, we'll only mention it in this round. In fact, I don't know how much more stun we are going to see throughout the day, but this is a fascinating little, not mirror match exactly, but I mean a fascinating legend mirror match here. Certainly a fascinating matchup between these 2 different versions of this deck. Kind of much more standard, good numbers, good tricks from Nicole, and then Straw Hat Skull with the baited hook in play, trying to extract as much value as possible. Going to start by equipping this Leona, who again is going to buff when a stun happens thanks to the legend ability, and it's going to be quite a bit bigger than this Stellarcon. But there is something hidden, and today it is Emperor's Divide. Going to save that Stellarcon, and this one is a move. You get to draw a card this time.
We love moving as Stellarcon Herder.
I love drawing cards.
We love drawing cards. And so, yeah, get moved back. We are going to be up to 4 points here, so we are starting to close the divide between points, potentially try and come back. 5 versus 5, my bad on that. And let's see if Straw Hat can completely bring it back, but Luna still with 2 units. It's not like either have died here.
Yeah, it's a kind of interesting back and forth, because even though Nicole's constantly picking off units by sending in the Leona and kind of presenting the tricks, has the GA to kind of reset, maybe go again if you find something like a Zenith Blade to, you know, move the Leona with the stun that's attached to that. I don't know how many other ready effects Nicole is playing in her deck, but certainly there's this interesting pattern of like, well, I can pick off your units quite easily. They're quite vulnerable on battlefields in this matchup, because Leona is just so good on offense when she starts stunning things. So, but if you don't kick everyone off, you do get points for holding. So this is kind of ebb and flow of like, I'm going to get points sometimes if I manage to finish the conquer. Even though I'm getting value by picking off your units, I'm not necessarily taking the points away from you. And at the end of the day, the points are the thing that you really have to focus on, especially as you get near the end of it. So 5 apiece as we awaken here for Nicole. And looks like 1 battlefield at least ready to claim here. But is picking off the potential Leona more important, as Straw Hat Skull has presented 4 open runes here on this turn? Going to be quite a lot to navigate here.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what Luna does about the opponent's Leona. Yeah, I do think that there's a little bit of a problem with Leona where she's so strong attacking, not good in defending, and then you have that problem, as you mentioned. But in this case, they both have that problem, so I guess it's not as big of a deal. It will be interesting to see if we can find a way to take both battlefields again, try to pull ahead. But it is rough right now. This Leona is at 7 in the bottom battlefield for Trevarian War Camp. Our Leona only at 6. We could bring both in, but then you potentially have your Leona die as well.
So on the math, they both each have a buff and a +1 piece of equipment. So the math checks out that Nicole's Leona is currently going to win the fight, because the Leona's battlefield is going to get stunned.
Yeah, for some reason I thought there was an extra +1 on this Leona down here. You are correct.
Not going to get to fight back, and she's okay on defense. Does have shield actually, which you did note earlier. That is actually going to matter if we want to travel to the bottom battlefield on Nicole's side. So instead, it's Circle and Holder take the easy point, going to 6, a number that feels pretty good. And you can maybe hold back here, but I do think trying to clear out this Leona feels relatively important, although it kind of depends. How much danger are you putting your Leona into? It's a BF sword being put into the table now. That is going to give enough might for the other Leona to pop in. And again, with the GA, I think Nicole's not too worried. This Leona can get sent in, threaten to hold for the win at 7 points, and just say, you know what? Deal with this, because I don't think you can.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot to deal with, bringing up +3 from the not longsword, from the BF sword, and then also the 1 for War Camp. It's going to be so much here for Straw Hat Scarl to deal with.
Yeah, it's currently 10 on 7, I believe, if we factor in the War Camp. 6+1 versus 9+1. Send in the Leona. Stun your unit. Buff nothing, sadly. There's nothing that's unbuffed.
Yeah.
You're going to get some extra value, but still going to feel pretty good here. Pass it on over, and there's a death grip.
+5 here. It is stunned, so it won't be able to kill our Leona, but it could push us back. And going up to 6 points does not seem good for Luna Nicole.
I just love the synergy that's present in this beta hook version of Leona. The death grip reaction, I think, oh, never mind.
Ooh,
We're not going to get to the read it because
though.
Defy happens. So that would have not only buffed and drawn a card, but triggered the Mixologist, which gets the unit back from your trash into the base. So
Oh, wow.
ton of value presented on the death grip. And Nicole reads the card for 2 seconds like, nah, I don't think so. Defy that one away and try and hold for the win here. Again, 7 points with 2 units on each, 1 unit on each battlefield, threatening to win if Straw Hat Skull can't displace these units from their current places.
Yeah, I think Defy is one of those cards with fantastic flavor text. It's exactly what I think when I play Defy. No.
No.
I only need one word.
Yeah, there's this long-standing term across, I think, a number of different games where spells like this are typically called permission spells. Because when you play a spell, your opponent holding the permission spell, you have to ask them permission if it can resolve.
That makes
and
sense.
Defy is simply giving you the answer. No,
No.
you don't have permission.
Actually, no. I love that. That's a really great name for it. This is my first game that has these type of spells in it, so it's very interesting to see. We do have a couple options, though. It looks like I did see Tasty Fate Folk in hand. Tasty Fate Folk does have Accelerate, something to watch out for here to help move in, a unit and potentially wipe Luna Nicole's board, but we'll have to see. We are just doing some math as well, looks like, on this Leona.
Yeah, it's definitely 10 from what I'm reading. 10 with a Guardian Angel, most notably. So even if this Leona is taken out, she's going to be back and available to swing back in to the battlefield. So Straw Hat Skull's got quite a task here, and does have a decent amount of runes, but you have to kick both units off the battlefield, either by taking them out or by stunning them, by pushing them away in some way. And after that, you have to make sure you don't get double conquered on. So Leona's likely going to live through this turn because of that GA. So I'm not sure how much Straw Hat Skull has to maybe make work here, but I see a beta hook. I think I may have Spider Coiled a week. Flicking through the cards very quickly. I'm trying to catch just the tops of the costs. I see the Fey Folk. You mentioned his Glass Mysologist. Going to start in with the simple stuff, I suppose. Rumble on in with the Stellarcon Hoarder. But again, even 1 open, there's something like On Guard if Nicole's got that in her list. There are options here still at 1, but instead we're going to try. We have to try, right? So we're going to start by trying to take out the battlefield that looks a bit easier to take.
Yeah, and potentially we can play something to help this unit win. We could draw more cards off that Dreaming Tree. Ooh, Call of Glory. So Call of Glory is an interesting card because not only does it have a cost that is runes, but it can have an additional cost where instead you pay a buff. And Leona has been making the buffs this game. So suddenly we're not just a 4 at Dreaming Tree. We are now a 7.
Much bigger there for Silicon. Protects it. They Call to Glory, one of the few kind of free spells in the game of Riftbound so far, but it's just so sick. You get to take a buff from the other battlefield, so it doesn't even affect your might there. You get to target your Silicon at the Dreaming Tree for the first time ever, so you get to draw a card. There's just so much good value built into this Leona deck. And again, there's a lot more complexity, perhaps a lot more really cool things happening on the baited hook side for Straw Hat Skull. But in this particular position, when we're trying to kick these units off the battlefield, I mean, Nicole had 1 rune open. She still has 1 rune open. Didn't have to use anything to try and protect that Stelcon, who's still going to stay that big for the rest of this turn.
Yeah, that's going to be so nice. And there is a second buff if we had like a second Call of Glory or needed it. It does look like we have a unsung hero being played again, and we are going to use that Brutalizer to make its might even more to potentially get a really good card off of this baited hook. But to note, Luna Nicole is at 7 points, meaning Straw Hat will have to clear both sides with whatever he pulls off of the baited hook.
Saw a Harness Dragon, which would have been great, but that's not enough might. Only looking for a 6 here in the top, and there is a couple options. No, it is Harness. Oh, Harness Dragon is a 6. I forgot. It costs 8, but it is only 6 might, which makes sense because getting to kill a unit when you play it is quite a powerful effect. So we wanted to give the Dragon less might, but that is actually perfect for a deck like Baited Hook.
Which one will die, though? If we kill the Leona, it does get off to Baron War Camp, but it will still survive in the base. If we kill the Stellicorn Herder, it does officially die.
You have to do both. That's the problem. Both units need to leave these battlefields here. Otherwise, Nicole's going to take game 1 in what is starting to become kind of a tight one. In fact, never mind, Straw Hat Skull decides I did that much. That looked pretty good, but I could not take both battlefields. Nicole going to win game 1 on her, let's call it, regular Leona.
I like it. I did see like Straw Hat did potentially have a way to do. He had a second Harness Dragon in hand, but I saw him count his runes, and I must not have had enough to play a second one. So we are going into game 2. It's going to be a little bit different. That Obelisk of Power for ramping up runes, but also Arena's Greatest to ramp up the speed of our game.
Very interesting that Arena's Greatest would be something that Hook would want to go for, but I guess in general, you're trying to do kind of a lot of powerful things in a somewhat condensed timeline, right? I think in general, games that go really late, unless you have like a big engine building, can maybe be tough to crack through. So I think trying to win a little bit faster, because you are generally deploying things far ahead of schedule, right? Much like Aurora, when you get the things down, you flip a big, Harness Dragon that's got 6 might and kills something when it comes into play. If you do that on like turn 3, let's say, that's very ahead of schedule.
Yeah, that would be absolutely insane. You would clear a board and get that huge might unit down. There's so many options with this baited hook, and it's so cool to see it paired with the equipment.
Yep. Yeah, I think Spiritfold adding a lot to the baited hook decks here. Brutalizer especially giving so much might for so little investment. Just 2 for the gear itself, plus it's free to equip. I mean, you have to recycle a room, but you have to pay resources, let's say, and just giving so much on the attach, which is really the only time it matters. Baited Hook actually a pretty cool deck in that you get to move your equipment around a lot. Typically when you equip equipment, it stays on until the unit goes away. But this deck is trying to take its units away. So you get a lot of additional value there, as Obelisk going to channel an extra one here on turn 1. Straw Hat Skull, I believe, did remember the Arena's Greatest. Ooh. And there's a Vanguard Captain with a seal. That is a real nice opener.
That is such a strong start. Immediately, we get the seal for the baited hook. We get the Vanguard Captain with 3 might and 2 1-might units. Oh my gosh, that is absolutely insane. And going first here, it's only possible because that Obelisk of Power, I will mention, Arena's Greatest and Obelisk of Power are both triggers that you have to call, and it looks like we're potentially still at 0 for Straw Hat's Fall.
I did see him point to the card at the start of the game, so I believe the players have remembered their trigger. It may just not be reflected on the overlay, but we'll see what happens. We'll kind of let it play out here. As now could conquer both here. Going to go for 1, go for 2. Recruit's really good at taking points there, so Straw Hat Skull going to start off at 3. It should be at the end of it all. Ooh. And that's brutal. Call the Week.
Call of the Week is such a strong card. It is 2 and power 1 that we have the seal, so we kind of get to cheat it, but especially when you're making these token units to recruit, that is only 1 might. We didn't really even have to pay for in the first place since Vanguard Captain did it. We can kill one of those, and it's any of the units on Luna's side. Luna, though, only had 1 unit. She had nothing to protect her Leona, and now that Chosen Champion dead in the trash pile.
Yeah, don't get fooled. I believe there's more than 1 copy of this Leona in the deck, but the one that was from the Chosen Champion zone, it's kind of floating between the graveyard and the Chosen Champion zone.
She's trying to crawl back.
That was the one that made it in there. So that one's going to the bin for now. Lonely Poro deployed. Again, quite good in both decks, as it turns out. Fun to see them both utilizing Lonely Poro in such different ways. But already off to a roaring start here for Straw Hat Skull. And again, score not currently updated on the screen. Maybe the players, I know the button they have to tap to update the score. Maybe too locked in.
Yeah, who knows? I did see her write something, so I assume that
I believe it's currently 3 points to 1. That would make sense.
Yeah, they both updated.
Oh, 1 from the Arena's Greatest. There we go. We've solved it.
Yes. So we did get that updated to reflect the Arena's Greatest. Let's see.
But nothing else there for Nicole, just holding up some runes, wanting to try and, this is relatively small units, but wanting to maybe try and fend them off. But here's something bigger. There's Leona out of the champion zone.
I love all the alt arts in this game. They're absolutely
really nice.
Gorgeous. Leona, so cute. She looks like a lion, and I absolutely adore it.
That should be to 5 points now, I believe. So held both
Oh,
after
wow.
conquering. So 5-1 is the start here for Straw Hat Skull. And again, the Arena's greatest accelerating this game. We're still playing to 8, but it feels more like 7 when we start with the 3 point.
Yeah, you're mentioning how potentially Baited Hook could
That's it.
accelerate and go in, but we didn't even need Baited Hook to be able to get 5 points here.
Yeah, and that's it. Game 2 is done. Scooped up there for Nicole. Decided that start was actually just too good. Baited Hook not even needed.
Yeah.
And Straw Hat Skull is going to equal it up in about 3 minutes, I think that game was.
Insane Game 2. Arena's Greatest is able to speed it up so much. It looks like Game 3 is about to start. I assume Luna Nicole is going to go first here. Grove of the God Willow, we saw it earlier. When you hold, able to draw an extra card. And we're also going to be going into Build Temple.
Yeah, Veil Temple's kind of a fun one. When you conquer here, you may ready a friendly gear. If it's an equipment, this is the important part of the text for this deck, you may detach it. This is actually a way for you to detach equipment. Again, some decks, like the Vanguard Armory decks, sometimes like this, you can reactivate Armory. That's pretty sweet. This deck actually wants, weirdly, the unintended function, or the perceived less good function, let's call it. The detaching part actually mattering for moving those equipment around, shuffling the Brutalizers, shuffling the other equipment that Straw Hat Skull has access to here, as players are going to line up here for our final game. Round 2, and already we're going to Game 3 between, again, 2 Leonas that are 1-0.
I love it. I absolutely love it. I would actually, I mean, obviously, getting those Brutalizers moving around would be great, but readying a unit would be so interesting in a Baited Hook deck. I mean, I just think like the Vanguard Captain line, potentially, where you already have those 2 tokens. You could do both, potentially. That being said, only up to 2 might, but still crazy.
You figured it out. That's actually the best use case for it.
Oh,
I completely
let's go.
forgot. It's ready a friendly gear. If it's an equipment, you detach it. Baited Hook, thank you for reminding me yesterday, is a gear. So that is a way to use Baited Hook multiple times in a turn. A single hook, that is immensely powerful. We kind of saw that like in the value game, Luna Nicole felt pretty comfortable.
Oh, yeah.
Baited Hook, pretty good when you do it once. Backbreaking if you can do it more than once a turn. And there's a hook right on time.
Yeah, Baited Hook immediately coming down here. Game 1 came down at a pretty good speed. Game 2, you didn't even need it to win. Game 3, turn 1, absolutely insane. And we are going to have to see how Luna Nicole deals with it, because not only does she have to deal with it immediately after turn 1, she's potentially having to deal with it as well twice a turn. But Leona is already made, also with that Guardian Angel, so it is kind of 2 copies down.
Yeah, it's a pretty big Leona. Going to be a 6 if it stuns a unit thanks to the Legend ability. Kill a gear, though, salvaging that Guardian Angel, so no extra protection. And notably, Nicole had to recycle 2 runes to make that play. Played the Leona, but paid a power for both the GA equip and the Leona herself. So not a lot of resources here to work with, and Straw Hat Skull's deciding to play a bit slower here, wanting to set up a bigger Baited Hook turn. They're just saying, you know what, 1 Leona right now, not particularly scary when they only have 4 other runes.
Yeah, he is getting set up, though. He's got that Seal of Unity already in play that can help with this Baited Hook. We are going to be moving up Leona, though, to that God Willow. Because Straw Hat has no cards in play, as in units in play, hopefully this Leona will be able to draw a card off Grove of the God Willow. I do think there's more draw in this set, too, but especially set 1, if you could get to a single card of Grove of the God Willow, sometimes it could win you the entire game.
Yeah, Grove is a very powerful thing to hold on to, so Lonely Porro going to get deployed as a bit of backup, and I feel like the Temple is fairly important, but deciding that the card draw is more worth it right now, there's nothing really to contend for, so also no units for Straw Hat Skull, so not a lot of potential threat for a conquer right now, so Nicole going to take the early points and try and get ahead kind of in tempo, which I think, given the texture of the first game especially, something this Leona deck kind of needs to be at in this particular Leona matchup. It's not confusing at all. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We do also have a hidden card coming down in that Grove of the God Willow, so I do think we're really committing to holding.
Zonia's?
Oh, it could be Zonia's. I would love to see it be a second
Hidden Blade?
Just because it'd be hilarious. But we do have 1 Hidden Blade coming down, threatening this Leona. Okay. It looks like it's actually Emperor's Divide, which is going to help protect this Leona, brings it back to base. And while we're not going to get that hold, we do keep the Leona.
Yeah, enough to stuff the Hidden Blade. Notably, did not get to draw cards this time. So it does look like the card has to actually... I guess it doesn't resolve because it has to kill Leona out of battlefield. Leona's no longer out of battlefield, so it doesn't get the extra bonus that Zoni's ended up getting, which was quite juicy. But saving maybe your most important unit in your deck feels pretty good.
Yeah, I would say she's kind of determined to survive, but we do finally get Stellacorn Herder, so Straw Hat is threatening to be able to take points. It's also, with 3 might, potentially threatening that Baited Hook, but we're going to be the one going up with Lonely Porro into that Veiled Temple. I think picking which battlefield to go into here is a little bit interesting in this matchup because a lot of times you would think Rover the God Willow is like the higher priority, but if you could actually get 2 baited hooks off, like that's insane. So which one is it?
Unfortunately, we're not going to get to answer the question of 2 baited hooks because it doesn't matter. Salvage is going to put that baited hook into the bin. 2 points, and the main engine of Straw Hat Skull's deck is now deleted from the battlefield, from the base.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be able to find another one. He did show he has that ability. He had 2 at the end of game 2, but it's definitely painful. Straw Hat said no to the Guardian Angel, and we're saying no to the baited hook.
Yeah, I feel like, both pretty impactful cards. I have to think for the baited hook deck, losing your namesake card feels pretty bad, but a big rune advantage here. This is the thing, like, Nicole is using a lot of power to generate these turns, right? So, definitely has to try and hold here once again to get the early points. I think at this point, like, you are going to get overwhelmed, especially against Veiled Temple specifically, because there is so much extra value that this baited hook deck can kind of churn out. So Silicon's going to get to draw another card. Lots of runes in play here to try and make a play. So we'll see what Straw Hat Skull lines up. It's simply a Harness Dragon cast the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, nothing wrong with actually paying for your cards. It does mean you won't
I feel targeted. I do not like paying for my cards. I like hitting them into play.
I mean, like, it's a lot stronger, not to say a word, but sometimes you just pay for your cards. And with it, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this Leona die. So I do assume it is going to go in Leona versus giving a draw to the Lonely Poro. But what is the hidden card? I think is going to be the huge thing here with this playing out.
It could be Azania's, which would be maybe not the best thing. I mean, you kind of have to get through it, so maybe you're just priced in at this point for Straw Hat Skull. I did get a peek, though, and I can tell you, it is not Azania's.
Oh, no.
There's almost some level of like bluffing happening here where Nicole's presenting a card that is going to protect this Leona, and Harness Dragon says, you know what? Let me see. If it's Azania's, show me. If it's an Emperor's Divide, which I'm pretty sure is what it is, unfortunately, moving away unlike Hidden Blade does not save the day.
Tragic, and it is just like you said. How dare you see the hidden card? It was supposed to be hidden.
It was, sorry. Nicole flashed it a little too far up on the top of the overhead view we have here, but Silicon still going to move in for a point and a card. First point scored here by Straw Hat Skull always feels pretty good, but it does feel like with this board, and again with how much investment Nicole made in recycling these runes to kind of get on board, all of a sudden you seem woefully behind.
Yeah, 3 runes going to 5 just does not feel enough when you're going into to a player that already had 8 runes. They are stuck at 8 again after paying 2. No, they only had to pay 1 because of the seal. Yeah, well, man, seals are just too strong.
Seals are pretty good, as it turns out.
Yeah, going to 5 versus going to 9. 9 is just so, it does not feel a good spot to be in.
No, we'll see how much play Nicole has here with the cards in her hand. Paro did at least score a point. Again, very far ahead on points as well. So can maybe try and navigate to a position where can look to score those last 2 points. But the units that Baited Hook Leona is going to present, it's going to generally be a lot bigger and have a lot more impact when they're played, right? Leona wants to kind of combine a lot of cards. Here's Sona actually to reinforce this battlefield. Trying to deny some value from the Hidden Temple and just say, you know what? I'm willing to hold up all my runes, and I am not leaving this battlefield until one of us wins this game. Hopefully it's me.
Yeah, and I think Sona somewhat kind of solves that problem you mentioned where we do not have the runes that Straw Hat does, but she has a really unique ability where when she's at a battlefield, not holds, not conquers, but you're able to ready 4 friendly units at the beginning, or not the beginning turn, at the end of your turn, which means as we go into Straw Hat Skull's turn, wow, we would have only had 1 up. We now have 4 that he has to, account for with the Harness Dragon with these different cards he has if he wants to take Veiled Temple.
Yeah, trading back the Poro to base, actually, so wanting that maybe for a future turn. Stellacorn Hoarder got the point for holding, now going to move back to relative safety and draw a card after scoring the point. Stellacorn Hoarder, maximum points once again. Not quite the overperformer that our Plundering Poro was earlier, as Hidden Blade is going to be targeted at this Sona, but 4 runes open, lots of spells Nicole can have here to deny this.
Lots and lots of spells, and it is only at battlefields as we saw a couple turns ago, so that is to remember. It will also, though, if we can't find a way to stay there, Harness Dragon could just move up. We'll have to see here. It does look like we are going to use 2 of our runes to Discipline. We're going to draw off of it. It will leave 2 up. Is there something we can do? 1 more? Does what here? No? Okay, plus 2. We got our draw. Trying to think what we're looking for with the 2 runes up to be able to save the Sona.
Defy and Not So Fast would both work here. Unfortunately, Not So Fast in particular wouldn't mean that Sona can win her subsequent combat with the Harness Dragon. So kind of need like a Defy and an On Guard here, just thinking about the tools that are generally in arsenals. There's no buff either, so we don't have Call to Glory as an option to maybe use here. That would be really nice, but haven't stunned anything yet. It's just kind of been, removal traded back and forth. There is the Defy, though, so that's going to stop the Hidden Blade. But does Sona have another plan? Because that Harness Dragon's going to come rumbling in right about now.
On the plus side, they're both 6-6 right now, so you would have to sacrifice the Harness Dragon, but he's kind of done his job. His job was to kill the Leona, and he succeeded at it.
Certainly did. So will the Dragon ride on into the Veiled Temple? Won't get a conquer. No baited hook to speak of just yet, but perhaps I've spoken a little too soon.
3 for 1.
Vanguard Captain. There's 2 cards in this deck that could be for the cost, and it's the less fun one, but still the very good one.
It's the one that really develops your base, though, which is just so strong. And when we do find the baited hook, could be really nice.
It's a bluff. That's the thing I'm trying to think now. Oh, never mind. Death Grip is going to be like, I don't care what you have. I'm just going to go ahead, rumble on in, draw a card, sacrifice my unit, which, Vanguard Captain already kind of did the job, left 2 units behind. Going to make this dragon even bigger than the On Guard that could be lying in wait, and rumble on in to try and conquer the Veiled Temple, and Sona goes goodbye.
Sona goes bye-bye, while Death Grip also gets that extra card.
Really sweet card, though. On.
I love it. It's great in his ear.
It is great in his ear. I was going to say, I think my problem with Death Grip is it's kind of hard to find decks that really want to utilize it. Baited Hook Leona, obviously one that does want to. I think that just means I'm not playing the decks that want to utilize it.
Yeah, I think with these decks that just generate so many different units or are cool with killing their own units, it does find a nice place in it. And it doesn't cost power, which is really nice as well.
Yeah, I saw Yellow Darius once again is Salvage going to take out the Seal here. Almost just to cycle this at this point. I mean, not bad to try and push your opponent off future power costs, because you have to pay quite a few to power the engine that is this baited hook, or even things like follow-up Harness Dragons. But it just feels like at this point, the board states just don't feel equal. Even though the points are still in your favor, it's a Lonely Poro versus the world right now.
It is a Lonely Poro against the world, and we don't really have the runes that Straw Hat has. I guess we are slowly crawling our way back. It is, another card draw as well. I wonder how Luna and Nicole will be able to, I don't want to say bring this back because we are ahead in points, but it definitely feels like behind when it comes to the board.
Yeah, it feels like getting to 6 and then having a setup turn and then playing for a double conquer feels like kind of the line you're looking to navigate here. Getting to 5 is okay, but obviously it's not the point value you'd like to be at when we're generally playing to even numbers of points. And there's going to be more to come here. Brutalizer out of Straw Hat Skull. That Darius, by the way, Legion, Ready Me, other units get +1 here. So that Darius represents not just a lot of might on the Darius side, but a lot of might with this very wide board. Estelicon Herder going to move on in, draw a card, and challenge the Lonely Poro.
Lonely Poro. Yeah, getting to also get that Darius down when you're trying to hold on Grove is so nice. And there are other units that we can move up there, like those recruits. I don't know that we'll see it, but it definitely can get a lot of value off that Darius.
Looks like 5 points right now. Straw Hat Skull still a little behind on the point race, but catching up pretty rapidly, it feels like. Here's a hook.
Ooh, there's a hook.
Does have to pay power now. Doesn't have the seal that we invested in earlier.
But now we do have the seal.
Oh, it's so back.
Yeah, we just got it back. Let's go.
And then here's the Unsung Hero. This might be... Oh, it didn't do it. Didn't want to activate the hook this time. Brutalizer actually, notably, still attached to the Stellclone, so he couldn't do the fun thing with Unsung Hero. Instead, just going to pass back with, what's that, 5 units and a bunch of might over with both battle fleets being held. Seems fine.
Seems fine. I feel like we're in a good board state. We're sitting pretty here. And I wouldn't be surprised, though, if we could, see the Unveiled Temple or the Build Temple being used just in the way that you mentioned earlier with that detach instead of actually using it to run a baited hook twice.
Fortunately, already held at the temple, which means Nicole passed back with 6 runes and no plays. I said getting to 6 and taking a setup turn might be the thing you have to do. I don't think there's a way out of this game for Nicole. Channel some runes, draws a card, doing the pleasantries.
We checked for it. Okay.
Oh. Not so
fast.
That hand is not it, and that should be game here for Straw Hat Skull. The shake of the hand does go across the table, and Baited Hook Leona is undefeated at the Las Vegas Regional Qualifier. Exactly the sentence you expected to hear today.
Yeah, I mean, I think this went exactly how everyone expected today's tournament to go. Leona Baited Hook maybe the best deck in format.
I like that Nicole's bantering back to her friends. Hey, look, I won the first game. Okay, it was going well. Everything was okay, but unfortunately at the end, baited hook Leona was enough to kind of push it over. I mean, game 2, very fast. Just kind of a blazingly fast start. But then you kind of see, I mean, the engine that this deck assembles being very powerful. And again, this is kind of a thing with decks like Leona where you have a lot of interaction spells and you have a lot of units. If you draw a mix, you usually feel pretty good. If you draw all of one and none of the other, feels kind of bad.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened in Game 3, sadly. But great job by both of these Leona players. It was so cool to see just how you can build them differently and how they can succeed in those different games.
Well, I would love to hear more about how that deck was built, and there's no better person than that than the winner of our last match who we have an interview with.
All right, I'm here with Straw Hat Scarl, fresh off a victory in a Leona mirror. First things first, I gotta ask you, why Leona?
I mean, realistically, I was kind of thinking not a lot of people are going to be on Leona. I played Leona a ton in solo queue after she came out. So playing a little bit of a different list, though. We're on baited hook. Just, I don't know. Regular Leona package feels so bad into such a removal-heavy meta, so I just figured baited hook was something that no one's going to see, and sure enough, now people saw it, I guess. It didn't really, it worked, but,
Yeah, I want to ask you a little bit about this match in particular. I mean, it's a Leona mirror that can be a little dicey just due to, there's shield and then stun, so there's offensive and defensive pressure. How do you feel your hook deck was faring? Did you get any advantages from being hook versus not being hook?
Yeah, so I think it was game 1, definitely, I hit a Harness Dragon off the top, which is really nice. It's really hard into traditional Leona sometimes with my setup because we're looking at GA, Zanya's, Emperor's Divide, all of the ways to save everything. I mean, it's everything in green, right? Just saves everything and not so fast. And she not so fast with the Harness Dragon, which was excellent play by her. Game 2 started with Arena Greatest and led with just Vanguard Captain Seal. So it was kind of just cooked from the start. I was at 5 in 3 minutes. It was over on that one. And then game 3, I just drew every single piece of removal that I sided in, and it was just Call of the Week, Hidden Blade, and she just couldn't keep a unit on the battlefield. So I think overall, a lot of decks that we're seeing right now that are really good are token decks because a lot of removal hits one thing or two things like Singularity. It's they're not going to spend a Singularity on 2 tokens normally, or if they spend it on my stuff, I definitely when it gets back or I draw or whatever. But I think stuff that really hurts it is Bellows Breath, obviously. That hits a lot of stuff. I don't know. Tried the pre-regional last night and it was fine, but I don't know. We'll see if we can shoot for a best of.
All right, well, good luck with that, and thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on the win, and good luck in the rest.
Thank you.
Now we'll send it right on back to the desk.
We're so back. Still here in round 2 of the Las Vegas Regional Qualifier. I'm Patriot Time, that's Ursa, and I don't think I expected anything that's really happened so far. I'm glad I read enough cards because we've been throwing some curveballs as far as matches we've had on feature so far.
Yeah, there's been so many really fun decks between Rumble, Jinx, I want to say Leona. Who would have even expected to see some of these matchups? And so it's been so cool to see really just the spice that people are bringing to Las Vegas.
Certainly is. And speaking of spice, I have something that we've teased you with for quite a few rounds now. We once showed you Aurelia and Draven as the upcoming matchup. Well, look, guess what? They're finally here. It is Draven versus Aurelia, and this is, again, I will refresh you all. This is an extremely unique take on Draven. I don't believe triple detonate main is standard. I'm just going to put that out there. I don't know everything about Draven, but I'm going to put that out there.
Yeah, it's an interesting list for sure. This detonate could be so cool, and I'm excited to see how it plays in this matchup coming up. We do have Unveiled Temple in this list as well, just like we saw in the last game. And I think one thing to note is the one spinning axe in main. In the future games, we're going to have to look out for both of them because there's a second one, and it's just the reaction speed is just so nice.
There's Pack of Wonders in this sideboard. That is one of my pet cards from Origins.
Oh,
no. If you don't know what that one does, you exhaust it, you can pick something up and put it back in your hand. So if you pick up a scrap heap, you get to you don't get to draw a card because it didn't die. When you replay it, you get to draw a card. If you pick up your Ezreal, you can replay it and draw a couple cards. There's a lot of cool things you can do with Pack of Wonders. In fact, if you Pack of Wonders a Treasure Trove, well, that one's just a leave trigger. So you just get the benefits of the Treasure Trove while still keeping the Treasure Trove.
Yeah, and that Treasure Trove is in main. I was interested to see Treasure Trove there without Pack of Wonders being in the main. So we'll have to see how that ends up playing out. I also just kind of love Pack of Wonders in a lot of these purple decks. Sometimes the Misfortune list will run it to pick up the Mind Splitter and then put the Mind Splitter back down, pick the Mind, and then you just have it repeating over and over. We'll have to see how that plays in this deck for sure, but a lot of cool plays we could see.
Yeah,
here.
we'll talk about it more in the games, but this is definitely what feels like a really Miracle Shell kind of pushed to the extreme limit of the idea, right? Really trying to play all the card draw, trying to get through the deck as fast as possible, and then recycle things and have just a really robust deck you're consistently recurring things from. We'll have a look at the other side, though, because this is a matchup, maybe not this exact deck list, but a matchup we are going to see quite a lot over the course of the weekend. It is Irelia, and this list looks great. Very standard. We had a top 4 list. This is looking very similar to what we saw in Bologna.
Yeah, this is going to be a really great, I'm really fun, excited to see this matchup. We will have to look over that sneaky deckhands. It's not surprising to see it in this list, but if we can get sneaky deckhands out on that turn 1, a lot of decks really kind of want to get some early point leads against Irelia, and the sneaky deckhands stops it.
Yeah, deckhand's a fun one. Getting your points and then kind of comboing off to the end of the game is the thing that Aurelia generally wants to do, but I don't really know what Draven wants to do in this matchup, because again, this is such a different build of Draven. Again, plenty of Draven decks do this, but this is kind of the quintessential, I want to do this specific game plan pushed as far as you can. So you know what? Instead of speculating about what's going to happen in the matchup, let's go ahead and watch it. We're going to go down to our feature match area. And a matchup we expect to see quite a hit. In round 2, it's Will Julium versus Troop Doop Scoop, which is quite a set of words with a bunch of vowels in them. Gonna put with Obelisk of Power here, Draven versus Irelia Ursaday.
This is such an interesting one, starting with both Obelisk of Powers. I feel like oftentimes you don't really want that to happen. But so we are going to be starting with our first player with 4 runes potentially. Our player going second, having 5 runes potentially, not the counts you normally see, but it will mean we could see Irelia really early. We could see a lot of cards from Will. There's so many different things that could happen here with these 2 Obelisks of Powers.
So both players going to mulligan 2 cards, it looks like here. And the fist pump goes out, and the first player is, we'll find out soon because they're going to have 4 runes. It is going to be Draven going first.
Let's see.
Doesn't get to draw a card for turn, feels good. And let's just play this thing. Yeah, sure, this seems good.
Straight to Draven. We're going to get him out super early. If you can win those combats, obviously our leader Draven is going to be so nice to draw cards in those showdowns. But when Draven Vanquisher comes in, if he wins a combat, he gets to get a gear, a golden gear as well, which is just so nice. Start building those resources. So let's see.
Yeah, the second line of text on Draven, by the way, not one to ignore. When I attack or defend, you may recycle a red power, only red power. If you do, you get +2 this turn. I had this happen to me because Jim Davis took me out with this.
No.
Because it turns out you get to pay this every time Draven attacks or defends. So if you get, I don't know, say fight or flighted out of the battlefield after Draven pays, Draven can pay again. And all of a sudden, you have to deal with an 8-might unit after getting pushed out for the first time.
Yeah, it's definitely painful. And if you're like defending as well with him, you can just keep doing it as many as you win. We do see that Silkhorn Herder coming down on Troop side. It will help draw those cards. And while we may have had enough runes to play the Irelia, which is going to be, our end game here, the thing is that you do not want to play Irelia if you don't have the cards to protect her. There's only one Irelia in this deck, and if she dies, your game plan, there's some options, but not many of them.
Yeah, certainly Aurelia is your best threat, so you want to try and protect that one as best you can. We are going to see Ezreal discarding a Scrap Heap, though, so again, tearing through this deck at light speed. Cold Shot also going to keep shuffling through some cards, and that die, by the way, that is counting how many cards have been played this turn. Why would that possibly be important, Ursaday?
I wonder if there could be a battering?
Battering Ram.
Battering Ram. But yeah, Battering Ram is so nice. We have so many of these discount cards. We've talked over and over today about how much discounting cards can be powerful. And Battering Ram, for as many cards as you play that turn, discounts, I believe, down to one energy. And it does look like with 3, we'll only have to pay 2, meaning that's not just a 4 Draven threatening 6. It's 9.
Yeah, can't get all the way to 3, but 2 feels pretty good at this stage with all of that might presented on the battlefield. So this is kind of the thing that Draven does to you. Just presents really good numbers, puts good might on the battlefield, and then asks you a question. Do you want to try and challenge me? Because if you do and you are wrong, I get further and further ahead.
Yeah, he is so good at that, drawing cards, generating gold. He can just gain such a lead, and I mean, Irelia, we didn't hit the sneaky deckhands. We're already at 1 point. Obviously, Stellacorn Herder will help draw cards, but Irelia needs to find a way in and then dance around the field to a win.
I have to respect Troop's Bling, I will say. It's a beautiful looking deck so far.
Yeah.
These beautiful alt-art runes, this foil Stellacorn Herder, the boots are going on, Aurelia's popping. We're getting ready just to draw a card here from the Stellacorn Herder. We already scored our point. We're not getting over on the other side. We're just going to get ready and maybe think about ganking, I suppose. But it's only 5 might right now, and that's just the might printed on the battering ram.
Yeah, that is not nice. But it does look like a charm is going to come down. There are no runes up on Draven's side, so the printed cost, at least for the battering ram, is, you know, the same one. But you do, I believe, only play a power for the Draven plus,
Yes,
not
correct.
energy. So we could still see him go to 6. It looks like that will not be the case, and Draven will die.
Yep, had the option, and now going to gank on over there. That's 5 currently. Draws a card. Going to need to play another spell, but there's plenty of gas in the tank here. On guard. Going to be the trick of choice here for Troop. And that's going to give +2 to the only Stellacorn Herder. That's going to get a point and another card for moving, and of course, a point for conquering. So a very efficient bit of movement there from this Aurelia player, and that's exactly what you need. When it starts going wrong against Draven, it usually snowballs out of control. That turn was very well kept under control.
Yeah, I think we put Draven in his place a little bit here at the Stellacorn Herder, but I mean, she is a 5 right now, sitting in the Obelisk of Power.
Pretty big.
I mean, good size for sure. Our player does have Ezreal, though, able to discount these additional costs.
We're doing it again, by the way. We were putting the die out to indicate how many cards we have played this turn, which again, battering ram to 1 is going to be the potential here.
We have 2 counts, though.
Cold shot. Going to get put on the chain. I think Troop asked just to hold on a little. Because he's going to be a defy on the other side. So not wanting any more selection. That also does turn off the count card, I believe, for battering ram. Yep, so it does tick down. Troop does know how that works. Very similar to Ravenbloom Student, if you're familiar with that interaction out of Origins. So you're going to have to work a little harder here for the battering ram. And in some ways, having a little die to remind yourself, that is good. But you may have accidentally tipped to your opponent that you have another battering ram. Or maybe you do it every time, and they just have to call your bluff.
Yeah, I feel like you'll have to do it every single time. Otherwise, it's going to give a little bit too much information. It looks like we're potentially deciding to move Ezreal, and we're putting our 3 Ezreal up into the Stellacorn Herder. We must have something here, and it looks like a Rebuke is going to come down here.
Kind of nice, actually. Baited out the Defy, potentially. Oh, actually, you can't Defy Rebuke. Never mind. That costs 2 power. So not even an option. Not so fast turned off in some ways by tapping your opponent under 2 runes. So that is going to work out. And of course, Draven, the one thing that really makes it sing is that when you win a combat, you draw a card. And it turns out bouncing a unit back to hand when you have a unit there is winning a combat.
Who would have thought? But that being said, it is so nice to get that draw. It'll help us find more cards, the pieces we need, maybe more cards to play to discount other cards in our deck. And so it all comes together so nicely with this Miracle Draven.
Yeah, Aurelia, a deck that really commits a lot of power, though, when she does powerful things. Kind of saw that with the Equip and the Aurelia activation for the Stellacorn. So does have room to replay the Stellacorn, but just doing that now feels like you may be going to be a little bit behind. So curious how much Troop wants to commit here by readying again, reattaching the boots, maybe rumbling in. Because again, when you choose wrong against Draven, you get punished. So if you cannot beat this Ezreal in combat, not only are you going to probably lose your unit, but Draven's going to draw a card.
Yeah, it is so painful to lose a combat here, especially when you don't think it's possible. You're there with your swiftness, you're like, I'm a 5 versus your 3, what's going to happen? And nope, Rebuke takes out. It looks like Aurelia is officially coming in, though, so we must have something to be able to protect her, hopefully. It does look like we are currently just tapped out, though. We're going to leave Aurelia in base.
Yeah, taking a turn off here, not even equipping with Boots of Swiftness. Obviously, that equip can be a choose effect for your Aurelia Legend, so you do kind of want to bounce around those different things, but this is kind of scary. I don't know how much removal is in Will's deck. I didn't remember it all off the top of my head, but Traveling Merchant's going to move in, try and cycle through some cards here. This Aurelia is looking a little bit vulnerable, potentially, over on the other side, but if she lives, and it's kind of a setup turn here for the Aurelia player, going to have a lot of action to dance over these battlefields, as you so poignantly put it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what she's able to do. Hopefully she does survive the turn while she's vulnerable here, but we'll have to see if Draven can still deal with it when she's moving around.
Here's Ezreal. We should probably read Ezreal, by the way, because we are going to see him a lot.
That is true. We've been talking a lot about his discard.
Yes.
But I think that one of the big things is his optional additional cost. It gets discounted. We now have 2 down, which does mean we're going to get even more. And so things like the accelerates, the repeats, and different additional costs like that are just going to be discounted here for our Ezreal. Ezreal's just been so strong in so many decks this set.
Yeah, Cold Shot, definitely the one that kind of most people think of, but lots of different things with the repeat effects that Ezreal lets you get a very big rebate on. 4-2 right now as far as points go, with Traveling Merchant holding down the fort in the northern battlefield. So Aurelia is going to go ahead and say, hey, let's challenge you and see if you can get away with it all. Already has an extra might thanks to her. When I ready, get +1, or when you choose me, give me +1. And Awakening at the start of your turn is readying, which I literally looked up last night because I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it's crazy. She reads like a 4. You see her,
Yeah.
she costs 5 and she's only 4, and you're like, oh man, she's not even that big for how much she costs. But the moment she awakens, she is already up to a 5. And with this, when you choose me or ready me, give me +1, you just continue to grow her. We attach the boots. She gets, chosen again. If you discipline her, she's not just a +2. On guard is not just a +2. It is so crazy to see her grow because she can become monstrous.
Yeah, so now the thing is, are we holding with this Aurelia as we replay the Silicon? Looks like we are. So Aurelia currently a 6 at the battlefield. Again, readying during your opponent's turn, not impossible, but a little trickier. So it's just 1 rune open here. There is a Zhonya's in play, though. So we'll have to see if this Aurelia can live through the fight, either holding at the battlefield, which would be best case scenario, getting a point, or just getting pushed back to base with that Zhonya's, replacing her potential demise. Again, need to protect the princess here on the Aurelia side, as Draven is still cycling through this deck.
Yeah, we have to protect the princess. Zhonya's will do that, but we do still have 1 rune up, meaning that there could be things like Defy that come down. We could see things like On Guard that can make her, she's a 4. She's 6 right now, and it would make her up to a 9?
Mm-hmm.
9.
+2, +1. Thanks to that Aurelia attacks. The stacked deck is going to continue the battering ram counter, I guess we can lovingly call it. And again, Will just trying to get through this deck as quickly as possible. Not doing nothing on the road to doing that, I might add. Like, still playing units, challenging there, trying to get Draven triggers. Like, you still play, regular-ish Riftbound, but when the game gets really late, that's when things can get out of control. The question is, can you actually get that late against Aurelia, who's going to constantly put pressure on your battlefield? And here's a Bushwhack. This means this turn's going to get quite big.
This is going to be an interesting one. Bushwhack is I like the card a lot. It's a nice little red. When your friendly units, they enter ready for the turn, and you can also get a gold gear exhausted, which is so nice.
Now, when would we want to ready units on a turn? When would that maybe be good?
Let's see. Maybe if we play some big units that might want to attack, maybe Battering Ram can come in ready. What is this Detonate, though? You did mention it earlier.
Took out the Zhonya's. So again, I did look at this card and think, is this just a card draw spell for Draven? But there is a lot of good gear running around in Spiritforge, and just even giving your opponent 2 cards like Hidden Blade, sometimes that's okay because you killed the single most important piece of equipment they have, and that Zhonya's just gone.
Ooh, yeah, what is this Aurelia going to do now? Again, we still have 1 rune, but the Zhonya's was her trying to protect the princess. It was that fell safe if we weren't able to give her enough might to be able to survive whatever is coming at her. And Rasa coming in here. I have a feeling we did not have to pay very much of anything with this big discard pile.
Doesn't look like much got paid again. Very aggressively cycling through the deck, and now that 6 might plus the 3 from the Ezreal rumbling into this battlefield thanks to Bushwhack is going to get readied. That's without the Rams even coming through. There's so much discounting that these decks do, these Miracle Shells do. And now going to challenge the Aurelia, who, as we noted, is currently a 6, but could be bigger.
She could be potentially a 9 with an On Guard, so we could see a trade, but we would not be happy as Aurelia to have that happen.
Yeah, you can see Will actually, I think, counting exactly to those numbers, thinking On Guard the most obvious card being represented here by a troop. Can't play Charm in this spot, so that's not an option there. I'm trying to think what else you could even have. I mean, Defy is kind of the obvious one you think of, but that doesn't matter in combat. That only matters when, spells are there that you can potentially counter. And there's Defiant Dance!
Defiant Dance. I didn't even think about it, even though I've been saying dance way too many times this turn. While it does get +2 like On Guard, it also -2s your opponent, which means what was a 9 is now a 7, and we are a 9.
And you get +1, and that is an effective +5 for a single energy. And I don't know how that slipped my mind, because this is one of the reasons to play Aurelia. Such a strong signature spell, and that is going to turn this combat upside down for our poor Draven player.
Yeah, it does look like we're going to be paying for something here. So it looks like it's the one I mentioned earlier, which is our reaction speed gear. We are going to try to counteract that -2. But again, it's still only a trade right now. And the problem is as well is while this spinning axis is so strong, giving +2, if the unit's attached to dies and it's not attached to something else by the end of this turn, it will dissolve.
Yep,
I mean, it'll be temporary.
It does have temporary. Unfortunately, Axe gives +3, which is a
+3, oh my God.
monumental amount of money. I did not know that number that was that big. So Ezreal's going to live. Axe is going to get unattached, so we'll have to reattach it if he wants to hold on to the Axe, but winning the combat, drawing a card, and most critically, taking out the Aurelia, the one Aurelia that the Aurelia deck has.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. I always forget it's +3 instead of +2, but it's absolutely huge, and it is going to be able to make this Aurelia die, and we still get the Obelisk of Power.
Got the point as well. Ezreal maybe going to rumble on over and just try and take another point, get to 6. Feels like a pretty good number to be at. Stack deck instead. Going to take a peek at those cards and see what we can find on top. I see a battering ram, I see a detonate that immediately gets put to hand.
It's going to be so nice. It is interesting to see the battering ram go away, but we do have no runes up for the end of our turn, so when Troop does play this next one, he'll have all the information possible of what could occur to him.
Yeah, tough when you don't have your biggest threat available, but this Telecon can still get some damage done. With the boots especially, can go around drawing cards, finding pumps. The card's going to get hit and wonder what that one could be. But that's that Ezreal in the back is actually not going to go over and grab point number 6, deciding that 5 is enough. Wanting to present some might at the one battlefield that we're kind of forced to hold thanks to the exchange that happened earlier. Again, threaten some Draven triggers if Troop does want to come in, and then just hold back. Feels like the position in the game is fine. Doesn't need to push all the way to 6 and try and threaten to win too early. Can get to 6 next turn, maybe from a hold, or if you have to just conquer to 5, it's fine. I think in some ways taking a turn off, well, kind of because he had a massive turn. Like, Will's runes are just gone at the bottom of the rune deck.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. I mean, Ezreal can do things with these lower rune counts because they're able to discount so much, but sitting at 1 rune I feel like never feels good in this game.
No, I mean, if it wins you the game, you feel pretty good about it. But in spots like this where you're still scrambling for the final points, maybe it doesn't feel so good. So what's that hidden card? We're going to move with the Telecon and draw a card for Troop. And are we going to show our opponent a fight or flight? That's the obvious one. There's an on guard. Going to make you move first because my unit's already bigger.
And it is fight or flight, just like
Move the Ezreal. Really? I think I saw that correctly. I think he played fight or flight and tapped his Ezreal. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to defensively move back here. There's too many, I guess, runes up that we're worried about. He may spend a Defy if he actually targets the opponent's card, but we are going to be able to take that point here.
I mean, Ezreal's pretty big. Has the X there, so it's 6 for the Ezreal just on its own. There's another one in the back, of course, that can add. This is quite a bit of power, funnily enough, for Draven, despite all the runes getting recycled under the deck. But Troop is getting closer to the magical mark of points. Again, Aurelia is a deck that when she gets to 6, she's really good at taking those last 2 points.
Yeah, she definitely is so strong at it. And a lot of these decks that run Ride the Wind, hitting 6 can just be so important. I did notice this Draven, I believe, is not running a Ride the Wind, but I see one in Troop's hand. So it's something to watch for. If we can hit 6 here, then we could have a really strong turn, even in the Draven's turn.
Yep, and again, readying the herder, sending it back to the other battlefield thanks to ganking. And what did we just say about 6 points being good for Aurelia?
Crazy, it looks like we hit it.
Are we going to be able to move the Stellacorn back, or are we just going to let it hang out and hold? Already, Stellacorn is 3 plus 3, that's 6 might at that battlefield. Ezreal is already bigger, with the one with the axe is looking pretty good, but Aurelia does have tricks, and there's one of them. Going to try and charm a unit to the battlefield, because that Stellacorn already got bigger.
Yeah, that is so nice. So this charm is going to be able to bring it in, kill it, and hopefully if we can end before they're able to attach it, that threat will disappear as well.
I mean, you can attach because you have power, I suppose, but it doesn't feel good to roll the axe over. Nope, never mind, just goes away. Yeah, right, you're beginning of the turn, of course, the axe goes away. No real window to reattach it, so bye-bye axe.
Exactly, and we have to really, worry here if we do decide to move in one of these battlefields, because with 2 runes up, that Ride the Wind is definitely an option. It does look like we are going to be having Detonate come down again to take out one of these gears, but spending these runes and making stopping the Ride of the Wind, like making it not an option, is kind of dangerous.
Yeah, and Will's digging. It just detonated a treasure trove, right? You do get the trigger from the treasure trove, and you get to draw 2 cards. This is the thing I was talking about with this deck, where this is a really interesting, flexible spell in this Draven build, but behind here, I mean, absolutely threatening the win on troop side, even with not that many runes. That Celicon's going to hold for 1, and you best believe it's looking to gank over on the other side. So Will needs an answer pretty soon, and that could be the one, hiding a card at that battlefield and redeploying a treasure trove. That is basically, I have a fight or flight, please do not have a counter.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's so interesting that he just let the Ezreal move in instead of riding the wind over, but I think we'll still have the option. We show the fight or flight to try to push this Ezreal back. Because Ezreal is no longer at Obelisk of Power, that hidden can't really be used, and I think it's like it dissolves. And so we're able to move on over and take the win.
Exactly correct. In order to control a hidden card, you need to be at the battlefield where the card is hidden, and when you get pushed away, you are no longer there. So that is a win for Aurelia without Aurelia in the middle point of that game. Very impressive here for Troop, navigating with a Stellar Corn Herder and a Dream.
Stellar Corn Herder and a Dream, and they made it all the way to those 8 points. Going into game 2, it looks like we will be doing Sunken Temple and Vild Temple. So we are really matching all of our battlefield today. First the power, now the temples. But we will have to watch out, I feel like, for those gears, similarly how we saw it last game, or last round with the Vild Temple.
Now, players are going to put some cards under their decks. So we kick off game number 2. It is 1-0 up right now for Aurelia. See if Draven can mount a comeback with, again, this very draw-heavy build of Draven. Scrap Heap, not a unit being deployed here on the first turn. Going to draw a card, and that threatens a little bit more than it might look like in terms of cards in hand. Not so good at contesting battlefields, but maybe you don't need it. A sneaky deckhand makes their way to the temple.
That is going to be so nice for Aurelia. That's exactly the start you want, especially going second. Sneaky deckhands is really going to put us so far in the lead, even though it doesn't look like it just yet.
Yeah, like we said, Aurelia, a deck that when she gets to 6, she can kind of play to set up for the win, right? There's a lot of powerful things you can do, especially if you have enough of a lead to take some time and set up. And Sneaky Deckhand's the kind of card that just gets you points early. You kind of really want to, get in early on the battlefield, get to points, and then set yourself up to win, whether that's with something like Draven Audacious. Some of the decks run Yasuo for an extra point. Some of them just want to kind of play all the way to 6 and go from there. And for now, Troop's happy. Going to get his point, retreat the deckhand, and play the Aurelia.
Yeah, and we're already 2-0 now, while Draven hasn't even moved into one of these battlefields. We don't have any runes up to mention, so it's not like we'll be able to stop him from moving in this turn. It'll be interesting to see how these follow-ups do resolve.
Yeah, actually, I guess I missed the pass back after the deckhand happened here, because I was just a Draven go on Will's side. So that is 2 points, 1 for conquering, 1 for holding, that Troop Dupe manages to scoop up here in the start of this game. And Aurelia, as we know, very threatening whenever you try and contest the battlefield. I mean, Draven might be tricky, tough to play against when Draven's trying to force combat, but Aurelia is really good at busting through that.
Yeah, for sure. They were both kind of play and go from their chosen battlefields, but oh my god, we're going to be playing Ferris Forerunner to the Sunken Temple, which just threatens so much might. And as we talked about, surprisingly in our Rumble game, he threatens those 2 baby mechs later.
Yeah, this card's really hype. If you're trying to hold a battlefield and make things tough for your opponent, Ferris Forerunner, exactly the kind of thing you want to be at. So that is 10 might as printed on the North battlefield. 2 more for Draven if they want to recycle an Angry Power on Will's side. And Aurelia is going to get 1 bigger. So Troop, is this the turn you want to move in and try and take out these battlefields? Because again, when you pick wrong against Draven, you get punished.
That you do, and it can really hurt, especially when it's a Protect the Princess deck. Aurelia, we were able to win without her last game, but we still got a lot done with her beforehand. So losing her, if we do that first turn that we play her, will not go good.
Also like that Will's taking Sunken Temple here. That's another way for Aurelia to kind of get through cards quickly. So you need to do a little bit more work than, say, something like Dreaming Tree, but in effect, the same thing once you send a Mighty unit over. And Aurelia, pretty commonly Mighty at different points throughout the game. But the question really is, can we get to 10? We're already at 5. We got 3 more from the 2 gear that are in play. Can go again when we choose, thanks to Aurelia. I think there should be 2 more. So already in my head, I think we're above 10. But I'm going to let Troop Dupe show us how it's done with that die.
Let's see.
At 10. I heard him say 10. I got close.
And we do still have those 2 runes up. If we attack by ourselves, we could use 2 rune on guards. That'd be +2 each, +3 each with her ability, or multiple other cards that could really help us here. And even if she does die, Guardian Angel is going to protect her.
I feel like we're setting up a ready into gank angle here. So going to go to the temple here. This is a pretty free conquer. Going to take point number 3. And again, it's 4, 7. That is 10. There is a Ride the Wind available here.
There is, yeah, you are 100% correct. And one thing to note is if we would be able to conquer with the Ride the Wind, she would be ready and could protect herself in base.
Yeah, absolutely. We'd get a one bigger from getting chosen. Just decides to say go. Doesn't want to commit the resources there. Again, it's 12 might at that battlefield. It looks like 10, but Draven can give himself +2. And I think in that spot, with the rune advantage that Will has and with the state the game is in, would happily recycle one of his red runes to try and win that combat.
100%. Does look like we are going to get Seal of Discord here, which is, I mean, always nice in these Miracle decks. Let's see.
They're going to use the power now, he says. Floating 1 energy still there, but there's an Ezreal.
We love Ezreal and Seal of Discord. That is such a strong combo. And if we can have something like Scrap Heap to discard, doesn't look like it will be, we're still going to get to draw 2 here.
I feel like any card you discard and drawing 2 feels good. When you get to get a bonus card, it feels even better. And again, that's the version of Draven that Will is presenting here in this matchup. Lots of cards in hand here, but this Aurelia is still pretty big and has that GA hanging out on the battlefield. So not the easiest princess to displace.
100%. She is so strong for with Irelia and all the gear she has attached to her. Looks like we are potentially thinking about retreating potentially, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, behind on the race right now as well. Aurelia generally the deck that's better at getting more points than you, so don't want to wait too long. Looks like a Scrap Heap's going to get detonated here for 3 cards now.
That's...
Troop says okay. Of course, this can be defied, but can let this one go and draw 3.
That is so nice to get to draw all these cards just from that one energy, 1 rune. Is that retreat back? We still do have 3 runes up though. If we could find some way to attack, but it doesn't look like. Oh, 1. I'll put 1 up.
Yeah, again, I think happy to play the slower game here in general. Is this Draven deck? Knows that the late game's going to be pretty well in hand. It can establish a pretty big presence. So kind of let Aurelia do her thing for a couple turns. 5 points doesn't feel so threatening. 6 can be, but Miracle Shells are the kind of decks that will happily play from behind and then go from there. So players looks like they're just chatting about exactly what resources happened. Will knows exactly what sequencing was made here. Troop says, okay, just wanted to make sure everything was clear. And then here's a battering ram, which is pretty big and pretty cheap.
Very cheap right now, that is for sure. And it looks like after playing all this, getting all this might developed into the base, it will be time for Irelia. She is going to 4. She could gank to 5, but still just shy of that 6 mark that we've been talking about.
Going to draw a card of Temple as well, though, which is nice. I believe Temple is when you conquer, you may pay 1. If the unit is mighty, you draw a card. So we're going to gank on over, get our point number 5, and draw ourselves a card thanks to the Sunken Temple.
And I would say she's pretty mighty here right now.
Yeah. As you noted, gets mighty when you awaken her. It's kind of a fun little mini game to play. It's like, what state is your Aurelia in when you pass the turn?
That makes a lot of sense. And you definitely, it seems like, want to start or end your turn with her not ready just because of that. Looks like we are potentially playing the Discipline.
Want to move her back. That's the only reason you would make this play, but you have a flash in your hand. That one's pretty good at getting units back to your base. So yeah, Troop says, you know what? You go. I don't need to do anything else right now. I'm currently ahead.
She would feel very nice getting to just slash back later. We are ending here with 6 runes up, which is threatening just so much might, so many different options to protect her. A lot to think about for Will.
You're kind of forcing Will to make a move first, right? Aurelia is much better when you know what is on the battlefield you're trying to go over and visit, right? You can do the math, you can see the might numbers and say, okay, you have 12 there. Oh, I can make this a 15 pretty comfortably, especially when you get more resources. So just happy to hang back and likely flash this Aurelia back when it gets to that point, because there's a lot of might on Will's side. It's 10 again between the Draven and the Forerunner. Can be more if Draven wants to recycle. We're in here, Thunder Song, going to shut out any potential tricks here. So you have to retreat your Aurelia right now.
Yeah, Rhaenyra's Thundersong is so interesting. It is an ability that says when you play me, your opponent cannot play any more cards this turn. But it does start a chain. So you are allowed to then chain off of her ability, so we could see things like that flash that you mentioned to bring her back to base, or if we have something else that we think would help make her too large to be used, would also be helpful. But we'll have to see what exactly happens that, Troop expects will save this Irelia, because that's his goal at the end of the day.
Most notably, Not So Fast, which I believe is in Troop's hand, does counter abilities, but only if they choose a friendly unit.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, opponent is not choosing. It's simply saying all of you don't get to do anything, which again, relevant, because Riftbound is also a multiplayer game you can play, not in this context we currently have. So instead, the flash does have to be committed, and it is free reign on the battlefields now for Draven.
Yeah, Draven can make it a 4 points here. Maybe we don't have a huge problem with that, as we mentioned. Like, we do just want to get to 6. So maybe we only have to take one battlefield next turn, though.
Yeah, need to at least get one, but again, needs to continue to protect said princess. Resets the seal, by the way, thanks to Veil Temp, which is a pretty cute little interaction. Makes his cold shot feel a little easier to cast. In fact, between the Ezreal and the seal, looks like it's not going to cost much at all.
Let's see. Looks like we have, a couple options here. It looks like Rasa versus a fight or flight right now. Both kind of different game plans. Rasa helping us develop might, fight or flight helping us either defensively or aggressively in some of these battles. I didn't see which one we chose, but both are really nice cards to draw into.
Yeah, chose a seal, notably, for the second one over another Ezreal, which is a pretty... you would think those cards would not be that close in power, but Seal being the more valuable one here, again, especially as you get through your deck, being able to effectively mitigate so many of your purple power costs is a really powerful thing. That's why this deck plays 3 Seals, because you have a lot of costs you want to pay when you get towards the end of your deck. And again, probably going to take our extra point here by rumbling on over, but just counting the cards, making sure everything's all right, and we will check which card Will got from the first cold shot in just a moment. I don't think it was the fight or flight, but I don't exactly remember.
See. Another detonate. Looks like it is going to be that treasure trove.
So much value.
So much value.
You get to channel the rune you lose from the power. You get to draw 3 cards. It's great. Treasure trove does it all.
That is really, really nice. That is for sure. Yeah, normally you see is when you use treasure trove, like Pack of Wonders, treasure trove, but detonate kind of gives just more versatility.
Yeah, a lot of cards too, and for a very low rate. So again, this is a Draven build that's very much focused on getting through the deck at blinding speed. So far, so good, but Will's still a little bit behind in the points race, and the Aurelia is just ever threatening. It's the hand of cards, that Will just fanned out is immense. There's like 12 cards in the hand or something.
So many cards. It's crazy.
Ezra going to take that point, though, and that's probably going to pass on back to Troop.
Yeah, so it looks like we are going to go in and tap out this entire turn, though, for Will. So there are no cards that he can play during his turn. There's no hidden cards as well that Irelia is, watching for. But there is a lot of might in the Veil Temple. Sunken Temple, though, on top, it's only 3 right now.
Yeah, Ezreal looks a little easier to take, and again, I think getting 1 point here feels pretty valuable. I don't know how valuable getting 2 really feels in this spot, because you can hold with Aurelia, but I just don't think it happens all that often. So I think you're happy to do this, reset your Aurelia back to base, maybe leave her there if you don't think there's going to be a whole lot of threat, especially with the Aurelia having a Guardian Angel. You don't have to worry about all that much, and then you have to solve the puzzle of how do I crack the 15 might or so that's on the other side. In fact, it's 17 if Draven chooses to get active.
Yeah, there is so much might over there. Maybe there's some world where it would be nice to remove some of that might from the battlefield, but obviously multiple problems. Ferris Forerunner, you're not really removing his might. He's just going to get split into 2 on base. And also, we can just wait till next turn, like you mentioned. But it does look like Discipline's coming down. I'm not sure if we're committing to moving over or if we're, dipping our toe in and seeing what our next card is that we'll draw.
Yeah, you can do kind of a fun little offensive trick with Guardian Angel where you just pump up Aurelia and then send her over, and then you expect her to trade off in combat, but of course when GA is there, you don't actually trade. You get to replace her demise with your gear, which is a pretty good exchange, all things considered. Can't win this turn, most notably, so if Troop does want to make this play over to the other side, it's just going to be to cut down the battlefield to set up the next turn. But maybe also taking this as just an opportunity to retreat as well. But I have to think if you're committing a Discipline and your Legend ability, you're probably going over there to do some damage.
Yeah, for sure. And especially this turn, there are no runes up on Will's side. So he can more reliably take out some of these units just in case there's something he doesn't expect next turn, or if Will's able to leave up enough runes to threaten.
Yeah, great point. No hidden card either, so no fight or flight to potentially ruin your day. So it is 4, 10, 12... plus 3, 15 might. That is exactly the might total left over on that battlefield. Of course, Draven is going to get a trigger here. The champion, not the legend, if that's a little confusing. So can recycle a rune and go to 17, but Troop's got more things to do before that happens. And I think if we're playing a card, we've already passed on Draven potentially getting Might from his attack or defend trigger.
Interesting.
Fight or flight instead, going to point at probably the Forerunner. Yep, get that out of here. I do not want you to make extra mechs.
Exactly.
And I'll blow up your board. Thanks very much.
That's so nice, and we will be going to 7. We still have 3 runes up as well, so while maybe we don't like to hold, it's definitely an option here.
Yeah, this is the nice thing about early when you put your opponents in this spot. You're threatening to hold, so they have to come in. You obviously have spells you could potentially trade off here to cut down their force, and then after GA pops, you go back to base, and you're still back in the same spot you want to be in, which is Radiant Aurelia that already got +1 from her own ability, that's ready to dance back through the battlefield once more for a double conquer. So I said Aurelia likes to play from 6, which I think is true, but this is the kind of spot where you're also happy to play for 7, because you're kind of forcing your opponent into a choice they don't really want to make. I can't leave you here because you're going to win, but if I kick you out of the base, I might lose as well. So it's kind of a tough hit thing here for Draven, as powerful as Draven can be.
Yeah, Draven's got a lot to think about going into this next turn. We obviously do have a good number of runes. It looks like we are at 9 right now with obviously 2 seals. There's a lot of draw power in this deck from those detonates, these treasure troves. Obviously just the normal miracle package as well. So we could find some pieces, but we are digging.
That's a Rebuke. That's a very good card to find. But I was going to say, one of the problems here is that with all this card draw, you kind of have some dead draws in a sense. Yes, the card draw typically gets you more cards, which is good because, again, you're trying to get through your deck. But I worry that there's just maybe too many bricks, right? Like, there's only so many treasure troves you control that don't do anything when you're trying to kick your Aurelia off the battlefield that she's otherwise going to win the game from. So Will's going to have to set this up here. Still plenty of resources left. We're going to send in a bunch of Might first. 11 over here to this Aurelia, who is only currently a 7. 8?
Yeah, I think this is going to be so interesting because to some extent here, we're saying try to make it bigger, try to do it. And then the moment you do, you burn through those cards. That Rebuke comes down and it nullifies it. And we'll have to start from the beginning. And then those cards aren't in Troop's hand anymore.
Yeah, again, this GA, I think a worthy sacrifice here just to pick off one of the units. Forerunner's trigger doesn't matter if you win. So maybe just killing off the Brynhir here and saying okay to the GA trigger, just letting Aurelia go back to base seems okay. Might be worried about a follow-up spell, but Ride the Wind is going to happen instead. I would like to go over here, please.
Yeah, and Ride the Wind is such an interesting card because normally in Riftbound, you're only able to conquer once per battlefield during your turn. But actually the wording is during a turn. So because you're moving over, you're able to kind of, circumvent that to some extent. It's not the same turn, so you can kind of move a point. That being said, we're at 7, so I'm not sure if we'd be going to 8 here or if we'd be drawing a card.
So it's still the same rules for the winning point where you have to hold or conquer both battlefields, which is technically possible with the Ride the Wind if you get really spicy with it. You do draw a card, though, once you do hit that conquer. But the problem is this Rebuke is going to open up a window that's still here and not so fast got tapped out of here to play this Ride to Wind. I think Troop was playing for the hold and instead gets maximum punished as Aurelia gets returned to the hand.
Ouch.
So no card draw, still at 7, but no hold win here. Aurelia going to have to find another window to try and win this game. And there is now 11, I lied, there is 17 Might parked at the Veiled Temple thanks to Rasa coming down.
Yeah, that is a lot of Might here in the Veiled Temple. That being said, Sneaky Deckhands could take Sunken Temple. It won't put us to 8 points because just as you mentioned, you have to hold or conquer both sides at some point during your turn to be able to win. But we could get a card draw off of it, which would be really nice.
Yeah, so I should clarify, it is hold for a point or conquer all battlefields for the winning point. You can hold. And you can hold and conquer to win. That was something that I remember messing up a bunch when I was learning the game. You have to do something quickly too, though, because the Might totals are getting astronomically high on the Draven side. There's another Rasa and a Vi just hanging out, and that trash is full if Vi wants to get real big.
100%.
Can only do it on Draven's turn. Can't do it as a reaction or anything. So Vi mostly good on offense, which I think is in the spirit of the character from the game. But I feel like Troop wants to try and score the 7th point right now. And again, you have to break through 7. Is it really 17? It is 17 points of Might just at one battlefield. And there's a bunch in base as well.
There is so much there. That being said, Aurelia is in hand. She's not in the trash pile, so we could see her come back. But it will be a lot that she has to get through. And But William is only going to 6 if he's able to hold here, meaning we do have additional turn if needed.
I see Draven Audacious in the hand.
Yeah, he's got 2 in the deck, I believe.
So that one can score the winning point if you score the bonus point. The issue is that Draven Audacious has to win a combat. Much like Draven, combat has to move. So you can't conquer and get an extra point. But if that Draven is big enough to take out that battlefield, and there's only 2 runes over on Will's side, that extra point from the Draven will be enough to win, because all the bonus point effects do count as the winning point. That is one way to circumvent the regular rules of winning.
That'd be really interesting. We'll have to see if Troop is able to pull it off.
I see a bunch of permission spells in Troop's hand. See Defy, not so fast. See a Defiant Dance. A lot of math is being done here. How big is Draven Audacious? Production. Let's have a look at this card, because it may be the card that's coming up, because it is fanned to the front of the hand here for Troop. 6 energy, 1 power, 6 might. Deflect, that's fun. The first time I win a combat each turn, you score 1 point. We're not going to read the rest of the card right now, even though it does do some funny things. If it dies, your opponent gets a point as well. But if Draven can win this 17 might combat over on the other side, Draven's going to win this game. And GA kind of gives you a second shot at combat here. But you do have to ready, and you can't re-ready early without conquering. So how are we going to re-ready the Draven if you get kicked back to base? Because right now, 6 plus 3, that's 9. That's not enough might. Sneaky Deckhand also can get involved. Can't forget about that little card that got played on turn 1, I think.
Yeah, a Sneaky Deckhand has been just hanging around here, sitting in the base instead of going for any of these extra points as I really started moving around. But we'll have to see if Draven's able to do anything here. It looks like we are moving both in. It is currently...
That's 11.
He has 11 right now. We do have 3 up.
Yeah, 9 on the Draven and 2 on the Deckhand. So 11 total, rumbling into, again, I will repeat this, 17 might on the other side. And 2 runes up as well. Like Fight or Flight, there's plenty of things. Rebuke as well would be, I think, an absolute blowout here if Will had it. There is a not so fast in hand, but can Troop get the Draven back into the battlefield? Because if we're making this play, the plan is to re-ready the Draven and go back in. And Aurelia only readies if you conquer. Currently not conquering. So what is the plan?
It does look like we are going to be hitting that spinning axis. It is a +3 we mentioned earlier. So it's, what 16 might now, 17 might, 16 might.
It was 17, so 6, 6.
Yeah, so we're going up to 20 might here.
6, 11, yeah. 6, 11 plus 6 is 17, so 20 now. Nice even number.
Oof, that's a lot to have to deal with.
Ride the Wind in hand. I'm so curious what the plan is here. Defiant Dance. You don't have a way to get the Draven back in. So the plan was to win this combat, apparently.
So what's your total win currently?
But that already seemed really challenging.
Yeah, we're in a rough spot, it feels like.
I mean, Will has used all the runes now, so the tricks are on the table.
Looks like we do have 1 Defiant Dance, which will be able to bring the other side down to 18 and us up to 13.
Yes. Plus 4 on Draven, because not like Aurelia, doesn't have extra text to get a bit bigger. Maybe just trying to cut down some might here and then go back in the next turn. Again, Will's not going to win on the crackback here, only at 5 points. So this could be a multi-turn line here. You can protect the Draven with the permission spells in hand as well. So this might just be like a, for lack of a better word, a value Draven charging on in.
It may be, but it seems dangerous, especially if this Draven gives a point to the opponent. That would put Will up to 6 points before the end of his turn, which would mean the following turn he could win with 8 points.
Yeah, only when you die in combat for Draven Audacious, not when you lose the combat. And the replacement direct from GA should mean you don't actually die in combat.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, you can see the players kind of explaining it to each other now. So I believe Troop is setting up a 2-turn play here, where Audacious is going to go back in next turn and try and make it happen. And we know that if some sort of, Falling Star shaped spell, I don't know if Will has it exactly, but something like that would try and take out this Draven. There is a permission spell not so fast to protect the Draven from at least one of those. So only 5 points now for Will. Going to go to 6 from the first Forerunner, staying at the battlefield. But again, Draven is really scary on the other side of the table.
Yeah, he is not nice to have to deal with. So we are still at 6 points. I mean, we're at 6 points by holding, so we will not be able to win on this turn for Will. But we have threatening a lot of might here.
You definitely have to stack one side as well on the Draven side, because you can't afford Draven an easy combat to win on the other side at the temple. So, sorry, at the Sunken Temple. There's 2 temples in play. So Ezreal going to reinforce and draw some cards here. And again, Rasa and Vi on the other side. That's 9 more might that can be added to this battlefield. So 12, 15, 18 might potentially on the table, just from the units we can see.
Yeah, that is for sure. And there still are 4 runes up. We could essentially see more units or spells as well.
Now counting the deck, Will knows I've gotten low. I know what spells I've been recycling here. I know what I have access to. You definitely don't want to make the mistake of overdrawing your deck. That is a disaster for the Miracle decks. But Cold Shock going to find a Rebuke. That feels like a pretty tough thing for this Draven to fight through. And Draven already had a tough road with how big this battlefield is.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting because it looked like he was avoiding the draw cards. I saw Scrap Heap go to the bottom. I think I saw a Stack Deck go to the bottom as well. So we'll have to, see exactly what Will does, but he is definitely avoiding the draw, like you mentioned.
There's Rasa, played for not very much.
Yeah, no,
Lots of cards in the trash at this point, so just going to say, Will at this point just looks to be counting the numbers and be like, I just want to make the biggest number possible. Go ahead. See if you can get through this.
I think that's a great plan for Will, just to try to make the one side as heavy as possible. Too much, hopefully, for Troop to deal with. But Irelia has a lot of might in hand from everything that they do, and we'll have to see if there's potentially some answer here.
They're drawing 2 actually here, off the Conquer from the Temple, and 1 for being at 7 points and conquering a battlefield. You cannot win by conquering a single battlefield, but you can get some extra cards once you are at this point. So if Troop does find a way to conquer the other battlefield that is laden with units, Irelia is going to win this match 2-0. But I do not know how Irelia is supposed to puzzle out of this.
Yeah, it is definitely just that, a puzzle.
Charm would do it.
Charm could potentially help us here, yeah.
That would win. You could charm a unit over, have Draven win a combat, and that gets the point. So I guess that's what Troop is digging for, but I don't think he found one.
It doesn't look like it's in hand just yet. I'm not sure there's any other way to draw either here, but it looks like we are going to pass. Will only go to 7 points, and there are no units in the base right now. However, if he fight or flights or flashes in these units back, they will maintain being ready. That being said, if they move up into Sunken Temple, there are still 5 runes. That could be any number of might additions, fight or flight themselves, or things like that that can help Troops survive it.
So this is going to be the last turn of the game, because both players are at 7, and Draven is threatening not only a hold, which is kind of funny, but if a combat goes wrong on the other side, Draven's also going to win, because he's going to win a combat and score the point on the opponent's turn. Vi also has ganking, by the way. So Vi might just rumble on over there with the extremely stacked trash we saw earlier. And that's going to be enough might to win a combat, unless Troop has a Rebuke. Because the rules that apply to Draven Legend also apply to Draven Audacious.
Very, very true. That would be absolutely crazy if so. It does look like we are... so we have Called Shot with the Seal of Discord.
Only 10 minutes left. I don't understand. If we play a game 3, there's going to have to be some turbo time from these players.
Let's see. So many cards in hand.
There's a Rebuke in hand for Will as well, so even the Draven isn't that much of a problem. Just recycling a bunch. You do it one at a time as Vi, so I believe you do get to order these in the way that you want. Vi is one of the few ways that this actually happens. Typically, when you recycle, you actually recycle multiple cards at a time, and when you do that, you actually do have to shuffle them. You have to randomize them. Vi is one of the few cases where you can, in effect, stack your deck, and this number is about to be extremely big.
Oh my god. Yeah, it looks like we are putting...
It's 19?
19, yeah, 19 on her, and she's already a 3, so it is going to be 22 threatening this Draven. I do think there's maybe a Rebuke in hand.
I can't see it just yet.
Could be wrong, but maybe not. It looks like we're resetting and going.
That's it. That's game.
Yeah.
We're going to play a 3rd game here.
Let's see what happens. It's going to be a huge question of who can get those early points, because it will probably go down to... We'll have to see what happens. We are going into Zon Warren and Dreaming Tree, so those Scrap Heaps could now be discarded on Zon Warrens.
Yeah, definitely one of the things with these decks that want to churn through the whole deck and set up really big turns in the late game is it can take a while to get through the game. The Miracle Shells can be a bit time-consuming. You have to play very rapidly. So we'll see how rapidly the players play, because there is not a lot of time left in the round. 7 minutes as we move on into game number 3. The fact that there were even ways for Troop to win that game in the position it was in is wild to me. But Will did navigate it, and we'll see which player is able to take this final game. Guardian Angel, the first play of the turn for Aurelia.
Yeah, it was interesting. Maybe I don't think they mullied anything. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but
we might have just moved through it.
Yeah,
we might have to.
We might have just jumped through it really quickly, but we do get the Guardian Angel down, which is a nice early protection for Irelia when we get Irelia out, but we'll still need another turn before Irelia is possible. It doesn't look like there's any units in hand, which is going to be a problem because, Draven can get early points with this Ezreal.
Yeah, well, it's going to feel nice, especially again when there's limited time in the round. So Ezreal on board, drew 3 cards, by the way, after discarding a Scrap Heap, which is the maximum value out of your Ezreal. There's another Scrap Heap to the Zone Warrants this time, drawing yet another 2. Gonna play this Draven, go. We are playing as fast as we can because we have to. We are getting late in this round.
Yep, it's time to move, that is for sure, with only 6 minutes on the clock.
Sneaky deck.
We finally drew the Sneaky Deckhand, but yeah, that would be interesting to see played. Looks like it's gonna be Irelia, though, for that 5. And we will be spending 1 on Guardian Angel. It does give it +1 might. Let's see if you...
Yeah, I think the protection is a bit more valuable here. As you noted, like, you don't really want to play Aurelia without being able to protect it unless you're pretty confident your opponent can't take it out. Maybe, I think considering readying now.
Exactly.
That's actually the consideration.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to ready it or not. He could. It looks like killed the Ezreal. We are at enough might do it. There are no runes up on the Draven side, so it is possible.
I will say, this play looks very safe for Troop. The one way it's going to go wrong is if there's a detonate on Will's side, because that Guardian Angel is basically the only thing holding this Aurelia together.
It is right now. We discarded the Sneaky Deckhands. But oh my god, we charmed up the Draven and it's dead.
Very nicely done. Basically, it looks like a removal spell, and it's effectively that in this spot. Troop passing back should have 2 points, I believe, now as well. Has hit both. Sorry, that's only 1. Charmed it over. My mistake. So it's 1 apiece. But no units important left here for Will. And Troop has kind of got to go, again, both players have to go as quickly as possible. But Aurelia, if there's a deck that can try and win quickly, it's probably this deck.
Yeah, and both players are trying to move quick. We do see Ferris Forerunner, big might, but he's not able to move into a battlefield.
I did see a Rebuke in Will's hand as well, so that really does not get bounced, which I wonder if it's going to be the difference here, but deciding to commit the might to the board, again, needs to have bodies on the table ASAP, because not only do you have to find a way to overpower your Aurelia opponent, you also have to just get points on the board, because if this goes to time, that's going to be important as well. So we're going to take a point for holding. GA is going to get equipped. Are we going to ready once again with the Legend ability?
Yeah, we'll have to see. It would be nice to get that extra point. It would officially put us 2 ahead of Will, which is really important here. But it looks like On Guard is what we're going to do or use to do that.
We're recycling our Calm Power there. That's interesting, because you can't bluff Not So Fast or Defy now. Aurelia's it's any power, right? It doesn't have to be a specific color. So maybe just a slight slip of the mind there for Troop. I mean, if he's playing honestly with his hand face up, he's just saying, I don't have a counterspell. Which if you're Will looking at this board, you're like, great, that's exactly the information I needed. Yeah,
that is for sure.
Still ahead though, so again, don't have to worry too much. It's just Forerunner's going to go on into those Zone Warrants.
Yeah, we've started our Battering Ram counter as well, so it is a threat coming into the base, or potentially to hold Zone Warrants as well, I guess.
Ezreal again, going to churn through even more cards.
We'll actually have to pay the power since we don't have a Seal of Discord this game. Doesn't feel great, but I mean, this game we just got to move fast.
Yeah, again, players have to be swiftly, and there's that seal you're asking for. Good enough, we'll say.
Yeah.
Do have to recycle for that one, though, but the next one you may be able to pay for with your seal.
Exactly. And so it does look like we are going to be using the Seal of Discord for Called Shot, more cards for the Battering Ram, and we'll be able to look at multiple cards here, hopefully draw 2.
Ram is dangerously close to costing 1. It's 4 cards played on the turn. Actually, that's it. It is tossing.
Yeah,
it's been reduced for 4. Can't play it for free by getting the 5, but getting the 4 is good enough, and there's Ram number 1, and here's Ram number 2.
That is crazy, and the second Battering Ram.
Ram number 3!
Oh my gosh, all 3 Battering Rams. down. I mean, base completely developed and that battlefield threatening 11 might on Zon Warrens. And I mean, the Irelia, I think, has like the options to get that big, but the problem is there's a hidden card in the Dreaming Tree now, which does mean like we can't move as freely as we'd like.
It might be... It's so interesting here because I think we're moving back to our own base to draw a card of Dreaming Tree and just get the Irelia where she needs to be, which is on the other battlefield to try and kill some of these units. And that is exactly the play that Troop wants to make.
We hit Discipline as well, which could be essentially a +3 for this Irelia.
See Defiant Dance as well. This turn's going to get pretty sick, I have to think.
This is really nice. We are going to move up into Zon Warrens. We are currently a 7. Going up to 10, you're right. I almost said 2.
It is 2. It's just 1 more after that.
Yeah.
4, 9, 10.
That's Troop commentate. He does it really great. He's been counting like really clearly.
Yeah, he has been
when he's
counting
playing,
clearly.
so making my life easier just by copying the homework.
For sure. And then On Guard comes down. It does look like we're going to be taking Zon Warrens, but 2 more baby mechs here. Both 3 might into this Draven's base. There is so much might in this base, threatening just so much.
And here's another hidden card, which could once again be anything. And this time, Troop's decided, you know what? I want to hold here. Come at me. I will happily challenge you on this battlefield. Again, feels pretty safe with the GA, has a Ride the Wind, a Defy, and a Defiant Dance. That hand is stacked.
Yeah, and we do have 2 runes up. One of those looks like it's going to be Defy, but we still have that Threat of Defiance.
Yeah, had to actually discard it to the Zone Warrens. The Conquer Trigger is not optional.
Oh, yeah.
So that's going to be draw discard. Decides it wants to keep the protection instead of the permission spell. And here we go, Might rumbling back on into the Warrens. It is 4-2 right now in points. As the players race to 8, and I do mean race this time around.
Yeah, and we are moving up here with 13 might. There is currently only 5.
Yep.
5 on this Irelia. Let's see what it is. It looks like it's going to be a fight or flight.
Back to base again.
Back to base we go, just like you said.
Draven, though, is going to draw a card, and discard draw once again. So plenty of cards being looked at here by Will.
And we are going to time.
Yeah.
Let's see here. There's so much might here in Zon Warrens. It is the one bad thing about moving back fight or flight is that a lot of times you are just going to leave so much might there. There's 13 to have to deal with, and the second baby mech is able just to move into Dreaming Tree. Rasa coming down to fortify that side as well.
Yeah, trying to get a little bit of clarity on what the rules at the end of the round actually when time is called. I believe the players are going to play some additional turns.
It's, I think, +3 turns, and then you also have to win by 2 now.
Okay.
2 points.
So it is most points, but you have to win by a couple. Otherwise, you're going to get a draw, which is maybe this early on in the tournament not something you want to grab.
Yeah, this early is not great, I would say, but that's why having these like point differences is so important for this Irelia. And it looks like Ferris Forerunner also coming down for that Dreaming Tree. We are getting stacked on both sides of these battlefields.
So I believe if it's 3 additional turns, I believe this is turn 0. So there's in a way going to be, I believe, 2 turns each for the players, and Will's going to be the one starting this here. So 4-5 right now in points, but Aurelia ready to go on the other side.
4-5, right? Yes.
Let's see here. We are, it looks like, ending our turn with 6 runes up, so we do have to keep an eye on that as Troop. But we do have 6 as well, so let's see.
And you can see that die Will. This time, not a battering ram counter. This is the turn counter. So it is 3 additional turns, and this is now turn 1. So it sounds a bit silly because it's an odd number, but an even number of turns. But understandably, players each get an even number of turns to try and round out the game. And if I believe what you're saying is correct, which I have to imagine it is, someone please correct me if not, win by 2 or get to 8.
Yeah, or get to 8. I mean, it's possible. We're at 5
certainly possible.
points. And we are currently at 6 might here for this Irelia. 1 from Readying and 1 from that Guardian Angel. We have some options not only to buff our might, but also to decrease the might of our opponents. Zone is also going to be helping to protect this Irelia if she dies.
Notably, I think with the way the turns currently go, I think Will can win by getting to 8 points. He's not going to have enough turns to do so at 4. So holding to 6 for your last turn is not going to get it done. But we'll see. Getting to 6 still feel good as far as keeping the score even if you, again, you certainly don't want to get a loss. You don't love a draw either, but Want to at least kind of keep herself in the technically undefeated bracket, as it were. It's Defiant Dance coming through. Going to shrink some of these. Aurelia currently up to 9, it looks like, and -2 is an effective 11, we can call it. So between the 12 and the 13, that's 15. It's going to be 12 versus 11 if my math is... Sorry, I did that wrong. -2 is 13. Aurelia is currently a 9, I believe. So Defiant Dance number 2 is going to have to happen here.
Yeah, we do have second one come down now as well. We got the draw on Dreaming Tree from the first one, but it's only once per turn, so we will not see that from the second Defiant Dance.
Interestingly, shrinking something on the other side now, his troop. 7, 11, 12 so far.
We are down to...
And Ross has been shrunk once, I believe. There's a 4 on it, so maybe it's a little bit more than I think. That is 15, Mike.
No, you're not. I'm not bigger. You're 11.
So, yeah, was
Yeah, I think Troop realized that it wasn't actually enough. Yeah, Troop realized that. I think he made a little bit of a math mistake.
Ooh.
4, 10, 13. No. 4, 10, 13. 13, so I'm 11, 12. You're 12. 15.
Yeah, that's not enough. Shrinking the other thing was not what you needed to do there. You needed to shrink something at this battlefield.
Going to
Yeah.
on the dance then, because I thought you were, I was bigger. I'm going to really dance it.
This is an ouch for sure.
Okay. I'm going to...
Okay, so trying to activate Aurelia now.
We are going to have those spinning blades come down, bringing up a +3. We do still have 2 runes up on the Aurelia, but we're definitely, I think, outmighting here on Will's side.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm up 3. I was up 1, and then you went 1 bigger.
Is there anything Aurelia could bring out? I mean, On Guard, I guess, would put us to 3rd. No, it would bring us to 14. I don't think we have it in hand.
No, I'd Ride the Wind and a Charm in hand right now for Troop.
Yeah.
Actually, Charm needs you to really be on a battlefield to get the most effect out of it. And Aurelia not going to currently be able to make it. So it looks like we are going to end the game 6 points to 5 if this holds and the point totals are correct. Although I guess Troop will get one more turn, but not going to kill. It's going to kill a little bit here. So I guess there is still something to play for here, but getting to 8 is going to look real challenging at this juncture.
Yeah, we could potentially bring up... We still can, like... No, we can't ride her again, never mind.
Oh, oh, okay. So would have readied, I believe. Got chosen again by the legend ability, I think, just to get ready to get an additional point of might. But because of the text on GA, you do get exhausted when you move back to ace.
That makes sense.
You're not able to be readied. Aurelia can't be readied again, so this equip is not going to do it. It's Ride the Wind, though.
And that will be able to bring us back into one of these bases. It looks like we're going into the bigger base. Ouch, Rebuke is going to come down. This is going to be, I mean, if it goes through, and I believe it should, Aurelia is going to be going to hand. The combat win goes to Draven. Will be passing to Will with him holding both of these battlefields.
Yeah, and so again, if I'm correct on how the rules are, because look at the players are talking about it now. From this point, Draven's not really going to get any more points, right? Going to hold for 2, go to 6, and then say go, because there's nothing else I can do. That's my last turn of this game. Aurelia has 1 rune left. Not really going to be able to deploy much else on the backswing. So I believe what's going to happen is we will end this game with Draven at 6 points and Aurelia at 5. So then the question becomes, are the rules in extra turns that you have to win by 2? Because if that is true, this game is a draw.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
But they're going to play it out. Seal of Discord going down.
We are turning 3 as well. It could be another Ezreal. It is going to be a second Ezreal going to Dreaming Tree.
Yeah, just again, discard some cards, move some objects around, have some fun with it.
Always love that.
Because again, the way this game looks like to me is that Troop's going to be able to not do too much. Will's going to reinforce the battlefields just kind of as a formality, just in case there is something that Aurelia can pull out with only 3 rooms. And I did get confirmation. This game is likely... Oh, it's 5 turns per player.
Oh, I thought it got decreased. My bad.
Ah, okay. Now it's getting spicy. All right. So I think at one point you were right. I think that was the rule, but certainly as we are currently in this RQ, because we're of course getting the freshest information, 5 additional turns. So we've had turn 0, turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, which is kind of going to be much of a muchness. And then we're going to pass back, and Draven has got things at both battlefields, and that is going to be Draven winning, I believe. Barely getting it. Oh, it is actually 3. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
So it was a draw. Okay.
It was a draw.
So let me bring it all back to people, because that was a long game. My brain is addled in the best way possible because Riftbound is such an excellent game. We're only 2 rounds in to this Route to Qualify. Can you believe us today? So it is only 3 additional turns. You do have to win by 2. And because the points at the end of that all, because the turns all faded away, Draven was at 6 points, Aurelia was at 5, and wouldn't you believe, that is only a draw when you have to win by 2.
Yeah, it is tragic that it's going to end in a draw here, but hopefully they'll still be able to pull it out for the rest of the day. I think you do have to make 6 and 2 to make day 2, but we still have so many rounds left.
Yeah, we do. Certainly a lot of play for these players. Again, like technically undefeated, you do get a point for a draw. You're going to be in maybe an interesting bracket where potentially a lot of the other Miracle Shells are. Because again, one of the big challenges with playing a deck like Miracle Draven or even these Miracle Jinx decks is that you have to play quickly. Because churning through your entire deck and making these really massive turns with 20+ might just takes a lot of physical game actions.
Yeah,
and you have to get through them in the round time. That is a constraint put on you when you show up to a competitive TCG event.
Yeah, and I think it's something that a lot of people are, learning these Miracle decks. I think we're like 2-3 weeks into the set, and so a lot of players are still trying to figure out how to play these decks in an efficient enough time to finish in those 60 minutes plus 3 turns.
Well, we had a lot of Riftbound for you in those 2 rounds, so I think the players need a break, and I think we may do too. Don't go anywhere. There is more RQ Vegas coming right up. We're going to a quick break.
All right, I'm here with Alan ZQ, the winner of RQ Bologna. Alan, you top 8'd in Houston. You won Bologna. Now you're here in Vegas. Is there any pressure to perform, to do the same that you've done in these last 2 events?
I mean, already in the Bologna, there was a lot of people putting their life savings on me, and it doesn't get any better after getting it down in the Bologna. So absolutely, once you get there, the pressure is actually big. Even though I have a pretty titanic mental, it can even get to me.
All right, that's fair enough. And really, you've brought Ezreal to the forefront of the meta. Now people are saying, well, maybe that's even the best deck. Maybe that's better than Draven. I want to talk to you a little bit about Ezreal and how you were able to put together such a dominant performance, because in TCGs, dominating that hard is very difficult.
I mean, since December, I was the second I've seen Cold Shot, the second I've seen Ezreal. I just put up the deck together. We've been playtesting over 2 months, just tweaking sideboard, tweaking the main deck. And once you recognize the play patterns, we could lock in the list. And I knew right away it's just the best deck in the format. Was surprised in the CN they didn't manage to crack it. And I was kind of fond of it, because it's just good for me, for the competition, having a pretty much secret deck that no one is prepared for. So I knew that it heavily counters the Draven any version, so I was not too worried about it, and I was just hoping for people to bring it. The only problem was Irelia, and then it got solved by adding the Vex, which ended up very good into everything, just running around the corner, except like a very heavy removal decks where you can just side it out.
All right, well then, I gotta ask. Bologna looked dominant. You're coming in here again. 1 week now, the deck's no longer a secret. Are you still thinking you can replicate that with everyone knowing what's in your bag of tricks?
When I came for Houston, I posted my list with the Kaisa because I thought I'm not coming to Houston, and everyone knew the list, and I managed to top it. So, and I'm playing on just only more consistent deck now. So we've done some 2-3 changes for surprise factor. So why not just run it back?
All right. Well, thank you so much, Alan. Good luck. I'll see you in the top 8. Yeah.
fun at your Nexus nights? Do you want to get something that's a little more competitive? Maybe get a buy for one of these upcoming regional qualifiers. Check out your local Summoner Skirmish at your local store. All information on the QR code here on the screen, ubsgames.com/riftbound-organize-play. Welcome back, folks, to the regional qualifier here in Vegas. My name's Jim Davis. Casanova, how you doing, bud?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm very excited to be jumping in the booth with you to start covering some of these games today. It's already been a very exciting start. We've gotten a lot of great games out the gates, and I know there's a ton more coming as we are in Las Vegas playing Riftbound. This is exactly what I want to see.
Yeah, it's great stuff. A lot of cool matches, too. We have had some cool mirror matches, some cool legends, but now we're getting into this is kind of the meat of the tournament, right? We're coming into round four? Three, sorry. Round three. And, this is where the rust is off. Everyone's kind of warmed up, and they're ready to battle and kind of getting into the middle part of the tournament where they want to make day 2, they want to get their best of, and this is where you kind of feel the tingle,
Yeah, I mean, after this next few rounds, you get to the part where you kind of lock that day 2, right? Like we're about halfway to that lock-in point, right? You need to go 6-2 on the day in order to make it into day 2. And so if you can get that 3-0 here in round 3, you're halfway done. Halfway to the job being done.
Yep, it's tough though because you don't want to get into that job done mode when you're doing really well.
Of course not.
I've been in that spot before. You're 3-0, 4-0, 5-0. You're feeling really good, and that one loss can crash you down. So lots of exciting games to play. What are you looking forward to today? We've been watching some games so far, but what's the kind of big overall arcing thing that you're excited to see in this particular tournament?
Look, day 1 for me is all about that best of race. I want to see some of these unique decks that people are bringing. And you get this kind of glimpse at maybe some greatness out of the legends that are not played as much. And maybe if we're even lucky, one of them will make a really deep run and crack into that top 8 later on, and we'll get to see a preview of that in some of these early rounds as we're jumping around and seeing some of these different legends. So for me, that's what day 1 is all about. It's about seeing these best of choices, seeing these legends that are less represented, and seeing how they're doing against the field.
Yeah, my hot take for this event was that a player who thought they were in a medal card best of hunt was going to have a really good run, possibly crack top 8. If that were to happen, what legend do you think it would be?
I think it's got to be something like a Lucian, or it could be just one of the purple decks that is kind of like pseudo-Dravening, and then kind of finding their way through. So like a Jinx. But even then, I think Annie is one of those other choices, right? So that some of these purple decks, I think, are the ones that really are the ones that start to knock at the door. But I think my maybe hot take as far as like the best of legends is that maybe we get a Lucian that actually gets to crack through. I think that deck can be quite strong.
Cool. Yeah, it's interesting because we're seeing with this Miracle package in purple, it's kind of a package that transcends a legend, where a lot of things you've seen in set 1 where, you have your Kai'Sa deck does Kai'Sa things, this deck does that things, but having this overall engine that can go into multiple decks allows you to play that Jinx deck, kind of use the engine in different ways. So any legend that can touch purple can touch that package and kind of tailor it to their own means, which is cool. We see if you're playing red, you play Battering Ram, if you're playing so on and so forth. So really cool stuff, and exciting to see for those legends. And we're going to get our match all queued up for you in a little bit here. And yeah, I mean, you played in Bologna last weekend, right?
Yeah, I absolutely did.
And
no,
let's go to our next segment here. Check out, we got some great merch here on site. So if you you want to come down and check out these events, there's a lot of cool things to play, but cool things to buy too. And check it out right now.
If you're at the regional qualifier, you have to make a stop over at the merch store. They've got plushies like this Moo Cow Alistar, that's my favorite. They've got statues. I've been eyeing a LeBlanc that I want to pick up, as well as they've got hats, play mats, card sleeves. Make sure to pop in so you can kit out your entire crew. Aren't they some cool cats? If you want to deck out your shelves and yourself as much as you bling out your decks, you have to make a stop here at the merch store.
Cool stuff. The ears, whew, that was a lot of fun. Really nice. But I guess we could play some Riftbound too, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Like, we might as well. Like, we're here.
Yeah, that's fair. So let's hop into our next feature match here and see what we got. All right, so first up we have Emotional, and we got a little Lucian.
Yeah, so Mo, a good old Rifty content creator, also coming from Legends of Runeterra, being a content creator over there. He won a seasonal in Legends of Runeterra as well, so very accomplished card game player, and he is going to be on that Lucian. I was mentioning this is a deck that I think sometimes can outperform its station as a best-of deck, and it is often on the back of this combo, the Skyfall of Arion with the Trinity Force. When you're able to equip both of those to a unit, it does give the hold effect of Trinity Force onto your Conquerors, so your Conqueror is scoring 2 points instead of just the general 1. I did hear a story out of Bologna where someone on Lucian won from 0 points to 8 in a single turn with multiple Triforces on board to go alongside a Skyfall. There's a lot of combo potential with this deck. What's really nice, though, is the ability for the deck to still work and function even when you don't find the combo pieces together. They can still lead to some very strong plays, especially with, you know, the Skyfall being able to give, Kaisa effect on hold, getting you an additional draw, or the Trinity Force if you're able to just kind of tank up maybe a Ruin Runner so it can't be moved off a battlefield, and it can still get the hold effects and score some points. So there's a lot of ways to use the pieces differently than just as the combo, and that can make this deck very potent.
Really cool. And I love seeing the cards that can score points outside of like the typical flow of the game. It can really change things up. So that is our Lucian player. Then we're looking at Tom D TCG playing a little Aurelia.
Yeah, this is a cool matchup. So Tom D TCG, I believe, is actually Thomas Dowling, who is a Flesh and Blood player who has made some very deep runs in some callings, essentially Grand Prix equivalent or equivalent to this type of event, right? This is you know, 1,000+ kind of player event where you're playing 13 rounds of Swiss and trying to fight your way through. And so Thomas is no stranger to this kind of event and playing Aurelia, which has been, you know, one of the top decks in the meta right now. Really, we're thinking Draven, Kaisa, Aurelia, Ezreal is kind of that top 4. And this deck is looking pretty standard when it comes to the Aurelia builds. What I will note is it is Sans Sneaky Deckhand. This has been a very popular tech that we've had in these decks to try and get you ahead on points early, and instead we're getting the Treasure Hunters to try and smooth out the rune curve instead for Thomas with getting those extra gold tokens. So just kind of look for that. If he can stabilize the early game, he'll be able to try and come back, but is not always going to have a point lead that the Sneaky Deckhand affords, and instead is going to rely on the 2-drops for the early stages of the game.
Awesome stuff. So I love seeing the melting pot of players from all different games kind of coming in, see your style shown here in Riftbound. So we got see if we can get down to our feature match area and see what our players are up to. All right, so we got Emotional on the left, Lucian Purifier, Tom on the right. We got Reaver's Row for Tom and Zon Warrens for is it? How does he say it?
Yeah, emotional. Yeah,
emotional. Okay.
Yeah, Mo is fine. We'll go with Mo.
Oh, Mo. All right, I see it now. It's a few extra letters in there. So,
yeah.
So we got Zon Warrens first, Reaver's Row. Pretty standard stuff, right?
Yeah, I think Zon Warrens is actually a little bit interesting for the Lucian side of things, just because like that is the discard and draw is not exactly something you need. There's no discard synergy in the deck, right? There's no trash synergy in the deck, really. So at the end of the day, all this is getting you is filter, and that is good when you're playing a combo deck, right? You like to be able to rummage. You like to be able to throw something away, pick something up as you're going through. And also, red-orange historically kind of rough on the card draw.
Right.
So sometimes you actually will have just the empty hand and you can get the draw effect from the Zon Warrens. When you have nothing to discard, you still do the rest of the card and you draw a card.
Yeah, these non-purple decks looking for ways to draw cards.
Exactly.
They want to be part of the game, too. So a couple mulligans here from both players, going down to get 2 cards going down each. And looks like we got Mo on the play.
Let's see if he finds a 2. Doran's Blade's kind of the best one.
Okay, so the blade comes down. You played in your pre-Rift events. Doran's Blade was that was a good one.
Yeah, you know, Doran's Blade into Lucian Merciless, the exact combo you wanted every single game.
Yep.
Right? It's very, very strong, and we'll likely see Mo just kind of following suit with that exact combination of 2 cards to start his game. There are potential 4s that you would play instead of your Lucian here, because you can find maybe opportunities to play him later, but generally there's not much better than just weapon mastering this Doran's Blade onto your Lucian.
Cool. So Tom going to battle back with a gear of his own. We got Guardian Angel. And now we see that Lucian, Weapon Master, and an equip. And looks like a pass.
Yeah.
Modest start for both players.
Taking a quick look at Mo's hand, I did see he does have the Trinity Force, no Spear yet, and he does have the Brynhir Thundersong, very important for the matchup against Aurelia. She wants to be able to play defensive, look for that hold, especially if she ends up behind in points. She needs to hold at some point, and that's where the Bryn can really punish. So we'll be looking for that later on in this game, if that can come up for Mo and start to pay some dividends.
All right, so we see an Aurelia over here for Tom. We see an equip, and then just a pass.
Yeah, I like the equip. You need to play around challenge in this spot. If you don't equip and Mo just is able to push in, challenge, kill Aurelia, the game's over. Which is, that's not ideal. You don't want the game to end on turn 2, and Aurelia has to be very careful when she wants to develop the Fervent early on, not to just allow the game to just immediately devolve.
Cool. Going over Mo's way. Mo's going to look at a pretty solid group of cards here. Trying to get a little looky-loo also.
Yeah, it looks like a long sword. Maybe that's a Gem Jammer. And then I'm also seeing what I believe was a Yone. That was some of the tech that I think is kind of interesting. A lot of people have felt this Yone card is not very good in like constructed play. You might think if you played your pre-Rift event, it's like, wow, this Yone card's insane. It's amazing in Limited. Absolutely insane card in Limited. But in constructed, it's not really found a great home. I actually feel that the Lucian deck is the best home for Yone. You have all these extra weapons to buff him up and create this kind of no-win opportunity for your opponent, where you have a Yone with a bunch of might that they can't hold against, but if they leave the battlefield, then he just gets to have the Yone effect. And if you don't know what it does, when he conquers, he's able to deal. He conquers an open battlefield. He's able to deal his might to an enemy at their base. So very, very powerful at kind of creating these forks where your opponent can't win by holding or by retreating.
Get to have your cake and eat it too. So Lucian's going to come in, conquer Zon Warrens. We see a Hex Trigger go to the bin, and then Lucian gets to ready and pop right back up. Little hit and run.
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly the kind of thing that you're not allowed to do when your opponent actually slams the Yone. So the solution gets to exactly have both things. He gets to be the one who gets to hit and run, and then also is having this threat that doesn't allow you to do the same. And Aurelia is a deck that really likes to do that same tactic of pushing in, hit and run. Right. You're going to see Trinity Force hit the board.
So Trinity Force comes down, and we're going to see an equip. So the hit and run, of course, the Trinity Force wants you to hold, but hit and run does not really play with that yet. Setting up for the combo a little bit later. And passing back to Tom. We're going to see that first might off of the ready. And now both players kind of, like you're saying, in that kind of hit and run sort of scenario. Now Mo is up a point. A little bit of players checking out here, making sure that the buffs are good.
Yeah. Fervent readies for start of turn, gains 1.
Yep.
We'll see as that continues forward on the rest of this turn. I mean, really Charm is going to be the big thing that maybe Thomas is looking for to deal with this Lucian. It's really difficult to deal with Merciless. It just kind of keeps running back and forth. But also even a Charm here, you need some backup with it. Because of Purifier's +1 Assault effect, right now if this Lucian runs in on offense, it is like +3, 6. It's a 9 as an attacker, which is not a small number.
It's cool seeing, too, here, 2 decks that are focusing on one single unit, kind of making it big, both the champion units and a cool champion battle. So Tom's going to think it through. We see a hand, we see you got some Fighter Flight, Guard, Defy, a lot of tricks in this Aurelia deck.
Yeah. You're all about the tricks in the Aurelia deck. This is not quite a full Protect the Queen Aurelia that we've seen in the past, because we did see the Tide Turners and the Treasure Hunters. So there's a little bit more units than like a full Protect the Queen, but it's not an immense amount of units, right? It's like 3 Tide Turners, 3 Treasure Hunters. I think it was some amount of the Stellacorns, so it was 2 or 3, and then the Draven. So there's still like a decent chunk of units in this deck. So it does mean it can have this like draw the wrong half of the deck and you end up breaking on too many units. But as we see the hand now, there's plenty of tricks, flush with exactly what he wants to be playing around this tournament.
Spells everywhere for sure. So Zon Warrens for Tom discards a Fighter Flight, except but not so fast, adding that suite of possible tricks, counter spells, and interaction. You think this game's gonna come down to like one key combat?
Yeah, so there's like 2 big things that come down here, right? It's either the one key combat, or if Mo is able to find the spear and combine that with the Trinity Force, he starts to just completely outpace scoring. And at that point, it forces Tom to go for a hold, and that's where that Bryn here gets to punish, right? So that you kind of have that you create this position that Aurelia almost cannot win if you're able to get the combo online. Now the balance mechanic behind that is now we have a red-orange, which cannot draw in the same way that purple does to find this combo every game. So you do have to kind of luck into it if you want that part of your deck. But it's one of the nice things about Lucian is it plays well without the combo, but if you find it, you often just get to steal some games.
That's great. So we see Tide Turner come down, do a little swap action with Aurelia back to base. And we see Legend readying, and Aurelia goes into Reaver's Row. So a little bit of that in and out action. And looks like that's going to be cool.
There's a Charm. I was saying, Charm is kind of one of the big things that Tom would need to look for.
All right, so Charm now really is bigger, thanks to the moving around.
This doesn't work at all, by the way. Reaver's Row is going to trigger here. And Lucian is going to run home. A little bit of a mistake from Tom.
Okay.
Or actually, sorry, no. Defender is going to be the Aurelia. Apologies. My mistake. Let me clarify this. Defender is Aurelia. Reaver's Row says that it's going to target who is going to run away. You choose this as the Aurelia player, so you choose Aurelia.
Right.
She gets a +1. Then when you actually go to resolve Reaver's Row, you decline the move back.
Right.
So Reaver's Row is actually just giving a +1 to Aurelia Fervent here. Apologies for the confusion earlier. So that is what we're seeing from Tom. So he's actually using the charm to the Reaver's Row in order to buff the Aurelia Fervent an additional 1 to try and be able to push over this, since he's the defender after charming. But that is meaning that Purifier is online for all this equipment, meaning this is 3, 6, 9, 12 on this Lucian.
That's a longsword is the battle back, and of course some of these counter spells don't work there, but Defiant Dance works pretty good.
Yeah, Defiant Dance is great. You're going to get the +1 from the target onto Fervent, then the +2 from the Defiant Dance, then the -2 over to Lucian. So this is a 5-point swing that we're getting from a single energy and power and a single card. 2 more energy left for Tom.
This is big, because this is a big combat. Whoever loses this is losing a large amount of resources and board presence.
Yeah, and at this point, you know, Mo having nothing left, no energy to continue to respond here, and Tom able to get it done by pumping this over all the offense that was there.
That's a huge turn. All the gear falls helplessly to the ground, and we're going back Mo's way, and Mo's got to rebuild.
Yeah, very big to have to rebuild. Fortunately, Yone has Weapon Master, so that will mitigate some of the power cost here, but he does have a power cost natively on himself, so it kind of just gives that little bit of a refund when you Weapon Master that in. Spear was in hand.
Ooh.
So if that Merciless was able to stick around, Mo was in a very good position to just develop that, attach it, and start going to town, looking for that combo to really set things up. But now we're at the point where it may just have to come down to a Yone hitting the board, and then you have to look to hold, and Purifier hates holding.
Yes.
Purifier's text purely is offense. It's gas. You get assault on each of these equipment going onto your unit. You get nothing when you're trying to defend.
Yeah, and not lost here also is Tom's got 2 points, and also on both battlefields, so potentially looking to hold as well. And Mo's going to think it through. Got to recover from this kind of a tough combat. Still plenty of cards in hand. And there's the Yone.
He's going to hit the board. His Weapon Master. I mean, it depends whatever rune he needs more. It seems like he's pretty orange heavy in this deck, so it feels like trying to save more orange makes sense. So he's going to Weapon Master onto the Trinity Force. Also, there's the potential that he doesn't want to burn runes on the rest of these equips, or even just some amount of these equips going forward, because he does still want to establish the Skyfall of Arion, the Spear, which is going to complete the combo. Combo not working nearly as well on without the Lucian Merciless, though, who gets to keep kind of running back and readying himself. It can be a really valuable part of this combo.
All right, so back Tom's way. We got 2 hold points, up to 4, now a 4-1 advantage. And still plenty of cards in hand, stack deck off the top. So some library manipulation, some tricks, and of course tricks are good at kind of keeping you in the driver's seat when you're already in a great spot. So I'm gonna think it through. See Defy, not so fast. Got the stack deck, not a bad place to start. Let's read this card. This was the promo card at the pre-release, so everyone had one.
Yeah. Tom, did you play your pre-rift or not? Surely you've seen this one.
Yep.
Usually in the guise of being the chosen champion for Aurelia. It's actually what we've seen this a lot of. But yes, it is something you really need to understand the text precisely, right? This is when I conquer an open battlefield, deal damage equal to my might to an enemy unit in a base. This means if you are holding at all, and it conquers, and even if it kills your unit, it's not going to get that Yone effect hitting the back.
Correct. The counterpart here, of course, is the assault. So Planet puts him in a rock in a hard place. Do I try and hold, or do I try and leave the battlefield open? So your stack deck. You see Boots of Swiftness in the window. A couple cards behind, thinking it through. Of course, these purple library manipulation cards, the talk of the tournament. This is the classic. This is the set 1/1, you know? Stack deck, very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the shoes. It's always really nice to be able to put some shoes on your Fervent, get the J's out, and be able to run back and forth between the 2 battlefields, so you don't have to expend as much power pivoting using your Aurelia Legend. It can just be very costly, as we see the rune count you know, Mo has had to spend a lot with the equipment, and you know, he's played a lot of power costs for units, but he's not behind Tom at this point because we've seen these activations of Blade Dancer, and it's just continues to kind of shred through the runes.
Yep. So I missed which card was taken. Did you catch it?
I missed it as well. We'll see in a second.
We'll find out. So stack deck will resolve. And now, what is the next step for Tom?
It was the shoes.
Okay, the shoes are in. Take them out of the box.
Yeah, they're fresh. They got wings on them.
They do. They do. Those are nice shoes. Nice kicks. All right. What is next for Tom? Ty Turner's hanging out in Zon Warren's. Aurelia's looking guarded up with the Guardian Angel. So some nice protection there. Protecting Aurelia, very, very important in this deck.
Yeah. It's this weird spot where it's like, okay, you bring the Ty Turner home. Yone's just going to guarantee to have a target to smack. But I think keeping the Aurelia at a base, not allowing her to be a target for Yone is really impactful. And we'll see what Mo can put together because he can catch up in points. Right? He's got the spear. He's got the combo to combine. It means when he conquers, he'll score 2 points instead of 1 because he will get the trigger from the Trinity Force as the Skyfall of Arion does make it so that your hold effects are also conquer effects and vice versa.
Ooh, big play here. Sabotage just
that was
up.
nice.
That's fantastic. And of course, we know Skyfall's in hand. Of course, Tom does not. So now Tom has to be under the rest of his sabotage.
Yep. He has to consider this Defy. There is a real chance that you just go for it, that Defy is actually the least valuable card in your hand, and I think that's probably true in this spot. The hard thing is there are very good Defy targets in the deck that Mo has. He's got Challenge. He's also got the Relentless Pursuit. That's a very good Defy target that you need to be looking for, especially when we're starting to talk about the combo. But he doesn't know the Spear's there yet, and also there is just kind of a point where this Sabotage makes it so that your Aurelia can die, and that is what you have to avoid, and that's where the Defy is really trying to build a buffer where you're going to have the not so fast, you're going to have the on guard to be able to just stay ahead of the curve.
How important is the information?
Incredibly important. Incredibly important. Aurelia is all an information game. She's all playing combat tricks. You need to know what you're going up against, and that's half of the card's text realistically for Sabo. There could be a world where you cast Sabotage and they reveal all units, and you're like, wow, that was really great. I'm not going to play around anything.
Yep.
That's awesome.
All right, well, here is a Skyfall. So we have this kind of Voltron all set up. We got the Skyfall and the Trinity Force on the Yone. It's huge. Let's make it huger.
Yeah.
Here comes the Doran's Blade. Stacking up. It's sort of that Spirit Forge theme of all about equipment, all about stacking up. And here comes the big boy into Zon Warren's. Tom, what are you going to do?
Yeah, he's just going to have to let that happen, get 2 points. We'll see what the draw is. The discard feels like it's going to have to be that Kaisa almost. I feel like the Bryn is so necessary, and then the Wallop might even just be deployed on this turn to bring Yone back home. I feel like that is the major consideration here. You don't really want to leave him stranded. There's no tricks to protect him. And you don't know the hand because Tom defied that Sabotage. So you actually don't know. So we're gonna just cast this wall up and just bring the Yone back home.
All right, so Ty Turner bites it for a whole bunch of damage. Now Wallop will look to ready Yone. He kind of, once again, with that hit and run action, you're gonna get in, you're gonna get out. All readied up. And right back to base. And like you were saying, so now with this combo in place, scoring 2 points in every combat rather than 1 really throws off the balance of what a normal game of Riftbound looks like.
Yeah, so that should be putting Mo at 3 and Tom now just going to hold the 5 as, you know, the 2 points per turn. Trying to think if he can really catch up. I mean, not completely, right? Because Tom can feasibly go to 6 here. And with Tom going to 6, that means there's just really one more turn that Tom has to double conquer and he wins the game. So while the Skyfall is, you know, accelerating the clock for Mo, it came a little bit late because Tom was able to kill that Lucian and just kind of buy that extra turn where he gets ahead while Mo has to redevelop and redeploy. And because of that, the usual advantage of actually finding the combo is kind of taken away. And the big thing for Mo is he got a 3, not 4. Combo lets you win from 4 because you just score both sides. You get 2 and then 2 and you go up to 8. Being at 3, that doesn't do anything for you as your opponent is kind of on that quote-unquote match point when you're on, you know, or game point when you're on 6 and you're playing a deck that has a good time double conquering.
Yep, so Aurelia going to slide over with the boots, a little bit of ganking action. Going to see us on Warrens. Looks like the discard was a Guardian Angel. We see a Ride the Wind in hand for Tom. Passing back, there's Aurelia kind of just running through the whole game uncontested so far. Has not been touched yet.
Yeah, and notably Mo equipping everything except for the longsword because he's guess what? Magic number 6 runes. Bring here Thundersong. Can be slammed onto the board. And then if Tom decides to respond by buffing Aurelia to try and get her above the Yone, what can happen is at least Mo still has this longsword to attach for another +3.
All right, so Mo going to think it through. Pretty cool game here of just two huge units kind of slugging back and forth. It's interesting to see when you have like the Lucian deck and these red-orange decks that are a little less trick focused, a little more kind of on the board numbers focused,
So
trying to just get big.
His first cut with Lucian.
We might be checking on the point totals. Still up 2. There we go. Up to 3. That's the current score. Mo's on 3. Tom's on 6.
The Brynn here's not a very easy decision here either, actually. The more I'm thinking about it, right? Because we're in this spot where you deploy Brynn, you go in, you kill the Aurelia. She has a Guardian Angel. Yep. She's just going back to base.
Yep.
And then now your Yone's just there, hanging out, and you have no runes available. So you're going into the next turn with Tom fully tapping out, Aurelia at home, boots on. She's got the Jordans.
Right.
She just runs in, you buff her, get over the Yone, and then ready her with Aurelia and move her to the other side.
Yep.
Or, even better right now, with the no Brynn, you can just completely dodge by just going ahead and slamming this Ride the Wind.
Wow.
With the Conquer and the Hold, Tom would be able to win here if Mo does not have a way to re-pivot this Yone.
Wow, so yeah, no Thundersong. Ride the Wind. See what Mo's doing about this. Got to be something.
Yep. So Mo says Ride the Wind resolves.
All right, so Aurélia's going to pop over to Reaper's Row. We're going to see a little buff action. We're going to see a point up to 7.
Yep.
Now, of course, Tom's like, all right, yeah, Song Warrens is all yours. You got it.
Yeah. And first, of course, Mo's going to finish this, right? He's going to go to 5. He is going to draw it. Relentless Pursuit lets him chase. Does not look like he finds it.
I see a wallop in there, but... And Tom going to go up to 7. Not a bad place to be.
I don't think Mo can chase this down. He's got a wallop, but the Aurelia is going to be too big.
All right, Mo trying to get out of this. And is Thundersong, is it a Kaisa also?
Yeah, it's a Kaisa, but all the equipment are stuck onto Yone. So even with Kaisa plus Wallop coming down, or accelerated Kaisa, of course, she doesn't need the Wallop.
Yep.
There is no way to chase down the Aurelia, and that's just going to be scooped up by Mo. First game going over to Tom.
Yeah, really cool stuff there. That Ride the Wind was huge. Big choice on Thundersong. Obviously didn't end up working out, but that's part of the strength of the Aurelia deck. Is there's so many cool tricks, so many hard things to play around. So we're going to players shuffled up here for game number 2. So we're going to have Rockfall Path for Tom and the Candlelit Sanctum for Mo. Rockfall Path.
Little spicy, huh?
Talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's not one we see all the time in Aurelia, but this is going to be the one where you cannot play units here.
Okay.
So this doesn't allow a lot of these decks that want to maybe reinforce and look for a hold against Aurelia to actually do so. It's also weirdly, I mean, there's like some small niche cases where this just prevents people from sneaky deckhanding. So Aurelia, we almost never see playing this because they're often playing sneaky deckhand. Why would you put Rockfall Path in your deck if you're playing sneaky deckhand? But of course, we know Tom is not. So it denies some of that like early scoring opportunity if the Candlelit Sanctum maybe were to be occupied, and then really it's just preventing players from kind of going for that really big hold. It also has this like niche spot against some of the Aurora decks where it prevents the Deadbloom Predator from getting slammed there. It's not really that relevant in the current meta, but it can come up. It's not impossible that it would have that effect.
Cool. So we got both players developing here with a gear. We got a little Hex Drinker action. We got Azania's Hourglass, more protection for Aurelia. So both players getting set up. I mentioned the Candlelit Sanctum's goal, similar to Zon Warren's, kind of deck massaging, kind of looking for the right pieces.
Yeah, it seems all of it. Actually, Mo very heavily invested in finding his combo, and he did in that first game, right? Yep. So oftentimes that would just lead to the win, but as we were talking about earlier in that game, if Tom gets to find the charm, that's the opportunity, and it was exactly that made all the difference in game 1. And I think it's about the same when we come into this game 2 with Mo getting to be on the play, is does Tom find a charm at some point before Mo is able to kind of get everything, the full engine set up? Because that can just make all the difference.
All right, so we got 5 runes for Tom. Really is hanging out. End of OC. It's like a Draven in there, a couple tricks, maybe a Stellacorn Herder, some nice tools.
Yeah.
Roy looks pretty good.
Hourglass affords the luxury. You're safe if challenge or anything tries to come through to take down your Aurelia. You've got the Hourglass, so you're fine. It would have to be 2 removal spells, which is, I think asking a little much of the Lucian deck to try and make happen.
All right, well, let's see what Lucian's coming in. Start the turn right off the bat with a trip over to the Candlelit Sanctum. Going to be a point. Going to be a little bit of deck manipulation. Top 2 cards. Take a peek.
Let's see what we got here as the options.
A couple of Rune Runners in hand, I think.
Yeah, I think that was a sideboard piece. Or no, those were in the main. Yeah, you had the runes in the main.
All right, so both go to the bottom. Yep. That will be relevant until next turn, of course. And then 6.
There we go.
Rune Runner. All right, so untargetable.
Yeah, my favorite thing with the Candlelit Sanctum, right, when you're playing these kind of more combo-oriented decks, is you look at it and you say, are these my combo pieces? No. Okay. Does this win me the game right now? No. All right, bottom.
Nice binary decision.
Yeah, it's very quick. It's real nice. Lot more difficult when you're not a combo deck. Or the Aurelia, I would say, like if Tom conquers Candlelit, maybe there's some more thoughts that have to go through your head at that point. But for Mo, it's like, well, combo piece, no. Winning me the game right now, no. All right, bottom. There we go.
Roy's going to plot out, is this counter spell going to be relevant in the next 2 turns? What kind of trick do I need? What kind of mix do I need of spells? But here comes Aurelia. And Candlelit, top 2, stack deck, and a Defiant Dance. Pretty good.
I usually never say no to a Defiant Dance.
That's quite nice.
I'm pretty happy about that one staying on top. And honestly, the stacked can kind of stay there too because, that could be anything.
Yep.
You could even be a Defiant Dance.
Or a stack deck.
Or another stack deck.
Or a boat. So here comes the Herder. And looks like that's going to be a pass. So a good start.
Like when you, right here, like when you draw your card, I just want to let you know that because they're brand new.
Okay.
Do you want to get a judge for it? No, I don't care. I'm just letting you know just because.
We're just making sure everything's good on the table.
Get a judge to, sure. I mean, you can
one of the fun parts of playing a card game is there's more to it than just the game. As far as how do you handle your cards, where do things go, communication.
It looks like Mo was just pointing out. It seems like one of the sleeves maybe had like the new pack of sleeves like had a string that ripped off it or something, and you wanted to let Tom know that hey, one of these cards might end up being marked, and it looks like they're just adjusting with that now. It's very cool. Good sportsmanship. He's like, you don't have to call judge. Let's just let's see if they'll fix it and go.
Good communication is key. So we're gonna get the sleeve fixed up. Our table judge will help out, make sure everything's looking nice, and we're going back Mo's way.
Yeah, I just got my
going back Mo's way. There we go. There's a draw.
All right. Well, there's a combo piece.
Okay.
Little Relentless Pursuit. Ready to go. Looks like we also have the Trinity Force, no Spear. So missing a little bit of the win from 4 combo. Maybe I should take a second to just fully lay out that combo
for
everybody. So for the Lucian combo, what you want to be doing is you want to have the Trinity Force out. Because that says when I hold, I score a point. You want the Skyfall of Arion, the Spear, out, because that allows your hold effects to happen on Conquer. And then Relentless Pursuit is going to allow you to essentially have that ride the wind effect, right? You get to move to another location. But it also has the additional text that says when you conquer, you may return the unit back to base. And so when it's with Lucian Merciless, you'll get to conquer one side. When he conquers, he's going to ready himself. He's going to come back to base, and then you get to send him to the other side. He conquers both. That's 4 points scored between all of that. Which, you add an extra Trinity Force, you get a couple extra points, it can start to really stack up. But realistically, getting to 4 points in a deck that's playing Lucian Merciless on turn 2, not that difficult. And then it's looking for that finisher when you can just end the game, steal the game once you've reached 4, and your opponent often is not set up to handle that.
Okay, so we can see Lucian coming in and coming out. Mo goes to 2. Trinity Force all set up in the back row alongside the Rune Runner. So Rune Runner, being able to not be targeted is great with the equipment, but does it slot into the combo?
So not for the combo, but it gives you that other mode. I was talking about how this deck, you can't just rely on the combo with this deck. It just would not work. You can't find it consistently enough in orange-red. It's just not really feasible. But the deck can still function with just some of the pieces, right? You can either hold with Skyfall on Kai'Sa and you're going to get a draw. when that comes through, if you're able to kind of take that opportunity. Or I think establishing Ruin Runner with a Trinity Force on a location becomes very difficult to move sometimes, right? That's 7 might that you cannot use spells or abilities to interact with. You actually just need more might than that Ruin Runner, or else it's going to hold and score an additional point. So that's where I kind of see that making some waves, especially into the decks that rely on spell removal in general. You're looking at your Ezreals and your Kaisas. If Lucian can just establish a Ruin Runner with a Trinity Force, it's very difficult for those decks to actually handle it.
Good stuff. Stellacorn Herder coming in. We're going to see a draw on the move. Herder, a very potent draw engine for this deck. We see a handful of cards. It was 6 or 7 cards. Pretty good amount. Tom at 3, Mo at 2. And now we see Mo's board is getting pretty scary. You know, we saw last game was kind of all about one unit that kind of got lost in a big combat. Now we see multiple units for Mo, multiple gears ready to go, a lot of runes, a lot of cards in hand. We see a stacked deck.
It's like Hard Bargain, Not So Fast, and Adaptatron. Adaptatron going to be a very nice sideboard piece for Tom here. When it conquers, it's able to destroy a gear and then gains a buff. You know, these gear are core to the strategy that Lucian is trying to make work. Whether that is comboing off and having the Trinity Force and the Spear both on board, or just to leverage Purifier. I mean, you're just getting rid of more value than any other deck would be getting. But when I look at the board position, I think Adaptatron is going to struggle to find some really good worth, and it's possible that Tom instead is just going to look for more spells. I didn't see the take. I could see the Adaptatron pick, but I'm not that excited about it when I look at the next few turns for Tom. I think it's more likely if I want to develop a unit, it's going to be Draven, and from there I use that extra point to continue to stay ahead from Mo if I'm able to win combats with Draven.
Yeah, it was Hard Bargain was chosen, and I kind of agree. The Tron seems like it would be just too many turns down the road.
Yeah.
So here comes Draven, and we got Hard Bargain in hand and 2 runes available. Zanya's still in play too, and we're going to see it pass. So Control Fireworks here on Mo's side, a lot to work with. A lot of units, a lot of gear, a lot of runes. Decent amount of cards in hand. We'll see what the next step is. Here's the draw. Let's take a peek.
Yeah, first draw. The spear is exactly what he wants. We know he didn't have one in hand, at least from the early stages of the game. He had a Candlelit trigger, but it was bottom.
Yep.
So this draw is going to be completely cleared. Relentless Pursuit still nice as a potential way to punish if Tom tries to go too aggressively on offense. You can also use it the same way purple decks use Ride the Wind, kind of counteract someone going for a conquer.
Well, if you're looking for some draw, Kaisa's not a bad place to start.
Yeah.
So we're going to see Kaisa pop over to the Candlelit Sanctum, where we can see a draw and a few little searches. Search first, top 2 cards.
See if we get a spear. I see a longsword.
Yeah, the other one's
bit of a mystery.
Nice and hidden. Yeah, look, yeah. I'm excited. I mean,
bated breath.
didn't just slam it, so.
Yeah, if it was a spear, I think we would just immediately see it just on the top. This is going to be bottom.
Yep, the shuffle means the bottom, means to go to the bottom. So Kaisa draw off the top. And
that's a spear.
Ooh, there it is.
Bottom.
Okay.
Look, that's what I'm saying. Is it a combo piece?
Yep.
Is it winning the game or not? All right, bottom. So there's 4 that got sent to the bottom, and he finds a spear. Would not find the spear on any other battlefield here, maybe minefield, but you know that's a little risky.
Yeah, no, looking great. All right, so is it combo time?
Yeah, I think we can actually play it out. It will be able to go all onto Lucian, and that is going to be able to push up to 5. Still an awkward breakpoint, right? It's not quite where you want to be, but realistically, on a double conquer on the next turn, you still score 3, right? You go to 5, and then you can go to 7.
We're going on the Rune Runner.
Ooh.
How do you feel about this?
Okay. Well, no, it's still fine, right? Because you're going to 5. And then the Ruin Runner, if it's able to go home afterwards, or it dies, either way, actually, no, this makes a lot of sense. Okay, so you send the Ruin Runner in, you make it an annoying thing for your opponent to remove. They're going to have to use spells in order to remove it on the next turn, and Tom is not in any way looking to win the game in this spot. He's at 3 points. He's not winning the game right now. So Mo gets to go to 5. On his next turn, that's past 4, is it not? You get to equip these onto the Lucian, and he has the Relentless Pursuit to kind of make it happen. He can, run into one side, conquer, score 2 up to 7, and then transition to the other side with the Relentless Pursuit and go up to 9 points, I suppose, and win the game, right?
We have a graphic for that, right? With 9?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, so this turn was predicated on being on 3, not on 4 then, right? So saying,
yeah.
Mo's saying, I'm at 3, I can make this play and set up for next turn, and in a great spot, looks like.
Yeah, because if we're at 4, he just goes for the win here. You know, of course, starting the turn at 2, he has to score first with the Kaisa anyway, draw in the cards. So he's not quite able to get there. But the Relentless Pursuit is just in hand, ready to be sent alongside having these equips. He doesn't care. If Tom can deal with the Rune Runner, that's fine. You just unequip it. It goes to the Lucian afterwards. But the big thing that I want to drive home, Rune Runner is a 9 and cannot be targeted with spells here. Tom has to spend energy in order to push over this, or has to give up a unit by sending multiple things in right now.
All right, so back Tom's way. Does have a hand
oh my God,
full of
3 Defiant Dances.
Yeah. See Rebuke, Defiant Dances, Discipline, there's a Defy in there also. So what is does Tom have counterplay to this combo? If Tom has to pass here, what's the counterplay?
He's got it in hand, Rebuke.
Okay.
I mean, that's immediately that's it. Stop it in the tracks. That's why it could be really nice when it's on a Rune Runner, of course. And if the Rune Runner survives, you can actually do everything with the Rune Runner. The fact is, though, is this Rune Runner will not live. That is just never going to happen. Tom is never going to let this Rune Runner live. I think for Mo, you know, putting it on the Rune Runner is understandable in this sense because he wanted to be able to like have it unequip and kind of move around, cascade, put some pressure. I think he may get punished here because of the fact that he will not have the Rebuke, the answer to the Rebuke available in it being equipped to a Rune Runner. Oh, he's got one at home.
Mo did slide in a second Rune Runner.
I didn't even see him play this.
Yep, so just stuck that guy in there.
What am I talking about, Jim? He's got another Rune Runner.
Rune Runners for days. Running all over the place.
So yeah, so he doesn't even need this to go on Lucian. It's going to be a readied Rune Runner, and since it's readied at the start of the turn, Relentless Pursuit either requires it to be a Lucian or to be readied at the start of the turn, right? Or else you can't go to both sides. And so since the Rune Runner is readied, you'll just run in, you'll conquer one side with all the equipment, cannot be rebuked, and then you can just go ahead and Relentless Pursuit it to the other side. So the answer is not able to answer because it is going to be attached to a Rune Runner instead of a Lucian.
Now, of course, it's his face up. Tom can see the Rune Runner, so knows what has to be prepared for. We're going to see Defiant Dance, shrinking Kaisa down, setting the Herder in, drawing a card, and that's a point. And that's going to be a little Candlelit trigger here as well. And see a Discipline and is that a Fight or Flight? Unfortunately, you can't target that Rune Runner.
Yeah, I want to say there's actually this really cool idea that can exist for Mo, is if he can find a way to get his Lucian off of the board before going on offense on the next turn, the Defiant Dances won't have an enemy target that they can actually do to give the -2. So it's like very tricky, but I don't think there's going to be a real way that he can make that happen without Thomas being able to just like kind of cast those Defiant Dances in advance and try and protect against this combo from winning the game.
All right, so Draven comes in. Draven's been buffed up big time. Takes out the Rune Runner, and we're going to see some points right here, up to 6. Draven also one of those extra point cards. Cuts both ways there, right? What's Draven up to?
Draven right now is a 10.
I mean, like, what's the herd do?
Oh, what's the he's scoring points. Is that you're scoring points?
All right, so Tom, again, Rune Runner's there. You know, orange and red are not the trickiest colors. A lot of times it is kind of in play. It's kind of, here's my stuff, can you beat it? That's what Mo's saying right now. Tom going to hide a card. There was the Fight or Flight, right?
Yeah, hidden Fight or Flight. This denies the ability to just kind of kill off the Draven to score an additional point, but you know, we've got the combo on board. 5 is not a point total that you're kind of beating the break point. The Draven does not matter in this equation. And as we talked about, that Relentless Pursuit is just so massive here, and really now the answer is not Rebuke, because we do have the Rune Runner, as you pointed out for me. It is in fact Defy. Is really the way that you kind of have to look for it to try and deal with the Relentless Pursuit, because you can actually stop the Lucian from conquering one side. You just cannot stop the Rune Runner from conquering.
All right, so
Bryn.
Or you can't do anything.
You can't do anything, actually. Yeah. So really the answer is you're not allowed to do anything. Yeah, Bryn equipped this both on to the Rune Runner. That locks out the Defy. That locks out the Rebuke. What it doesn't lock out are the Defiant Dances, which can be cast. However, you can't target the Rune Runner, which is the thing that is going to be equipped and be the big might focus. So really your best hope is you can somehow stack this Draven to be big enough that Mo can't outmight you. However, each of these equipment is going to be +3 because of Purifier. So we've got 3, 6, 11 that is going to have to be stacked above, and that is if Mo has no other thing in hand to continue to pump alongside also playing out the Relentless Pursuit, which might not even necessarily need to be played in this spot because he can still conquer one side with Lucian and then conquer up to 8 from conquering with the Ruin Runner in the event that he just needs to do it in that way, especially with Bryn coming down. The math will just be, he'll just be doing a math puzzle at that point. There's no interaction available from Tom.
Right, so Tom thinking this through, obviously a tough spot to be when you're facing down the Thunder Song and deciding what spells you want to cast preemptively before you've been silenced. So, Defiant Dance going to come in. We're going to see +2 and -2. Where's he going to go? Still figuring that out. Looks like +2 to the Draven.
Yep, always -2 Lucian here.
Yep. And Defiant Dance number 2. Run it back. So Draven's decently sized. Perhaps not enough. We'll see. 2 dances. And that is it. The song has been sung. There is nothing else for Tom to do here but sit by and watch and see what Mo can put together.
Well, now it's just deterministic, right? Because we said it's 11, as long as Mo can find it, right? And, we said 11 onto the Ruin Runner. If you're able to just run the Ruin Runner onto the Draven, he's only a 10. And funny enough, that does score 3 points. However, it will only conquer one side because you'll actually get the first 2 points first, and then you'll get the point for the conquer at the end, right? So then you'll go to 8, and you'll actually draw a card from scoring from 7 to 8. You still have to conquer the other side. Yep. So you will have to conquer both on this turn. You can't quite just get it from running into the Rockfall path.
All right, so Mo gonna find the path. The Force is going to go on to the Lucian.
Interesting.
I mean, I'll go to 4 on attack.
So they will possibly maybe trade here and then get the equipment back for the next attack. So we got -4. And we have 1 and 2 with 2 assaults, right? So we've got 3, 4, 5. And then, do you go into the negative on the base of a unit?
You can go to negative as long as the card does not say you may not go to negative.
All right, well, that's a conquer. Herder down. Mo to 6. And here comes the pursuit.
Yep.
I'll attach the Trinity Force to the Ruin Runner. Yep, and move it up here.
Yep.
All right, so Force goes over to Ruin Runner. Coming in. Draven says, uh-oh. That hidden card's going to go away too. Fighter Flight not be able to cast, and that'll do it. That's a nice setup there from Mo.
Yeah, and there's the combo, the power of it. The Ruin Runner very nicely positioned in this game because we know Tom had the rebukes. I mean, he had the ways to deal with this. The Bryn able to lock everything out as well, right? 2 different kind of spell hate cards being able to come out clutch. And often you wouldn't think of Ruin Runner as a card that feels that important into Aurelia, seeing as how she's mostly focused on might and just kind of buffing up her own units. But, Defiant Dance, that can't target. Fight or Flight, that can't target. The Rebuke, that's not going to be able to target. There's actually quite a few hits that it's going to work out for.
Yeah, cool way to fight back. Obviously you see a lot of rebukes, a lot of fighter flights in various decks, and finding the ways to beat them is a really cool way to attack the metagame. So we're going to go to game 3. We got Sunken Temple for Mo and the Dreaming Tree for Tom. Tom will be on the play, I can only imagine.
Yeah, I have to say, you can't be too mad if you're Tom. Sunken Temple often finds its way into Aurelia decks. Really easy for her to get the draw off that, and she really likes being able to find additional draw. Mo on the same kind of vein is really enjoying Sunken Temple because he's always going to be, above 5 might with an equip onto Lucian. He gets to draw, keep looking and digging for those combo pieces. However, I will say the Dreaming Tree not going to give him as much love as he's not targeting his units that often when he's going on a battlefield. There might be the occasional punch first, there might be the Relentless Pursuit, that kind of thing, but not often that you're going to get the draws. He's going to just start the game with a Lucian Merciless.
All right, so Merciless down. We saw no play for Tom on turn 1. And just going to be a Herder on turn 2. So Lucian's down. This is going to be a great start for Mo, right?
Yeah, it's generally nice to start out with just, going second. Lucian doesn't hate anything, you kind of just get to play out the Merciless, get in there, try and score some points, get the ball rolling. But I think for Mo, when you look on the other side and while Tom skipped turn 1, that's kind of normal for Aurelia decks often. And seeing turn 2 Herder is not your favorite thing in the world. Like, you do not want to see the Aurelia decks hitting Herder right out the gates, getting probably 1, maybe 2 card draw from it, and just continuing to dig deeper, having a lot of tools to deal with you going forward. As we do have Mo getting to equip, ready. He is going to get to draw off of Sunken Temple if he wanted to as well. And it looks like he did. Yeah, he did in fact draw.
Yeah, these Battlefields doing a lot of work for Mo. I mean, again, it's a color combo not known for its card draw, but Battlefields can kind of shore up those weaknesses. And Lucia comes in, gets the point, gets the card, going back Tom's way. Now it's Tom's turn to get some cards. Yeah, because the Herder's going to move into Dreaming Tree.
Tom's hand is a bit disgusting. He's got this Herder going into Dreaming Tree. He has 2 flashes. So when Mo tries to stop this Herder, it is going to be flash, draw 1 for Dreaming Tree, draw 1 for Stellacorn. Stellacorn already drew running in. Then on your next turn, Tom's going to be able to run back into Dreaming Tree, draw again with Stellacorn, and then have flash back up to continue to draw more. So we're going to see the whole library, the whole deck in Tom's hand in the next few turns here, it feels like.
So I have seen Aurelia before lose the game with so many cards in hand. Is that going to matter as much as far as what Mo's doing getting on the board? As far as stopping Mo, we saw Mo able to kind of circumvent a lot of the cards that were in Tom's hand with various effects. So are the cards that important in this matchup?
I think so, because the might values are so high. So you actually do need, as the Aurelia, the ability to kind of like hand dump a good amount of these reactions into your Fervent to make sure that you can ever look for a hold. Because Conquers, you're usually going to be fine. Like you can just outstat the Lucian on Conquers, but on defense is a lot harder. So being able to have kind of all these options in your hand are big. Now, what I will say is to your point about seeing the Aurelias lose with a big hand of cards, Bryn here is still a card that exists. And that is still a way that this Lucian is looking forward into the game, going to find an answer, find a way to actually deal with this. But Tom able to even develop Fervent and hide a Fighter Flight. So instead of the flash, it's, flash at home, you had to pay a power and you just do the same thing.
Sure, but was able to develop the Aurelia, which is great. Yes. So Fighter Flight on the Herder. And Herder's coming home, drawing a card. They will give Mo the point. But hey, that's 2 cards there, the Dreaming Tree and the Herder. So as you said, those cards are piling up. Pressure on Mo to kind of get things going then, huh?
Yeah, it really is up to Mo, find the combo, get ahead. He's currently ahead on points, right? He's first to 2. He's not going to go to 3, but that's fine. Right? We're just looking to go that 2, 4, 6, 8. Both of these decks are very much 2, 4, 6, 8 decks, right? They're not looking to kind of incrementally gain points. They're trying to beat you over the course of 4 strong double conquer turns. And so in that vein, Mo kind of has the lead in a sense, right? He's at 2 first, and he's going to be able to start doing that. So Tom at some point is going to have to look for a hold, and that's where Mo looks to kind of win the game, is force Tom into a spot where he has to look for a hold, and you get to slam the Bryn, and you get to try and run away with it.
Okay, so Herder comes in for some more cards. And there's more cards than I can count. It's off the screen.
I don't even have to look at the hand. We'll just assume whatever card we think he might need, he probably has.
Right. That's Aurelia coming in also. Coming to Temple, it does have the 1 plus from the being ready, so it is a mighty unit. Can draw a card up at 2.
Tom said he doesn't have enough cards.
If Tom wants some more cards, hey, I mean, that is a thing that can be done here, and it is going to be done. So, what's better than having 9 cards in hand, 10 cards in hand?
Oh, well, he didn't have a Guardian Angel yet, so I guess he needs that. I guess that's one. He's going to hide his unused Hourglass, though.
All right, so Hourglass important. I'm going to pass back with a bunch of runes up here. Now, it's too early for a Thunder Song, right? Like, even though all the runes up, it could stop interaction this turn, you want to kind of save it for the key turn, right?
Yeah, I think that would be big, especially if if Mo can start finding his way towards the combo. If you're able to kind of set up the equipment on the board and then get to 4 points, then on your combo turn, all you do is just gem the Thundersong, and then what does your opponent do? They actually can't do anything, and that's just going to be the game. But I think the struggle for Mo here is he really wants to get to 4, and as I mentioned, Tom needs to set up 1 hole. He's behind on the tempo, right? Mo's at 2, he can go to 4 here, Tom at 3, but he's behind. If they go back and forth trading 2 points per turn, Mo wins. And so holding up all these runes, forcing Mo to now be in an uncomfortable situation. If he doesn't have in his hand good answers to try and break through an Aurelia, it's going to be difficult, and realistically, I don't know that there's a combination of cards for a Lucian hand that is letting you break this Aurelia Fervent that is standing on a Sunken Temple with 6 runes up and 400 cards in hand.
There are a lot of pump spells in Tom's hand. So Mo says, you know what, we'll forget the Aurelia for now. I'm going to hop on over to Dreaming Tree, where the Stellar Corn Herder's hanging out. And see what's going on there. Lucian's total power, we have 3, 4, 5, 6 in Assault, 7, 8. We had 9 total power, is that correct?
Yeah. Notably, the combo's there. There's a Spear in hand, and there was enough runes to actually play Spear and equip it on this turn to go to 4, theoretically. But the problem is Stellacorn can outbuff the Lucian potentially.
So here's Defiant Dance. We're going to see a +2 and a -2. 7 to, is it 7 to 5? It's 7-7. Was I misheard what they were saying there? But there's an Ungard also to go up a little bit bigger. Unsurprisingly.
Now it's 7 to 7.
Okay. Unsurprisingly, Tom has a lot of action. Oh my God, so many cards. Discipline, Ungard. Bigger and bigger. Now it's Mo's turn. Mo's got a longsword.
All right, not bad. That's a +3.
Yep, so we have 2 on the base, then 1 on the assault from the Purifier Legend. And stack it up. All right, what's next for Tom? Again, if you're Mo, you can't feel great here. No. Tom says so many cards. It's just hard to not have the keep the chain going. There's Discipline.
And he said, here's another one. Have fun. Catch.
Draw another card. And now we need 2. We're in double dice territory, folks. That's a big herder.
Yeah, I wonder if there's consideration to try and pivot this over with the Relentless Pursuit, but even then it's like there's a hidden card. So you can kind of just get pushed if you do that, and it's not going to be incredible.
It's a way out. It at least burns the hidden card too, you know. It does feel like when you have a big combat like this, the person who loses that combat is in big trouble. So many resources were spent on the Lucian, equipping it, playing this long sword. But all right, so Lucian goes to the bin, and Rune Runners here can pick up some of these gear and get quite big and be difficult to assail. But man, the runes are flying right now.
Yeah.
For Mo, down to 3.
Okay.
Hold on.
Just the longsword. Okay.
Make it 4.
Okay.
Just gotta prove me wrong in the booth here, you know?
Yeah, just deciding whether or not to do the longsword was in the middle of it there, and now just going to Relentless Pursuit, because I guess the idea is Mo does not want to leave this stranded at a battlefield, so...
Yeah, I'm just letting you know. Okay. You don't have to announce targets, right?
Okay, so
like you have to announce
Pursuit.
targets, but you don't have to.
Now, how does targeting work for this as far as the choices being made by Mo?
So you do have to pick an equipment, a friendly unit, and then I believe you have to just pick the location, right? So those are the 3 things that are in targeting. And in fact, to the chagrin of many Lucian players, you do in fact have to have an equipment to target, to cast your Relentless Pursuit. So here Mo is selecting Ruin Runner, Longsword, and I have to imagine we're still going to the Dreaming Tree would be the idea, but the Defy is just going to come down and deal with this.
That herder's still massive, right?
Yeah, oh, that's true. Yeah, the herder's still massive, so it would have to be to the Sunken.
The dice were removed, but those buffs are still there. That thing is a very, very mean herder. So we're going to see a Defy countering that, and then we're going to see an Equip. And kind of a sad pass here. A lot of things went wrong there for Mo. Not pass, I'm sorry. Passing into combat at the Sunken Temple.
Yep, and
Hourglass. So Hourglass, Aurelia will back out. And Mo gets a point as a consolation prize, but that was a pretty devastating turn.
Yeah, and now Tom just gets to have full runes into shields down Mo with just this 1 unit on board, and Tom with infinity cards in his hand still. I think the odds of Fervent being able to deal with a Ruin Runner is going to be pretty high at this stage of the game.
Yeah, really had to stack up pretty well. So let's see if Tom's able to pull this one off with this multitude of cards in hand. Unfortunately for Mo, you can kind of see on the face cam, arms crossed, you know, kind of, all right, what do you got? Accept my fate here. Stellacorn can also draw more by just backing out. Tom's on 4, Mo's on 3. You know, those odd numbers are tough. So Herder backs up, draws a card, as if Tom didn't need any more cards.
Yeah.
Ooh, was it Defiant Dance too? Oh boy.
See, I'm wondering if there's a world, considering Tom keeping so many runes open on that last turn and only going to 4 points, 4, maybe 5 here. I wonder if there's ever a world with the combo in Mo's hand that he could have waited one more turn. It's really tough. It's really, really tough to be able to wait a turn against the Aurelia. You fall further behind in points. But basically, you then hopefully go to 4 on the next turn because you've got the combo online. Tom would go up to 7, and then you just combo off and try to win. And it's possible that just the full development turn can get there, but it was not the choice made, and it's a reasonable choice to try and go in. Mo had a lot of tricks. He had the long sword, he had pressure, he had the relentless to still kind of move back in, try and re-engage that fight. But it feels like everything went wrong, and as we were saying, Tom drew so many cards, we're just going to assume whatever card he needs, he's got it in that hand, and he did.
Yeah, hard for things not to go wrong there, but we see Guardian Angel. Aurelia is getting bigger and bigger. Sack deck. Just doing all the things. Angel goes on. Aurelia now at 5, so we got 5, 9, 10. What's our current count on the Room Runner on defense? We got 2, 4, 6, we got 11?
Yeah.
All right, so
11.
Now, Defiant Dance, how does the targeting work on Defiant Dance? So there is no targetable unit on Mo's side?
Yeah, I think it just says unit, though, not enemy unit with the second choose.
Yeah, that's my question. So,
yeah.
So we can see here that Tom targets the Herder with the minus and the Aurelia with the plus, allowing it to be just a little buff effect. 2 from the spell, 1 from the trigger. And that is a lot. And
it's enough. And Mo on 2 runes. I mean, realistically, you don't like to call him early, but there's really not a lot you can do going into 4 runes here for Mo. The deck is not known to be that accelerated, right? It runs the Kaisa, but that's 5 runes. It's got the Wallops in. That's what's kind of helping it do that, but that requires +2 runes to any unit you play in order to actually have that Wallop happen. So there's the Kaisa, but that's just going to come in real slow. Tom's going to go to 7 and be able to leave every single rune he has available if he wants.
I think it all came down to that one big turn for Mo. Really tough spot to be in. Where if you don't go for it here, you're in trouble. If you do go for it, it's a lot of cards probably in trouble too, but obviously not work out too well. So Tom in the driver's seat. Herder coming in, drawing another card. Really holding. Tom is at, it wasn't 5, it's 7. All right, so at 7. And, oh boy.
Yeah, I think we can pack up the cards. Thanks, Mo. Good job. It's still a great series between these two.
Avert your eyes, folks. Tom takes it down 3-0 even. Or it's now 3-0, not 3-0 in the matches. So great match from Tom, and really, really good stuff. For Mo, still looking good.
Yeah, I actually like the ideas behind the battlefields for this Lucian build. This is not what I see all the time with Lucian. I think they're not strange. It's just not what we see out of every Lucian, right? They're not always going Warrens, Candlelit. Just Mo's very invested in digging for the combo, and 3 games he found the combo 3 times. I don't often see the Lucian always finding the combo, right? They're finding wins in other ways. When they find the combo, they often are pretty locked for the win, but he's more invested in making sure he actually hits it. And I think he made a lot of very wise decisions throughout this series. I think in that last game, he made a decision and he stuck with it, right? He's like, I think I have enough that I can kind of push for this. Waiting a turn is very risky. It opens up a lot of ways that you can still lose, especially around Draven Audacious, which we'd seen in previous games. And so I think averting that risk and instead trying to take the risk of pushing when Tom has less runes, because on the following turn when he tries to make the push, Tom feasibly can just be on +2 runes in the same amount of cards, right? So doesn't help you that much to develop.
Right. The question is, is it going to get better?
Yeah.
And the answer is maybe not.
It could have, but probably not. We don't know.
All right. So we're going to pop down for a little winner's interview with Tom, and I'm going to get down there real fast and see what's up. All right, Tom. Took down Lucian. You're playing Aurelia. How'd the match go?
To be honest, I wasn't really expecting someone experienced like Mo and Lucian this weekend, so it was pretty tough at first, me trying to navigate, figure out the matchup. I had a few things go my way, and the rest is history. I felt like his plan of playing the creature that can't be targeted by spells and then trying to cap points with Trinity Force and Skyfall was really interesting. And I felt like, the games were close overall.
Cool, good stuff. So why Aurelia this weekend?
I just felt like the deck has a bunch of favored matchups. It does have a few unfavored ones. I feel like I've kind of like got the nuts and bolts down for trying to work out what's happening with those. But overall, I feel like it's just a really solid deck, and it consistently is favored into the wider meta. So
Cool, good stuff. And then overall thoughts on the event? It's awesome here.
Oh, the event's awesome. Like, there's like 4,000 people here. I mean, like, I haven't seen a single person having a bad time, to be honest. So it's just been a bunch of fun so far. I'm actually from Sydney, Australia, so I'm over here. I'm having a blast.
That's a long way. All right, well, good luck. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, great stuff. So that was a nice long round. So we're going to take a very short break here, come back for round number 4, and bring you more action from Las Vegas in the regional championship of Riftbound.
Hey guys, I'm here with some awesome cosplayers at Riftbound Las Vegas. Would you guys like to introduce yourselves?
Hi guys, I'm Plum Soju.
Hi, I'm Black Ace Cosplay.
Toxic Bunny, TOXICK Bunny.
And I'm Foxford.
All of the costumes look so awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about the pieces you made?
Yeah, so this gauntlet, Ezreal's gauntlet, this entire piece is mostly, actually 99% is 3D printed. I paint, prime, and this was a gold top coat. This is with some like metallic coat. This is actually a glass carbon shade with a blue mirror sheet under it, and I super glued it over so give it gym-like. And there's a normal glove and super glue these up together. 3D print, glass carbon shade. Yeah.
That is so cool. What about your cosplay?
I'm cosplaying Cassante. I am praying he comes out soon and broken as ever. But the hardest part about this costume was the top. And I got the files commissioned, but I had to sew everything on and all that. Made the pattern. The rope is all sewed onto it too. And I would have his weapons, but the giant props are not allowed here today.
That's too bad. Hopefully we'll see the props in the future. What about yours?
I made most of this from scratch. I tried to save some time by getting pants and boots instead of making those from scratch, but it was very hard to make Lucian. I don't know if people are kind of familiar with Lucian's look, but he has like 2 collars. These shoulder pieces are crazy, and I kind of just was winging it. I don't really use foam, so I was like, let's try it, but I'm pretty happy with how things turned out. Sewed the jacket for the first time.
Well, hopefully Lucian does well this weekend as well. What about the Ari cosplay?
The ball in the ears, it's like motion and sound sensor, but it's kind of janky, but tomorrow's mostly handmade.
Well, I love all the costumes. Thank you guys so much for talking to me about them.
Well, folks, you want to start your Riftbound journey, the place to do it is your local Nexus Nights. At your local game store, it's a nice kind of casual, relaxed night. You can play, whether you're playing competitively or you're just learning the game. It's a great place to start. Check out and find your local store at locator.riftbound.uvsgames.com/events, or scan the QR code and check it out. Yeah, Nexus Night's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I really enjoy playing my Nexus Nights. I have a great local store, shout out Genesis on Long Island, and it's just fun being able to show up and you kind of just, I usually show up, build a deck like as I'm there, you know, and I'm gonna play Rumble tonight, or I'm gonna play, you know, whatever else, and it's really, really good stuff.
Oh yeah, it's my favorite. I get to go play my pet decks and at least, you know, attempt to win games instead of just sitting in my room and trying to build them online and see if they're gonna work. I absolutely love just being able to bring it there. I play so much Leona at my Nexus Nights in Origins and going into Spirit Forge. I haven't had a lot of time to go play yet because I've been traveling around Bologna and now coming here, but I'm looking forward to, you know, bringing out the Rek'Sai for the Nexus Nights coming up.
Me too. I'm dying to play Rek'Sai and I haven't gotten to yet. So that's good stuff. Before we get to our next match, though, we got a little bit of some hot takes. You can check out and see what's going on.
We got to get predictions. What legend do you think is going to win the event? Why?
So I feel like saying Draven is kind of boring. But I think there's a lot of space for Draven still to innovate. You know, we have the Miracle version, the mid-range version, but like, people have kind of just locked in on those and kind of not tried to expand further. And I think that as the metagame develops, like, you can just find different ways to do it. We're still pretty early in the whole set cycle in general. So I think some sort of innovative Draven list is going to kind of sneak up and be like, yeah, Draven's here, but even more teched out or whatever else it's going to be.
I think that Ari is going to win because my partner is playing Ari and he really wants a medal.
So I'm going to go really wild with it. I'll say Victor.
Oh, it's going to be Garen because it'll be me.
Yeah.
Aurelia best deck, bro. I'm repping it. I'm taking first place, bro.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's what I want to hear.
In all of my testing, it's Ruin Runner and Flonk paired together has just been an absolute house. So that's where it's coming from.
For my heart, I would say Azir. I really, really want Azir to do well, and I want him to take home the gold. No pun intended, since he is gold. But I think realistically, I'm going for Annie too.
Yeah, I think Miracle Silver, specifically the list that Randy had back in one of the China regionals at top 4, I think somebody has been grinding that list for weeks on end and will end up taking it. I think that's actually secretly the best deck in the format, even though the Allen Ez deck is quite good, obviously, because Allen's, you know, the best player in the game right now.
Is that Sivir player you?
I hope it is. I am playing it. I am playing it this weekend. I hope it is. So it should be good. It should be good.
I don't like the deck, but I think Kai'Sa is actually a good choice this week. After Allen's like crazy run with Ezreal at Bologna, I do think a lot of people are going to go into heavy removal, and I think Kai'Sa is going to do a very good job of dealing with the Vex, with the Ezreal in the back line, and then just overwhelming the opponent, right?
I love a good hot take.
Yeah.
You know, it's most exciting part about card games is the volatility. You know, you never really know what's going to happen next. You can never really predict from event to event. So cool to see great stuff, and you find out by watching really cool matches.
I know what's going to happen.
Oh, you know what's going to happen?
Allen ZQ's going back to back. I didn't get to ask myself my hot take.
Oh, that's
or my prediction.
Yeah, we gotta talk about that. You gotta get your own prediction.
Yeah,
there you go.
Maybe I should have interviewed myself. We like splice it with me on the other side of the mic, and then I do it. Yeah, I would have just said that Allen ZQ is gonna win again. I don't know. That's my boy.
Not
That's
a bad prediction. Alan, Alan was mentioned, of course, and is just fantastic. Of course, our winner last weekend in Bologna. And but we got more matches for you. We're coming to round number 4 here. We're gonna have HD 300 on Aurelia versus Codeman Jack on Azir. Haven't seen Azir yet.
Yeah, and it's Codeman Jack Cody playing it. This is another Legends of Runeterra guy. I see all these names popping up, and it's like memories to Legends of Runeterra days. And he's also made a very deep run at Fab Nationals last year, which was really, really great to see. And so playing the Azir, we heard Ursi talking about this is the deck that she loves to rep right now. She's absolutely loving it. I'm sure she's backstage stoked to be seeing an Azir undefeated right now coming in.
Yeah, that's really, really cool. Azir, very unique game plan. As we'll see in the deck, let's come up in a little bit here, and kind of playing a very different strategy and kind of different overall. It's very, 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 very linear. Where some decks kind of, you kind of season the taste. You have some spells here and there. Azir is like, I'm going to do this thing, and I'm going to do it all the way.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things that you look at for Azir is the consistency, right? It says, as you said, it's going to do the thing, right? Every single time it's going to do the thing. And that thing is create very large might numbers on these Sand Soldiers. Because it's going to summon the Sand Soldiers, it's going to have a pile of gear, and then it can equip all that gear onto a single unit and push it forward. And oftentimes it's very difficult to actually contend with the might totals that Azir presents, and they do it so quickly. So they'll start scoring a lot of points really early. The problem is they run out of cards. And once they run out of cards, that's where you can start to retake control of the game. And so Azir hinges on a Rise. His signature spell to finish the game as soon as he gets to 6 points, summon that army of Sand Soldiers and push in for those final points. And we're going to see how Aurelia can try and contend with that with HD 300, playing around the sneaky deckhand. We mentioned that Tom was off of in that last game, not playing around those sneakies to try and get those early point leads. And we saw him find the point leads later via holds. The idea with this is that you can still look to keep double conquering because you're the one on point tempo and force your opponent to try and hold into Aurelia, which is very difficult. It's really hard to hold against Aurelia.
So more stock list, you would say here then?
I would say based on, what we've been seeing over the last few weeks, this has become the stock standard, is playing around the sneakies. Earlier on, though, this was not the version. This is a little bit newer to what is considered stock, but at this point, after the last few weeks, I would consider this stock.
Awesome stuff. So check out Codeman Jack's Azir list if you can see those Arises and all those equipments. And what's going on here?
Yeah, I wanted to see if there's anything immediately spicy, and I would say that 2 main deck salvages I would consider quite spicy and going to be quite effective in this matchup. One of the big things that Aurelia can do to leverage breaking big boards and big holds is by buffing up an Aurelia that has a Guardian Angel, pushing it in, letting it die, buffing it, and re-readying it with the Blade Dancer Legend and sending it back in. In combat, if you decide to send in hoping that that Guardian Angel is going to protect you and it gets salvaged, suddenly you're in for a bad time as the Aurelia player. So 2 of these in the main, something that is, I would say, is a very key card to look out for, as well as the Call the Weeks. Not a lot of units in this Aurelia deck. It has the sneaky deckhands, but outside of that, it's really looking at the Aurelia at the Draven. That's another big card we're going to be looking for. Other than that, I would say pretty stock as far as Azir. I think the salvage is a bit spicy as a main deck choice. And then 2 shears being gone for to try and mitigate that card draw issue. Ursi was saying she was having success when she finds the early sears, early shears, in not actually running out of cards with this deck. You can get a lot of value continually recurring the draw, especially when paired with something like an Eye of the Herald, generating a bunch of recruits.
Really cool. So it's cool to see there isn't that much interaction, but some very key interaction for Codeman Jack. So Codeman Jack on the right here is your Emperor of Sands. Going to be starting on Vile Maw's Lair against HD 300 on the left. Obelisk of Power. Vile Maw's going to look pretty nice here.
Yeah, Vile Maw is really great. The thing with Azir is often you just conquer with the soldier and then you just don't really care what happens. It's like, okay, spend some resources to kill my soldier and then I'm going to play a gear, summon it, and re-equip whatever I need and send it back in afterwards, right? So you don't mind leaving your units out there, but meanwhile, your opponent really does not want to be stuck at a battlefield when Azir gets to essentially have a lot of kind of sneaky ways to accelerate his units with a lot of might. As we look at this opening hands, and shears salvage immediately for Codeman Jack on that side. The salvage, I think, is something you absolutely want if you're going to main deck it for this Aurelia matchup.
Yeah, and tricky too. We are, of course, this is a little bit of an off-kilter card to have in the main deck, so HG needs to be watching out for that. Both players in their mulligans. Looks like 1 card each.
It looks like Codeman Jack's considering sending that salvage back. That would surprise me. Because I would feel of any matchup that you want to see these, from your main early in the game, Aurelia is the one that comes to my mind as trying to kill that Guardian Angel, trying to kill that Zhonya's Hourglass.
All right, so 2 reactive cards go to the bottom for Codeman Jack. We're looking for some more threats. We saw 2 cards for HD also. We are off to the races. 3 runes to start, thanks to Obelisk of Power. And going to open up on the old sneaky deckhand.
Yeah.
Taking down the Obelisk, point number 1, right on turn 1.
And this is exactly why you play the sneaky. You play the Obelisk on game 1. If you're going second, sometimes you just get to play out a Stellacorn for free. If you're going first, you just get to sneaky on turn 1, and you get 2 points. And as Aurelia, having that big of a point lead is really annoying for anyone having to play against you. It's awful. I will say it's really tough to play against it, as we are going to have a Desert Call double Sand Soldier play here without any equipment played yet, so not getting the value of the Weapon Master. However, Codeman Jack is valuing saying, okay, if you want to go to 2, I am going to immediately try and put pressure back on the points.
Yeah, kind of cool to see what Obelisk does to a game where, usually you don't have players scoring on the first turn or playing 2 units on the first turn, and here we see both happen at once. So going back HD's way, 5 runes available. Sneaky Deckhand's job is done, going to sneak back out, so 2 points, 1 from the hold and 1 from the sneak. Now at a nice 2-0 lead. And then what is the next step?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to be afraid of a single cull, so it's possible you can deploy the Aurelia and just say, you know what, if you have double cull and you kill your board and kill my board, I guess that is life. And that is going to be the decision from HD 300. I think playing around single cull, good. You should always. Playing around double, I think, is like, a little bit too much, and I totally feel good about this play of developing the Aurelia, since that is generally your backline threat at taking down Fervent.
Yeah, and Deckhand kind of secret value here, like you're saying, of being that extra cull sacrifice, a little installation. So not quite a Guardian Angel, but sort of acting like
it is a Guardian in this sense. Yeah, in this sense it is. That's a great way to put it. As we are going to have the Shears get slammed down by Codeman Jack here, you lose a little bit of value from these because you had to play that Desert Call in the previous turn to not be able to get a Weapon Master on this, but you're still going to Weapon Master it to the Sand Soldier you play on this turn off of your Emperor of the Sands.
Yeah, so Sand Soldiers everywhere. We see 2 points scored right back, so both players off to a roaring start, as Obelisk of Power usually does. And we're going to see a pass back over to HD, so it's 2-2. And now getting to ready up with an Aurelia is not a bad place to be. 2 more runes, 7 runes in total. Draw a card and see what the next step is. Yeah. You're saying there's not a lot of tricks in this Azir deck. There's a few, and they are clutch. We see a Defy in hand. What else do we see here? What's that?
That's guards.
Guards.
So it's actually, that is slow speed, but it can be hidden. So it's not at action speed, but you can hide it. That's going to summon a Sand Soldier, and if you pay an order power, you're going to be able to have it come in ready. Which is really nice. You summon it, you pick up one of the gear that you played earlier in the game, and then you've got this like accelerated Sand Soldier that can go in and conquer.
So we had options. Sorry, Codeman Jack had options on turn with these 3 untapped runes. Could have been playing Shears, already used the Azir, maybe not there, but could have played the Arise or hidden it. Decided to kind of wait back and stay and say leave some runes up. So it's time to get going. HD 300. Discipline on Sneaky Deckhand to start.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty dire straits for Azir in this game so far. I'm looking at this hand, I'm like, there's not a lot that we're doing to deal with Aurelia. Arise, amazing card, really strong. Part of your win condition. We only have a Shears on the board. Right, we missed a turn 1 Door and Shield or an Eyeball. We didn't have a BF Sword going next, but it's pretty tough.
So that preemptive discipline was playing around Defy, right? You don't want to get into a combat scenario, cast your trick, and then get counterspelled. So preemptively, going to pump in. We're going to see taking the Vile Maw's lair. Sand Soldier is going down, up to 3 for HD, but wants to stay on those even totals, right?
Yeah, I mean, just looking to go to 4. You don't want to trap your Aurelia on Vile Maws. The Sneaky you're willing to let die on the next turn. That's okay. Especially because now, instead of your Sneaky Deckhand needing to be a Guardian Angel, your Guardian Angel can be a Guardian Angel, which is going to be quite nice if you're trying to deal with the call. That is like the biggest lose con you have as Aurelia, is getting your Aurelia Fervent called and then just like not having a big unit to deal with the Azir. You start to slow down your point collection, and Azir, guess what? Probably does not slow down his point collection. He's going to be going 2, 4, 6, 8. That is just how that deck kind of functions every single game.
And now we're seeing that choice of bottoming the salvage for Codeman. Maybe, could have come up here as a Guardian Angel. We see a hidden card as well, and HD 300 is very well set up. Gonna pass the turn back. Now we are in Arise territory for Codeman Jack, but there's only 1 equipment in play.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an uncastable card when you've only got the 1 in play, right? Like, he's going to have to wait a few turns before he can actually get that value. We see he does pick up an Eye of the Herald. That is at least 1 more gear, but it's not the most... At this point, we really want BF Sword, right? Like, we want the bigger stuff to start getting to slam down. The Shears can draw some additional cards, so he doesn't even have to go for this look yet. But the problem with Shears is the unit does have to die, and right now you want to take out the Sneaky Deckhand, right? You're going to send this into the Vile Maws and deal with this, and now, well, Shears are stuck there, and they're not drawing a card. We're not digging a card deeper, and that can just continually be a problem as the game kind of moves on. There is still potential to get another Sand Soldier out with one of these gear and then still accelerate the Azir, and that can still bring the Sand Soldier from the Vile Maws and free it over to the Obelisk, but 3 runes up, a hidden card for the Aurelia. it's not an exciting prospect to push into this obelisk.
Right. Yeah, Champs on Azir is a lot coming out of nowhere. All right, so we see the Eye coming down, and Sand Soldier to go with it. Weapon Master coming on in. 5 runes available. And what is the next step? Again, Defy in hand. All right.
I mean, this is 10 might.
So
if he accelerates.
Azir's in.
Yeah, this makes more sense.
And we are not going to see an accelerate. So just in the back row and passing back to HD 300.
Yeah.
Going to get a hold point. Really gets that little bit of buff from the Already. Hidden card still hanging out. Does the hidden card make things a little awkward with this Aurelia as far as like leaving that battlefield?
It can, but if it is just Fight or Flight or Zhonya's, then it doesn't really matter, because Fight or Flight, you can just push Aurelia back home, send her into the Vial conquer to 6, so it kind of works offensively as well. It's got that like double threat. And then if it's Zhonya's, I mean, yeah, just reveal it. Yeah, that's fine. So seeing as that those are the general hidden cards that are run in these decks, I think you often are really happy to hide it, and your opponent just like not even bother with it. You still get to play the game afterwards.
Okay, so you see a little hand on table, hands in lap for HD. Thinking out what the next step is. His middle turn's typically very important, you know. With Aurelia especially, you know, you get into a spot where you mismanage your Aurelia and things can unravel quite quickly.
Yeah. What I'll say is I think for HD, the reason this turn isn't simple, because you actually look at this turn, and you're at 5. You just want to score to 6. That seems obvious, right? You're playing Aurelia, you score 2 points per turn, you win the game, you conquer both sides. He's thinking about this Vial. He says, okay, well, once I go to this Vial, how am I pivoting my Aurelia again? Because he doesn't have Boots in hand. He doesn't have a Ride the Wind in hand. So he's considering, okay, well, now once I get to this Vial lair, how do I go home? And the big answer would be actually is Codeman Jack's going to help you out.
Right.
You have this Guardian Angel, and once Azir kills the Aurelia, she's going to recall to home. You can't move to base,
right,
but you can get recalled back home. And I think, you know, HD was thinking for a little bit back and forth on this Vial. How am I, you know, if I get stuck here, what's going on? He still has a unit to develop. He can allow this Aurelia to die and then look to push back in for a double conquer on the following turn.
Yeah, kind of cute. The retreat is not a move. So Vial Lair says, yeah, that's fine. You can get out of here. Retreat.
Go home.
Yeah, see you later. So back Jack's way. And Jack's hand's getting pretty full here. So Shears drew a card on that combat. And 6 cards to work with. Got another Shears. Got a Discipline in there. And now is Jack's turn to think and figure out what's going on. We got 3 runes up for HD. Only imagine a pretty solid stack of cards there too. Let's talk to you about the Azir Chosen Champion.
Yeah, so really nice. Azir Sovereign, this is going to be able to move any tokens with you. In fact, it doesn't say Sand Soldiers. So you can move recruits with you as well when you send him around, which is very valuable for this deck, especially when you start making a bunch of those recruits with the Eye of the Herald. And so it's a when I attack trigger, so it can't be to like try and reinforce the battlefield afterwards. However, it allows you to do some really great pivots. You stack a bunch of gear onto a Sand Soldier or onto a recruit, you push it into one side, you get that conquer, and then you accelerate Azir and then do that nice little Shurima shuffle that we know and love from League of Legends and take it to the other battlefield so you can conquer. And that's when I say that this Azir does that one thing of going 2, 4, 6, 8 so well and so efficiently with so much might. This is one of those key ingredients to the soup of scoring all of these points for the Azir deck. And I think Codeman Jack in this game has missed a lot of the early drops that you want. You really want to go like Doran Shield or Eye on turn 1 with making something, into like BF Sword with making something, into like continually having that, and then go Arise and end the game. And we saw Shears, we saw kind of these weird fumbly turns in between, and not a lot of might generated against firing on all cylinders Aurelia deck with sneaky deck hand into getting the Aurelia out and scoring. So I think we haven't seen the full power of this Azir deck just yet, and the Arise is just going to be deployed to try and get some more might on this board.
So we see him move in here on the Obelisk. The Eye makes a recruit. So Sand Soldier recruit hanging out. Here's Arise. We're going to be we got 3 Sand Soldiers. Weapon Master over to the Sand Soldier in base. 2 of them are ready, thanks to Arise's ability, which is just quite potent.
Oh, yeah.
Arise is like the biggest draw to playing this.
Oh, it's
right?
insane. Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely insane.
You're saying it's one of the best signature cells in the entire set?
I'd say so. Yeah. I think the biggest issue with it is that hard bargain exists right now in the meta very heavily. And so it can be a bit of a struggle, right? This is a matchup where actually Aurelia is very commonly not on many, if any, copies of hard bargain. Sometimes we see one, often it's like in the board. And then, you know, even though the green wind wall is the only counter that actually hits a rise, and nobody's going to play wind wall if they have access to hard bargain realistically. So, you know, you can kind of get away with it in this matchup where your Arise gets to come through, which is why sometimes the Aurelia matchup isn't that horrible for you. If you get that point lead, Aurelia often just doesn't have the tools to answer Arise, doesn't have tools to answer, you know, the big pushes that you're trying to send through. And we're going to see one come here.
Big combat coming in. So we got 2 Sand Soldiers and a Recruit coming in to challenge Aurelia at Vialmoz. The Guardian Angel is there, so if the combat goes awry, Aurelia will just kind of, you know, tail between the legs, head on home. But we got some action from HD. We have an Unguard. That's going to be a +3 total.
Yep.
And
Blade Dancer activation to make it a +4.
4.
Yeah.
Really getting your money's worth here for 1 energy.
Yeah, it's a little much, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot. Defiant Dance, eat your heart out. So they're gonna ready, and now we see that huge buff. And now, and this combat has it's not gone great. So we see tokens to the bin, a draw off the shears.
Ooh, Cull. Very big draw, but wanted it maybe, you know, a few turns earlier.
Yeah. So tough. Arise is the big rebuild, and that wasn't a very good rebuild.
No, I mean, you know, Cody maybe just needing to pressure a little bit more, push a little bit more. Seeing as how just an on guard was enough to kind of stuff that push, maybe you do need to commit the Azir here, right?
Yeah.
Try and push through, especially because, you know, looking at the hand, he had a charm the whole time. So if you're able to push in, you kind of get that first kill, you can maybe look to kind of pull in with the charm afterwards. You could have gone Azir and brought just everything, right? Just bring the entire board and just say, you know what? Beat this and then beat the charm, and if you can, that's good. I'll scoop, we'll go next game. If you can't, I'm back in it.
Yep.
Right?
Now left with a lonely Azir with, I guess, just a few friends still in play. You know, we are unequipped on the Recruit and the Sand Soldier at the Obelisk, and the Shears on the other Sand Soldiers. So not a lot of might bonuses on these equipment, just a lot of finicky effects. But it's equip time. Here comes the eye. Now Aurelia is still quite large. That largest does not go away. So Codeman Jack trying to figure out what is the next step. And the Shears are going on the Recruit. A lot of possible game actions here as far as like all these equipments, where they can go, lots of different tokens. And gonna go big here on the Obelisk.
Yeah. Potential look for a hold. Go ahead and hide there. You know, as we mentioned, it's a when I attack trigger, so couldn't grab that Sand Soldier with the Shears. However, the hidden guards, when that pops up, you can go ahead and Weapon Master those Shears back over to get another +1 plus the draw on death over onto this Obelisk. However, that's not that much might that you're adding to this if HD300 is able to find a way to pivot the Aurelia over. However, you know, as we mentioned, Vamos, maybe an issue here. The Stellacorn's probably not breaking this hold, and so it comes down to, did you find the boots to gank?
Yeah, I mean, even just with HD at 7, is there value in just trying to kind of hang out on Vialmoz, try to go for the hold?
Yeah, yeah, I think so.
You know, if Codeman Jack's saying, hey, I'm going to go after Obelisk, but when you're down on points, you can't just go for that exchange, you know, the point exchange. So, all right, so back on HD, we see a stacked deck, taking a little peek. I feel like most of the non-chaos decks are jealous of stack deck. You know, just that ability to really, you know, as we saw, you know, in the prior match, Lucian, you know, at this match where these non-purple decks don't have that filtering. They can't rely on battlefields or just, you know, the right draws at the right time, where stack deck is such a potent tool. Yep.
Stacked and Call Shot, just the big MVPs. The name of the game at the moment in Spirit Forge, just kind of getting that card selection through. And, you know, as you mentioned, I think going for the hold makes a lot of sense. I think if you're in the shoes of HD300, you see that the Azir player's gone for this, you have to assume that they've got a way to kind of prevent you from just holding from 7. So you want to think with that in mind. It doesn't mean you can't go for it. You can still kind of look for it. But, we know that this charm is the reason that Codeman Jack is willing to kind of make this happen. You're going to be ready to charm that Aurelia over and get her out of there. But for HD 300, he's like, I've got the boots. And you've got 1 rune. So I'm going to go ahead and just ship it.
It's party time. Okay, so ganking over. Stella Corn Hoarder will join. We see a draw, and then we see guards! Exclamation point. That is 1 more Sand Soldier joining the fray. And this is a lot of numbers. We add all this up here. Really currently has the 4. Still 4 runes available for HD. See Defiant Dance in the window. So there's the equip on Weapon Master, and now it is HD's focus to start pushing through.
And just for our clarity here, I believe this 4 is going to be the plus from readying for the start of turn, and then the boots and the Guardian Angel, or was there a spell cast on this turn as well? Because I didn't see a spell cast, so this should just be readying start of turn.
Are you saying the 4 is counting?
Yeah, I think they're counting the equipment right now.
Okay, I don't like that.
No, I know. I know, but I want to just get clarity. I don't see how else we're getting to 4 here if we're not counting equipment right now. Yep. So just want to clarify, make sure that we're all kind of understanding how much might is here. But I'm not convinced that Codeman Jack's going to be able to hold on. Defy is going to be available for the Defiant Dance, and that's going to be your best target generally. Yeah. And then we'll see from there.
Yeah, I mean, if this is where HG's starting, Codeman Jack's got to be ecstatic, right? 1 rune available, has the good answer.
Yeah.
And we do see still a pump from the targeting. And now we got, in theory, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12. And on Jack's side, we got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Less.
9,
It's
10,
10.
11, 12. Oh, did I miscount?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, they're going game 2.
All right, so count indeed. Aurelia, it is just hard to hold against Aurelia.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Aurelia is so big, Defiant Dance so powerful, and definitely kind of an awkward draw there for Jack.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that's not exactly what he wanted to see. We've got this next game. He gets to go get, going first, Arena's Greatest. It's going to be a lot better for the Azir. Definitely just needing to find one of those 1-cost gear to start the game off. And realistically, I think that draw from Azir can get there sometimes. I think the might values are a little bit too low, but one of the big problems is Obelisk going first for Aurelia, having sneaky deckhand to start, go to 2 points right off the bat. Now you're forcing the Azir to try and hold against Aurelia. There's not many decks that can hold against Aurelia just in general. So it's really, really tough to make happen, and Azir thrives on getting ahead in point tempo and not having to go for those holds.
All right, so we got game 2, Arena's Greatest. Both players starting at 1. Sunken Temple, excuse me, on the other side. And Mighty Unit will draw for 1 when conquered. We do see some of those cheap equipment in hand for Jack. Here's the Doran Shield. And then we got a Charm. What is the card under Doran Shield?
That is another Azir Sovereign, so an extra copy of the Chosen Champion.
Okay. Are those often played in the main deck as well?
Not often, actually. I think that's a little bit spicier that they want an extra one. I kind of like an extra one. I think that it is really good at allowing you to make those big pivots. I agree with him to mull it away. I think it's like a very late game card that you're kind of interested in. Oh, getting this Accelerate from my hand that can pivot the big Sand Soldier that I maybe pushed earlier in, or the big Arise push I can then also send to the other side.
Okay, so we got 2 cards going to the bottom for both players. Jack will be on the play. Make sure you get that Arena's Greatest trigger. Don't want to miss that one. And it is 1-0 for the time being. He won 1 soon enough. And there it is. There's that turn 1 play. Very important. Doran's Shield coming with a Sand Soldier. Not too bad.
Yeah, I think everything about this start is significantly better. We see a call, which is exactly what you want against the Aurelia, especially if we miss the sneaky on this turn. You're going to end up in a spot where the Aurelia Fervent's going to have to come down, and that call is going to get a lot of value. Now, of course, Sonya's Hourglass is going to save it from being, just kind of game-ending, having that call happen right out the gates, but it's still valuable to get through that first one. And the Facebreaker, I think, also kind of valuable in this matchup, because you're going to get towards those endgame spots where we see that Aurelia just swing in for, 400 might or whatever it was, right? And
about 400, yeah.
Yeah. The stun gets to stop that and just allow you to actually hold. That's how Azir holds, right? You hold with things like Facebreaker, and maybe there's Hidden Blade, or just trying to find these ways to kind of cheat your hold where you're not actually higher might, but you have kind of this sneaky way to get around it.
Cool. So, great start for Jack here compared to last game, and then also a weaker start for HD. No turn 1 unit. Jack's on the board, 2 Sand Soldiers, couple equipments, and getting ready to roll.
Yeah, cool little optimization here. You know, you play the Brutalizer. If you weapon master that, then you kind of lose the benefit of the +2. And often Azir doesn't really care about his soldiers later on in the game, so he just like leaves this on Arena's Greatest, take the door and shield back home, and then you have the Brutalizer ready to equip when you untap at start of turn. If your opponent tried to push in more aggressively, you end up with this, you know, 6 Might Sand Soldier coming in for your turn 3 swing before you've even played any of their cards.
So 2 setup turns for HD. Right, the Hourglass, here's the Aurelia, but just coming in and ready to rock and roll, but not actually affecting the board in any way just yet.
This is massive. We talked about the call being in hand, you know, having the Zhonya's Hourglass to try and make you safe, but also, you know, for Jack on the other side, he's got a charm. And when I was talking about a 6 attacker coming in, you can play the call, get through this Zhonya's Hourglass, push in, conquer, play the charm. Aurelia's gone. This is shields down. And I think he immediately sees this line, right? This is exactly his win con for this game, is I deal with the Aurelia, and I'm ahead in points, so I just keep scoring. He gets to score immediately up to 4 on this push-in. Brutalizer's going to put this to 6. Then you get to charm this Aurelia in. Often, GG.
Yeah, fantastic turn, for sure. And then kind of accomplishing that task. We've seen a lot of games with Aurelia on camera so far where Aurelia has never left the board.
Yeah.
You know, and night and day, you know, for the Aurelia deck to have Aurelia in play, of course. So here's the setup, the call, and we got our very large Sand Soldier. And I imagine we are moving in and charming up.
Yep, it looks like he's just calculating whether or not he can go for the draw with the Sunken Temple as well here. And I think he has the resources where it feels very reasonable to go for the draw on this turn. And we are going to see it.
All right, so Pay 1 with the Temple. Mighty Unit is conquered. We're going to see a draw, a Hidden Blade.
It's the second one in the hand.
All right, and here is the Charm. Huge play. So 2 turns of setup, going second for HD, and all for naught. The Hourglass is gone, the Aurelia is gone, and the board looks fantastic for Codeman Jack. Yeah. HD has a lot of rebuilding to do.
Yeah, the big thing we'll say that the only downside that has happened here for Jack is he missed maybe a 1-drop gear. Would have been really insane in this spot to be able to redevelop the back line with these last 2 runes. And this was a very steep power cost price. 1 for the Call of the Week, 2 for the Charm due to the Deflect, and 1 for the equipping of the Brutalizer. So we're at 4 powers spent on that turn down to 2 runes. So there is this world where Aurelia can crawl back because of the rune advantage, but this is 4-1 in a deck that is trying to kind of build up and then go for that Arise, and the Arise is in hand.
Yeah, kind of lost in the exchange was that Jack's already at 4 points.
Exactly.
And that is quite good. So a couple stack decks here, and you know, I think when you see your opponent who just took a pretty bad turn start out with a couple stack decks, that's a good sign. That's a sign of weakness where our stack deck player is just like, I gotta get out of this, I gotta find something. And that's what HD's trying to do right now. 5 runes left.
Did he find a unit? I think I see a Stella. I also think I see a sneaky deckhand in there. So there are units. That is the big scary thing is, right, Aurelia can just miss on units here. And that's where the game is really done. But as I was saying, because of the 4 recycled runes, even with this point lead, there's a bit more game to played for Aurelia. Because of this massive rune advantage, you can find the opportunity to claw things back, especially because Jack's not winning next turn. He needs 2 more, right? And that's where you get to develop this turn, and then from there, you're not allowed to let go of the reins for the rest of the game. You have to be able to take control and never let go, and that's where we're going to start to see these Hidden Blades and the Face Breakers maybe start to seal the deal. But generally, I would say this position is not all lost for Aurelia, even though it feels horrible.
All right, sneaky deckhand, sneaking in. That's point number 2, back on that even total. Back on the board. And that's going to be it. All right, so we get a whole point for Jack. Going up to 5, like you're saying, that 6 point on this turn, very important, if that can be done, but not really. The accelerated things in this deck are 5 mana for Azir, 6 energy for a Rise, so will be hard to do.
Yeah, no, being the Deflect being a major player here. I think you really wanted to be able to accelerate Sovereign, go to that 6 point, and it looks like there's actually just no way to go to 6 here. And because of that, that's going to buy an additional turn for Aurelia with the rune advantage. This is what we're saying, right? There's kind of these little edge cases that you can start to sneak your way back into this, and by having units, you can start to develop. Though I will say that a Rise is going to be massive. It does mean it's a third turn. There's more life being afforded to Aurelia, right? Instead of it just being 2 turns and done, it is a third. I still think the Facebreaker, the Hidden Blades, these are really impactful cards that can be hidden after this next Conquer. We're going to see a big double Conquer on this next turn from Jack. Hide a Facebreaker, hide a Hidden Blade, and say, all right, come at me.
So pushing for that hold.
Yeah.
Which I imagine is a spot Azir is not often in, or maybe it's that last point.
I will say it does happen a lot for the last point, and it's often exactly like this. You kind of equip everything. You have 2 pretty large boards on each side, or 1 really small, 1 big, but then a hidden card on each. And you just dump all the runes. And it's like a big Arise turn. You send everything in, you equip everything in, and you're left, 0 runes left on your table from all the equips and all the hidden cards and the Arise and all that. And you say, all right, try. Yep. Try me. I'm at 7. What do you want to do?
We're in Vegas. The chips are in the middle, and say, what do you got? Can you beat me? But Stellacorn Herder is going to be the start for HD. Of course, a hold point from a deckhand as well, trying to sneak back into this game. And Herder here has some work to do. Definitely not a lot of might in play for HD as far as defending goes. Brutalizer scary as well. Between Brutalizer and Arise, there's a lot of potential might going to be ready next turn. So what is the defense for HD going to be? Get through.
It's tough because you almost can't look for a hold. You want to look for a hold, but there's not going to be a good opportunity. And you want to go to 4, right? And you want to draw a card with the Stellacorn. You want all these things. But we can't have everything that we want all the time, right? And at a certain point, it's going to have to be a big risk. You're too far behind to play things safe. You really, at this point, I actually think you can't even care about what is in Codeman Jack's hand. You just don't even care. It's like whatever cards are there, it doesn't matter.
Right.
I just have to put myself in the best position with the most cards, the most runes, to not let you just immediately win. And I think retreating everything, saying go to 7 and I will break that hold, is probably our best bet, or the best bet for Aurelia.
So Herder's going to move in with a Ride the Wind. So we see a draw off that, and then a draw here. So again, kind of that same thing as last turn with the stack deck. Starting a turn with the draw is saying, I don't really have it yet. I got to try and put this together. That being said, it's a lot of cards seen between 2 stack decks and these Stellacorn draws. You see just how important the Aurelia Champion unit is to this deck. Where once that gets broken, it's a lot to put back together.
Yeah, and it can be tough when the Zhonya's or the Guardian Angel are there, because you need those 2 pieces of removal or the salvage that we saw in the main deck, right? But he did, he mulled it away in that first game. It was a bit surprising to me to see, and it makes me wonder, like, did you side out salvages after that? Because if we are bottoming them, it's something I would have expected to be played around for this matchup. But, Cull being the most powerful tool, and having that charm follow-up and the heads-up of, not equipping the Brutalizer when you Weapon Master, taking that thing back. It's all very just solid, practiced plays out of Jack. You understand why he's 3-0 on Azir, even if Azir isn't the number 1 deck in the game right now, right? It's one of those kind of edge case decks where you're playing for the best of, but the deck's still pretty strong. It had a 2nd-place finish in one of the Chinese regionals, right?
That's right, yeah, so as you say, any deck can win. So Sand Soldier coming in. You see up to 6. A BF sword, so much might. And we're going to see a pass. So it's Codeman saying, all right, I'm going to go to 6. I'm going to get it next turn.
All right, there he goes. 6, waiting for that next turn. HD 300 is also going to need to go to 6 on this turn. It is very important for him to make that 6. But from there, he becomes the player who has to hold. And that is a tall task against the might of Arise on the side of Azir. And it's been in the hand the entire game. The question that now Codeman Jack has to ask is there a bargain?
Ooh, yes. Well,
and do we want a bargain? What are we offering here? Because the rest of the hand is double Hidden Blade, Facebreaker. Those are ways that you can try and break through 2 holds. That's not, Facebreaker not as good. You want that on defense. But the double Hidden Blade, it's like, okay, what's more likely? Do you have a couple Defies, some not so fast? Or do you have that hard bargain that was maybe lurking in the sideboard, ready to come in and deal with Arise?
Question is also, for HD, how much energy can be available for Codeman Jack's turn. Things need to happen this turn, too. You know, it can't just be interacting. So Herder's going to come in. Going to take a point, draw a card, up to 5. Herder's a great unit, but it's a little small. Same with Deckhand. These are not, you know, not brute force units, definitely finesse units. We do see the result of the Herder is that there are a ton of cards in hand for HD. Like Aurelia always has a ton of cards in hand. Just always. And what is the next step to get out of this mess? If you're HD, you have to assume an Arise is looming.
Yeah, I think so, right? I mean, realistically, this is the classic setup, right? We've gone to 6. We kept a lot of runes around to make sure that we can kind of go into this next turn with a lot. Codeman Jack's going to have Arise plus a Hidden Blade. Is going to be the offensive pressure that is allowed to be put out. And so it's quite a lot, right, that you're going to be threatening there. One just unconditional kill, so long as, of course, there's no Defy to deal with it. But then on top of that, it is be a large amount of might. I mean, we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 gear, a Brutalizer equipped that's going to be very valuable. And you can always potentially look for it with cascading the BF Sword. However, not a lot of equipment cascading is going to work against Aurelia because it's often one big unit instead of a lot of small units. And if you wonder what I mean by cascading, it is when you are able to run one unit in that has an equipment on it, let it trade with one of the units on potential hold, and then it drops the equipment when it dies. The equipment stays in your base, and you can equip it to another unit and then still utilize that might. And that's what I mean when I'm saying cascading the might of these equipment down. And it's a very important tool for Azir that he doesn't really get to access against Aurelia.
Yeah, absolutely. And with huge things like Brutalizer, BF Sword, it can be quite the exchange where a few small tokens can all of a sudden take down this huge board. But we'll see what's up here. Players are talking it through. You know, we're still early in the tournament, but, you know, 3-0 at the feature match table, the pressure's there. You know, you definitely feel it a little bit. These players want to keep their good start going, keep an undefeated run going. And Deckhand's coming in. Of course, Deckhand is not very mighty, so no draw there, but that will put HD to 6.
Is it a Draven? Yeah, I guess so.
All right, so we have a defensive Draven. Bolt.
Well, I said cascading wasn't going to really matter, and I'm just wrong. There's 2 units sitting at the Arena's Greatest, so it actually does open up the ability to utilize that Brutalizer and that BF Sword to even greater effect than you often would be able to. And, you know, notably that the Draven is not going to be able to be the winning point from the combat win on either side. It'll go to 7 for HD if it wins on defense. And for Codeman Jack, yes, it'll take you to 7, but the combat will resolve first before the Conquer, so you'll go to 7, and then you'll get the Conquer going forward. There is, however, kind of an edge case here where it can matter quite a bit. And that comes down to, are there defies? Because instead of even going for the Arise here, you can conquer Sunken Temple, then just send a unit into Arena's Greatest and play double Hidden Blade onto this Draven, and you'd be at 7, and that would just kill Draven, and you would go to 8 from that. You don't even have to be able to win on that side and conquer. Now, the weakness there is 2 defies, and in fact, funny enough, this might be the line because the top deck for Codeman Jack was Defy. So it would need to be 3 Defies or 2 Defies and a not so fast from the side of HD 300 in order to beat this line, or else it just kind of wins. There's this other side of it, I guess, where there's a push effect here to move the Draven home, but then I think you're still kind of winning with the Conquer by kind of taking this line. So I don't know, I'm curious if this is maybe just not even an Arise play anymore because the Draven is at the battlefield.
Yeah, you kind of turn the tables on Draven here, you know, where you're going to be using your effect to win the combat through non-combat means and get that point. So big attack on Deckhand. Deckhand is going to say, oh, no, I'm not going to take that one. So we see the Conquer. The Temple will trigger. A card could be drawn. I feel like Jack's got a lot of the tools already in hand.
It also feels like he has spotted this line, because I am not... I mean, this could still actually, to be fair, very clear, this could still be an Arise line, right? You can Weapon Master these all over. So it does make sense that this is still potential for Arise. But I'm wondering if he's considering this this Draven line as well, if this is something that he's interested in. I guess there's also the thought where if you go to assign damage, you actually don't have to outmight that entire board. You just have to outmight Draven.
Right.
It doesn't matter if the Shepherd is still better. Oh, not entering combat before the Hidden Blade.
Ooh, okay. So Hidden Blade taking Draven out will not be in a combat scenario, so it would kill the Draven in theory, but not get the point. So just going for a Conquer win here, I suppose, but we're going to see a Defy. So going to fight back. Roadman Jack says, I have a Defy too.
Yeah, and float an additional rune here. Or sorry, no, he still has the floating. Yeah.
Another Defy back. We got a little chain here. So we have Defy on Hidden Blade will end up resolving. So Hidden Blade is gone. Both Defies are gone. Only 2 runes left for HD. 4 left for Codeman Jack with 1 floating.
Yeah. So no more Arise. There's 2 options. You either go for the line I was talking about, say you don't have a 3rd Defy or a Not So Fast, and you push in your Sand Soldier and you Hidden Blade the Draven. Or the other side of it is you play the Azir Sovereign, accelerated, and you bring it all back. But he's going for the Hidden Blade without entering the combat yet, and that's the that is the potential issue. I wonder if he doesn't realize that he needs to be in combat for this, or what he's looking for with the pre-combat Hidden Blade.
So looking like just going for a Conquer, but you know, I think that it's sort of outside the box to think about that. Yeah. It's, if you're a Draven player, used to playing Draven, you're so used to trying to get in combat and killing things in combat. But all right, so we're going to see the Fight or Flight back on the Draven, so no Hidden Blade. However, now the Herder is trying to hold strong by his lonesome against this fairly large remaining Sand Soldier.
Yeah.
Which could take the game if it can conquer.
It would be 6 into 3, but that's just 1 Defiant Dance. Right. That's going to turn the tables there. There's always the option, though, to still just hide this Facebreaker down on the Sunken Temple and potentially win on a hold, because you've burned through 2 Defies.
Right.
You basically showed there's probably not like a Fight or Flight, so instead, okay, not even going to attempt it. Says, you know what, that's fine. I will just go ahead and hide this Facebreaker here. I'm also kind of open to the idea of pushing in, seeing what tools HD 300 had to try and deal with that push, and then still just hiding the Facebreaker. I think there's a couple options that could have been gone for here.
Right, the issue here is if you're playing around Defiant Dance, by not making HD use it, it's still in hand.
Yeah, it's still there.
It's still available for the next one.
So still able to, you know, move the Stellacorn back, ready it. I kind of like trying to force a little bit there, maybe, but end of the day, this just gives you a little bit more might on defense, and by a little bit, I mean 6. I mean, that's not a small number.
Yeah, so huge spot here. Both players on 7. Codeman Jack's going for the hold. We got Sand Soldier, we got equipment, and we have a hidden Facebreaker. We can see on the screen there. It could stun 1 on each side, good against 1 big attacker. And Guardian Angel time.
So we've talked about the Guardian Angel break on big holds multiple times, right? You guys, you send this in, you give it some buffs, you save 1 buff, so when it gets recalled and goes back home, you play 1 more card, choosing it, ready it with Blade Dancer, send it back in. Facebreaker's a stun for the turn.
Ooh, okay.
So, you know, that's going to be Draven, even if it's stunned, it's just not going to have the ability to deal damage after that.
How often and in what quantity is Facebreaker seen in these Azir decks?
I really like an Azir. You can't play too many copies because often you want to be conquering, and Facebreaker is inherently a defensive card, right? Because it stuns your own unit, you're not actually able to kind of kill the things that you're running onto the board to deal with. So because of that, it is often a 1, sometimes a 2, or it's a 1 with maybe 2 in the side for these games where your opponent doesn't play a lot of early units, and so you always get on board first, and you don't get on board with resistance, and so then it's about hiding and going for those endgame holds to win the game and not letting them get on board. So it's always a hidden threat, right?
So is it on HG's mind right now? Is he trying to figure out how to navigate through this?
I think after
with 2 Hidden Blades cast last turn.
Hidden Blades, I'm often thinking this is 3rd Hidden Blade, but if he's played against Azir really at all, or well, I wouldn't say at all, but if he's played against Azir a little bit, I think he should have Facebreaker on his mind.
Okay, well, stack deck again. And gonna take a look. Draven's hanging out, decently sized. Is it time to get frisky? It must be. 7 points for Jack. Got to break this hold to win this game. Here comes Draven. So, as it currently stands, Draven is not big enough, correct?
Yeah, we have Draven.
I guess the dice are showing the equipment buff as well. So, and there's a Defiant Dance. So, played around Defiant Dance on Codeman Jack's turn. Didn't actually trigger it by forcing a combat. Now seeing it here on the defensive side for Jack. There's going to be a huge swing for Might.
Well, it can get eaten by this by this Facebreaker.
Yep. So right now, playing into Facebreaker. There's Facebreaker.
I mean, he burned through a lot of counter spells. Are there any left?
And no runes left. So here it is, going for the big stun. Oh, we got a reader. So this makes me think that this was not on HD's mind, unless just looking for a specific wording here. Not so fast would work on Facebreaker, correct?
Correct, it would.
Okay, so even though it's like a choosing and same battlefield, etc. So I imagine that if Not So Fast was here, be on the table.
Oh, for sure. I saw him flick through the cards. No more counters left.
All right.
He's all. Look, we had 2 of them on the last turn. There's no more. That's all. So now they're both stunned for the turn.
Sand Soldier's like, I don't mind. I'm stunned. I'll just hang out here. I ain't got nowhere to be. And is she dropping a card?
Rune on the floor.
That Facebreaker out of nowhere. Here's an on guard. So we still have a little readying to do, but it has to be the herder.
Yeah, it has to be the herder because the Draven. I mean, you could ready the Draven. You're welcome to.
That's true.
However, he is stunned, and so he won't be dealing any damage in combat, which I think at this point you kind of need a little bit of damage.
Yeah. So now note the top Sand Soldier is stunned. It will not deal any damage, but it's still there.
Yes.
Its might is still relevant, and if it cannot be killed, it just pushes back the herder. And there you go. An awesome hold for Codeman Jack, and a really sweet game 2, forcing a game 3. That was awesome.
Yeah, you see how hard it is to kind of deal with the Relia, because in that last turn, it was possible that Codeman Jack actually just had the win by pushing into the herder. It's very possible there was no way to answer it. We know that Defiant Dance was there, but I don't know when it was there. It could have been draw for turn. It could have been when the herder ran home.
Right.
That might have been the win, but he kind of recognizes it's probably higher percentage that this gets beat because I have nothing to back it up, and maybe just having 6 more might next to the Facebreaker makes all the difference. And I don't mind it. I think it's genuinely a good idea, and it worked out for him in the end.
Yeah, really cool stuff. So now we go to game 3. We're going to see Trifarian Warcamp, which is a great battlefield for Codeman Jack against the Dreaming Tree.
Perfect curve for Azir. You've got the turn 1. This is going second, so turn 1 you have 1 energy, play down the Dorn Shield, make a Sand Soldier. Turn 2 you have 5 energy, BF Sword, make a Sand Soldier. This is exactly what you want to see for this deck.
Numbers, and then no turn 1 to play for HD. So here's the herder. Again, herder's great, but it is small. And now it's going Jack's way. 5 runes.
You'll see him play fast. This is no think. This is Conquer, this is play BF, this is play a Sand Soldier.
Because choice being here, what to conquer, whether it's the Warcamp
Correct.
or the Tree. And then we got the sword comes in. Here's the Sand Soldier, Weapon Master, 5 might in the back row, and now we're going back HD's way. And this is HD's turn to try and get things rolling here.
Ooh, is that double Arise that I'm seeing as well? I know there's another Doran's double Arise with 3 of these equip. It's going to be on board immediately, right? Because we're going to have a Doran's on the next turn.
Yep. All right, so just Aurelia passed. Another setup turn here for HD. That was kind of the death of game 1 for HD, of having to take these setup turns and when Codeman Jack is on the board and rocking and rolling. So Sand Soldiers ahoy, hold to 2. 2-0 lead. Now going to 3-2. It's good to score the point, but 3 is a little awkward.
Yeah. I like that he's slowed down here. He's double Arise in hand. He's got 10 minutes. This game will finish. He does not have to worry about it in that way. He was playing the first 2 turns fast because he's like, okay, 10 minutes, we gotta go. But now he actually has some real questions to ask himself. I love the move of the BF Sword back home, right? Develop the Azir. You're setting up, yes, you're only at 3, you're not at 4, that's where we can get. We were on 1 last turn. You're setting up to try and runner, Arise, push in, win the game. Do not let HD 300 ever hold. There's going to be way too much might value, and you have the point tempo. So you always do it on offense. You're just trying to push in with as little investment as possible, score both sides, let HD 300 clean it up, and then you're going to re-enter over and over and over again. Next turn may just be kind of a light double conquer, replay another Azir, or it's a light double conquer, play a Rise just to build backline. There's a lot of different ways that Codeman Jack can continue to play this going forward, and I think often at this point he wants to actually hold runes, because currently 7 runes, next turn 9. If he only pays 1 power, he'll be at 10, which is a 1 less than what he would want to be for a Rise plus Azir accelerated, and that is a break point that is not often found by this deck, but it is decimating when you are able to do it.
All All right, so we see Herder come in and Aurelia come in. So HD getting back into it. But Jack's last turn was able to score some points and also set up, like you're saying, set up these next few turns, which is great. So hidden card on the Dreaming Tree to go along with the Aurelia, HD on 2. Going back Jack's way on 3, and a lot of stuff in play. Double Horizon here. There's a Charm also. That is a big pickup. There isn't a lot of interaction in this Azir deck, but when it's able to find the right pieces at the right time, is extremely potent.
This Charm is key. I talked about how he's wanting to curve out right now. I don't think this Charm is actually going to be used as a kill spell. I think the way that this Charm can be used, he's ahead in points, right? 2 on the other side, he's at 3. He's going to go to 5. His opponent gets to go to 4. He goes to 7. You're right. When he gets to that final turn, when HD is set up to try and just hold, because he's going to be forced into a hold, Charm just says move an enemy unit.
Back it out.
Goodbye.
Yeah,
see you later.
Yep.
I'll play my Arise, and then I'll say see you later. And yes, there's things like Defy. There's ways to answer it, right? But that's going to continue to pull resources away. It's going to continue to chip at those resources, not let things happen. Notably, you don't have to play into the Aurelia on this turn. And a lot of rinse up for Aurelia. Going to 4 is fine because this deck is built around scoring both. However, look who's sitting at home. Little Azir Sovereign waiting to bring all the boys over to the Dreaming Tree. And I think that may still be the idea that Jack has. He just wanted to break that Zhonya's Hourglass.
Yep. Good stuff. All right, so Soldiers are in. War Camp is taken. A lot of might on that battlefield. Herder back home was returned by the Hourglass. And what is the next step for Codeman Jack? Is it a set up a Rise? Is it a trying to go after Aurelia?
He could just say, I'm going to put the most amount of might you've ever seen on this board, and I'm going to send it at your Aurelia right now. But I think in his mind, it has to be that this is fight or flight, and this Aurelia's not dying. Yep. So whatever he does, he probably wants to keep Charm potentially available as an option to kind of bring her back. So say, okay, yeah, you can fight or flight at home. But she's coming back here, right?
And the Hourglass is now gone, so cannot protect. So Arise, we've got 1, 2, 3 Sand Soldiers coming in. 2 will be ready. They are Weapon Master. Do they want to pick up those equipments?
Yeah, I think you can kind of separate it a little bit. I think trying to pick the best unit to put tank on, or units to put the tank keyword on, is going to be pretty impactful here. You want to lose the least amount of material that is going to be sticking around. You want to have a lot of these units still kind of hanging out, able to be equipped to as you can going forward. So we aren't going to see a ton of movement. We are going to see 2 of the 3 equipment weapon mastered. I guess the third one doesn't really matter because it would just be kind of deuces, right? Moving the Doran's Blade to another Sand Soldier. Especially if you are going to move them into this battlefield against Aurelia with your Azir Sovereign.
So now that's a big question. Is Azir going to come in, bring all the boys to the yard? Jack ain't done yet. More spells to cast. This looks like it might be the Charm. No, hidden card. Okay. I was going to say Charm would feel a little weird there. So try to hide a card over at the War Camp.
Yes, this is the bet. Only these 2.
All right.
And players, we're at 5 minutes left here, so this game looks like it's going to conclude in a number of turns, but gotta be aware, clock's always looming.
Hide a card pass, very good for Jack. Just enough might that Stella can't just like offer to trade in, kind of force the Stella to spend some kind of resource first, right?
Nothing for free here. That had hidden cards, almost the same color as our battlefields. It is there. Very hidden.
It's really hiding.
Right. It's really lit up to the name.
He doesn't want us to know.
Right. Super secret. So we're going to see the Herder just go over to join Aurelia and draw a card. So again, kind of a setup. I need to find some cards, kind of figure out what's going on here. HD still at 3. Codeman Jack at 4. Codeman Jack really well set up in the back line. Ton of might. Second Arise in hand and the Charm. It's time to ride the wind. So we get to see a Dreaming Tree draw, and then Aurelia getting a little bigger and going to challenge the War Camp.
Yeah, funny spot where the Ride the Wind, you actually are, because it readies, you're actually losing a little value because the Aurelia was already readied. However, it's the payoff for getting to draw on Dreaming Tree. Because you have the option to run her home and then Ride the Wind, so you get the 1 for target, 1 for readying, but then you wouldn't draw from the Dreaming Tree. So just deciding the card draw was more important. I think that's generally correct, especially since we look at what this whole value is, and it's quite small.
Yep. So Aurelia's in, fairly large. We're looking at flip on the hidden guards. Guards.
Yeah, guards. Guards gets to be really scary, right? Because this is oh wait, no, here's a BF sword. Like, here's another +3.
So using the Azir Weapon Master on defense, and that is a lot of might. Jack just said 13. I'm gonna trust his math. He knows
I believe him.
He knows what he's doing. And now Aurelia has some work to do. Aurelia is not currently winning this fight, so spells need to be cast, like you're saying. Resources need to be exhausted.
Yeah.
We do see a Defiant Dance in the window for HD.
Yeah, and there's a really big part of the Azir side of the game plan here where you actually kind of don't care if Aurelia beats you, like on the might. You just want to get a bunch of resources out,
right?
And then you do still have this charm, you have another Arise, you have these kind of ways to rebuild. And the Azir deck is often about building an army and then rebuilding an army. And that's the big thing that it likes to do.
As long as those equipment stay around. And so we see Defiant Dance bringing Aurelia up, bringing the soldiers down. And it looks like we're going to see a victory for Aurelia. But like you said, that's fine. Equipment's here, Arises in hand. You can have your point. HD goes to 4. Aurelia now has the war camp, but resources have been exhausted. And just a pass back for HD. So 5 runes up, a lot of cards in hand. Now it's Codeman Jack's turn to try and get things going. It is 4-4. And again, now there's 2 minutes left. So to be aware.
Yeah, likely a 2-turn game, but it's possible there's a little bit more. I mean, a lot of cards in the hand for Aurelia, and I'm seeing a lot of tricks. What was feeling like something that was getting simplified for, such a great hand and curve for the Azir goes to show that what Azir does is it asks you a question. It says, look at all this might. Look at all these soldiers. Look at all this stuff that I'm sending in against you. Beat it. And, well, when I'm looking at this hand, I think there's a real world that Aurelia can beat it. And that's just going to have to be what Codeman Jack does at this point, though, is present the question. Say, what can you do about it? And he has to present it in a way, the skill expression here is, how do I present this combat? Because if you screw up, yeah, you're definitely losing. If you don't put the right number, if you could have put the right number and you don't, that's where the problem comes in. The fortunate thing with Sovereign is it bails you out a little bit. You can full pile in and say, well, if this was an overcommit, I can still pull it over to the other side right afterwards.
Yeah, the problem here for Jack is that a lot of the numbers that Jack is playing are on the board. The numbers that HD are playing are in hand.
Exactly.
Therefore hidden, and it's hard to add up numbers you can't see.
Well, exactly. Yeah, you ask the question, your opponent gives you the answer.
Yeah, you might not like the answer.
You might not like the answer, I agree.
All right, so these soldiers are moving in. We got to count. Was that a Brutalizer or a Doran shield on the top one?
It's a Doran shield.
Okay, so we got 1. I guess the dice is allowed too. So we got 3, we got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 on the camp. Coming into 6 on the Aurelia, and that first Defiant Dance is tough. So there's a pump. Aurelia up to 7. Ain't done yet. You see, as far as interaction goes on Codeman Jack's side, nothing at action speed. They've got a charm, got a rise, and a Azir, which is cool, but...
So 8 because of camp versus 11? Because you said it was 13 and the Defiant Dance is going to be -2.
Yes.
So 8 versus 11, that just needs 1 on guard, and that's equal, but equal's not good enough here for Aurelia.
Right. Okay.
Rebuke.
Ooh, okay.
I mean, it is a kill spell, effectively.
Yeah.
You can't return a Sand Soldier to hand, it just goes to the bin.
Poof. So that's gone. And now, Aurelia's looking pretty good. Add it up. We got 9 to, what we got? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 to 7. That's my count. And, the die is showing the plus from the equipment and the minus from the Defiant Dance.
Yeah.
So Sand Soldiers down, BF Sword back to base. And now what?
Well, I would say they may knock them down, but they will rise.
Oh,
and
nice.
Here we go once again.
All right. Still 2 runes available for HD. And Aurelia ain't getting any smaller. That's part of the problem when you try and get these multi-combats is that pump spells happen. Aurelia is still huge. And if you're HD, the way cards are being lined up here, it's got to be a rise. Kind of fiddling with the equipment, deciding what 2 are going to go on and into the ready Sand Soldiers. So Jack's thinking it through. We are now elapsed. The clock has elapsed. We are now in turns. And both players are at 4. So we're going to get 3 extra turns to play. And then at the end of that, if the player's up by 2, they win. If they are not, we have a draw.
I think we're going to get a conclusion on this game, realistically.
Okay. So.
Looks like there's a quick judge call there.
So a little judge call here. Going to work things out and get things all set up for this Arise. Arise. All right, Soldier number 1, Soldier number 2, Soldier number 3. Readying to. And here comes a shield. Aurelia still feels kind of inassailable.
Yeah, she's 8. This is going to be...
It is more, but it's risky. Again, once again,
11.
Once again, not knowing how much might Aurelia is actually at, thanks to the cards in the end, tricks. But going for it.
We haven't been doing it so far. So.
Jack shoving. And counting up. And those dice are also tracking the might from the equipments, which is not a typical way to do it. Judge is noting now that it's not tracking the war camp, so just making sure players are clear, good communication. Very important.
I'm seeing 8 into 11 here. I see an on guard, so this can at least go even.
Yep.
The question is can HD300 beat it? You need 2-1 costs here to actually beat this might.
Yep. So Jack taking a bit of a risk, but feeling comfortable. Ooh, okay. So we're going to see an Hourglass. Hourglass, I mean, saving Aurelia is, I think if Aurelia goes down here, it is bad news bears for HD.
Yeah.
As you saw in the last game, once Aurelia goes down, things start to fall apart pretty quickly. So, so Aurelia will get one of these Sand Soldiers on the way out, and then Hourglass will retreat, and Aurelia will live to fight another day.
Yeah, and they both were given tank here, and I wonder if that was the correct decision. You could have just done all tank on the weaker one and kept the BF sword around, and that would maybe let less might be removed. But there's also consideration that Goodman Jack actually wants this BF sword free to re-equip. So it's really a question of what his strategy was going into this turn and how he wanted to play it.
So Jack goes to 5. Now we're seeing the Herder onto the Lonesome Dreaming Tree. 2 runes still up for HD. And we know the Engard is in the hand. Of course, Jack does not know that. And I mean, Jack has to go for the Conquer here on the Dreaming Tree, right? To go to 6.
Yeah, the question now becomes, you really don't want to lose any more material to this Herder. So you're going to need to probably equip, I would guess maybe just even the Dorans is enough to make it 4 with tank onto one of the Sand Soldiers, so that you're not just giving this free Stella trade. Right. You could just not pull anything, but then you're just like, okay, well, play any pump spell, and I'm immediately losing the combat, right? So I'm wondering exactly how the equips are going to go, because the BF sword was freed up, so that is like the biggest amount of might that you can still go for the equip and try and pressure through in that way. And maybe there's even a world still where the charm can still be deployed. Like if you can push above 11 might still on a battlefield, you can charm this in, and if there's no units left for HD300, you're probably going to win the game at that point.
Yeah, I forgot about the charm, actually, so that's a big deal. So going to suit up the soldier at the war camp. And we're going to see Azir coming in.
Okay.
Says, milkshake time, all the boys
Everything,
going to the yard.
Think, right? I think it has to be, I think you have to bring the other 2.
All right, it's going to be just the large Sand Soldier. So that is quite big. BF sword and the Doran shield.
What is this?
And we're going to see...
Ride
the Wind. And you're going to send the Herder over to the war camp.
So that's not going to break point tempo at all by reconquering war camp, right? That's going to go to 5, can go to 6, and then 7 on the following turn.
Right.
But not changing the math anywhere here. He's still going to be ahead. As far the Azir still ahead on trying to win the game. What this does open up, HD300's tapped out.
Yeah.
Aurelia is a 7. Charm is getting through Aurelia now, and I think That's exactly what he's reaching for. He's like, how much is this?
Here's the check.
Please tell me, how much?
You're tapped out, right?
You have nothing?
Nothing
Nothing at all, like zero things.
Exhausted out? Let's see what's up here.
That's worth all my runes.
Aurelia, why don't you come out to the Dreaming Tree, Come hang out.
Now he has to, pay attention to what runes he's getting rid of because there's equips that are still going to want to potentially happen.
Yes.
Aurelia's going to kill something off. It's taking down the Sand Soldier.
All right, it's a soldier down. Equips.
Equips.
They're still in play. Slide those over.
Yep.
All right, so crazy turn.
Oh yeah.
I'll write a book about that turn. A lot of things happen there, but the herd is going to hold to 6. So both players are at 6, and now I believe this is turn 1 or turn 2.
It should be turn 1. That was turn 0, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. We'll see if we get any confirmation on that, but that's where I'm staying.
So turn 2, and now if a player were to be winning by 2, they would have 8 points in order to have won the game. So we'll have we'll have a natural conclusion of this game or a draw. Players at this point, you never really want a draw, but of course want to end in a dub if you can. But back HD's way. What is the next step? Herder came home, drew a card, and mono calm for HD.
I want to draw attention to a very important card in Codeman Jack's hand. Guards! Able to come in ready if you spend that extra power.
Oh, yes.
Has a Sand Soldier at home that he kept. I was not sure if you could keep it back. But
wow.
He was confident to keep it at home. And then even if this Stellacorn is able to push over Azir Sovereign, which it will be, right? You can still conquer one side with your very weak Sand Soldier.
Right.
Weapon Master in and equip whatever color you don't have of runes.
Yep.
Use the other to full equip onto that Sand Soldier that you bring out from the guards and go for that conquer to end the game. And we'll see if that can happen, as there's still 3 runes remaining for HD 300, but he's going to have to expend some amount here to ensure this. It is going to be an on guard. 2 runes left, though, to try and play defense on this next turn. The big question is, will Codeman Jack have enough from all the equips onto the pseudo-accelerated Sand Soldier from the guards?
This is great. This has been an awesome game. So tight. Guys, HD. Kind of counting things up. There's a lot of numbers on Jack's board, despite there not being many actual units. So we're going Jack's way. This is the turn. 4 runes available. We got guards.
There's no other options. You look at the hand.
That is it. Yes, okay.
Azir Sovereign, you don't have the 5 energy.
Is that a Facebreaker behind it?
Facebreaker, not going to help you on offense.
Yep.
HD 300 on 7. You have to break.
All right. Got to break through 2 runes. Jack, what's it going to be? Going to count a little bit.
7 might is what the guards will be with every single thing equipped. 2 energy up, 4 might already there. Defiant Dance blows you out immediately.
Yep. All right. Here we go. Floating 3. Oh, we're piling up. All right. Pantsing up the Sand Soldier. That's a shield. That's a shield. That's a big sword.
Note the 1 order rune remaining. That's for the guards. 3 energy float.
Yep. All right. Here comes the Sand Soldier. Oh, I do see Defiant Dance in the window. Really, Deck's just got a lot of tricks. So many tricks. So we got Soldier we got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The Soldier. Like you said, the Defiant Dance is that's a 4-point swing that will have the Herder winning the combat. That's really kind of it, right? I mean, as far as combat goes.
He's playing directly around this. Because now when the guards come down and they pick up all the other equips, actually they can't pick up all of them. They can't quite break over. They'd have to, can he beat 6? He can tie 6.
Okay, so up and down. That is. I just thrown me off a bit, I'm sorry. I believe we're 8 to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to 5 now? No, 3, 4, 6 to 5, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, it should be 6 to 5.
Right. And Jack, now what is the next step? Tough spot. So if the pressure of the feature match area and a big turn wasn't enough, now you got the weight of the clock. The clock is over. You made extra turns.
No, it's too much. He needed one more rune.
Yep.
I was thinking he could still get to the same amount, but
Gotta go for a face breaker, deciding to say, all right, this combat is null and void. We're just gonna stun both.
Oh, what could he have drawn? Hidden Blade?
That's not it. So drawing a card for Dreaming Tree, can't find it. Wow. That was
Hidden Blade would have done it.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal game. HD, woo. That was some great stuff.
Yeah, what a surprise. It felt like, you know, Codeman Jack was going to start to run away with it. All the arises, all the huge might values he's able to present, but this is how we presented the Azir deck to everyone initially. It does the thing.
So,
really just like, can I flip my zombies up
okay.
and put it back? And I was pretty sure I could.
So there was a concession there. We were in, because we weren't in actually have a victory piece because turns were over. So with HD being ahead, winning that combat, looks like Codeman Jack decided to concede behind on board, which is a very noble thing to do, of course. And yeah, just like a crazy ending to an absolutely crazy game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Azir, right? You're able to present the question. If your opponent has the answer, sometimes that's all she wrote for you. And this time around, I would say that HD300 was able to have the answers that he needed over the course of that game, especially because I think the question that Azir was asking was pretty tough. That was like some AP calculus that was being given to the other side. You know, a lot of different numbers being able to hit the board, a lot of the Sand Soldiers coming through, and at the end of the day, able to get it done.
Whew. All right, well, as that match wasn't enough, we got another match for you. Right, we're going to roll right along here into our backup match and watch some Riftbound. What do we got? We got a little Victor.
Oh, well, Manten. This is Cody Williams. He won the Best of Victor in Houston. And so he did not quite get it in Bologna, but he tried again in Bologna, didn't quite get there, and now he's coming back to Vegas to give it another shot. And yeah, as we can see, some of the new additions to Spirit Forge, Xin Zhao, very powerful unit, only being used as a one-of, but this gives it some additional, you know, pseudo accelerate coming in ready for this deck, paying 3 and a power for 4 as long as you have 2 units at base with the Xin Zhao, it will come in ready. And then also adding the very powerful removal combo of Bellows Breath to go alongside your Imperial Decree. When you're able to play these 2 cards together, you can basically remove everything on the board, as Imperial Decree just means anything that takes damage on for the rest of the turn will die. Bellows Breath just kind of pinging multiple targets for 1.
Interesting one here is we see 3 copies of Riptide Rex.
Oh yeah,
3 copies.
Yeah. Oh, he was playing those in Origins. He said he still likes them. We had an interview with him when he won the Best of at Houston, and I asked him, you know, what card maybe overperformed for you for this deck for you to kind of get there, and Riptide Rex was the one at the very top of the list as being a card that is absolutely overperformed. And I will say, when we look at the meta right now, there's a lot of these 4-life units that are looking to hold. Draven, you know, you're going to have a lot of these Noxus Hopefuls. And then Pharaoh's Forerunner, you got to find some way to deal with it. And being able to play a 6-might body and then deal with some of these big threats that like to sit on bases, even just threatening an Aurelia, saying, here's 6, just flinch. What do you want to do? And then from there, you might be able to play the rest of your offensive turn and still kind of deal with it. So I think Riptide Rex actually got better position now than it ever was in Origins, and he was loving it in Origins.
That's really cool. 3 Rex and 3 Singularity is a big statement. Really, really cool stuff. So on the other side, we're going to see Math Doctor. You have to be a Math Doctor to play Aurelia, I feel like.
Yeah, a lot of Aurelia have been very popular so far. 3rd most represented deck, I believe, at this tournament. And we're seeing yet another flavor in a sense, but realistically, this is more another flavor in a couple of one-ofs that are sneaking around, right? Creeping around in this deck. The Siren, which we haven't seen in some of these lists, but it's been pretty prevalent across all Aurelia decks. And then having this Edge of Night as like another kind of hidden card to bluff with that also, you know, you were mentioning the hidden card. Are you ever afraid of losing it when you try and back away? This is yet another one where you can kind of just flip over whenever, equip it, and then kind of run home and pivot around as you wish. So cool to see, but yet again, another sneaky version. We'll be seeing this Obelisk of Power Game 1.
Sounds great. Well, we're going to go right into Game 3, actually, as our backup match here. Hop right into the action. And we're going to see Raven Bloom Conservatory for Victor. Really cool new battlefield.
Yeah, it's, you know, funny enough, in this one, I think Aurelia is relatively happy to see Raven Bloom Conservatory. Yep. A lot of card draw can come from that from her when she is able to hold. So that's going to be the target to hold. You'll want to conquer the Sunken Temple, keep getting your draws. But when you actually look, you know, cards on the table need to hold against the Victor, Raven Bloom is going to be your friend as Aurelia.
Yeah, so we have both Conservatory and Sunken Temple drawing cards. Meaning a lot of cards will be drawn in hand this game. Very high resource game. Who's that favor?
I think a high resource game is going to favor Aurelia. You're going to find more of your answers that you need to deal with the threats that Victor can pose towards you. You're going to find your Defies for the Cult Weeks, right? You're going to find you're not so fast for the Singularities or the other kill spells that you need to worry about. So what becomes the biggest thing that I want to look at for Manten is actually going to be Imperial Decree as the way that you actually have to look for the removal. It's the one where there isn't really an answer for Aurelia, right? They have the Zhonya's, they have the Guardian's Angel. There's some ways to kind of start to respond, but there's not a big immediate answer to counter out Imperial Decree. You have to counter out maybe the Bellows Breath that gets cast with it, but maybe they just have a bunch of units that are going to start pushing into you to try and deal with you with Decree. So it becomes one of the more difficult cards to actually manage, where the rest of them you can have answers to.
Did you catch how many hard bargains were in Matt Doctor's main deck and sideboard?
I did not, and I thought it was 0, but I'm not convinced on that. So we'll have to keep our eyes out on the hand if you can find one that is the answer that can exist. But it's been very unpopular in Aurelia, so I'm not always expecting it to be there.
Okay, well, we got a 2-drop battle here. Lonely Puro versus an Honest Broker. Broker's going to come in on the Conservatory and score the first point of the game. And of course, if it defends, Conservatory will trigger and look for some spells on top of the library. Victor got plenty of those. Let's see what Manten's next step is.
Yeah.
Game 3.
I was looking at this lecturing Yordle, and I feel like Yordle plus Recruit feels pretty reasonable to just go for. If your Broker dies, that's fine. It'll get a Conservatory trigger and potentially a gold for you. So really doing everything that you want it to do. Looking at the hand, though, Salvage as well. Another way to continue to try and push through whatever Aurelia tries to set up with the Zhonya's and with that Guardian Angel. So, you know, finding the ways to break through that Manten needs to deal with Aurelia once she hits the table. And for Math Doctor, there's a lot of matchups where you just want to try and slam her on this turn 2. You really can't against Victor because the 3x Singularity will immediately punish you if you just try and play her out.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of things for Matt Doctor to work around. So we're going to see the Puro get frisky here. It'll be so nice playing Victor too, where you just have that wasted energy at any point. Oh, I'll take a Recruit.
Oh, Singularity up the top from the Ravenbloom.
Hello. So defend on the Broker. So Singularity will be drawn. Going to go for the Discipline to win the combat, but that foreknowledge of Singularities, it's a good thing to know about.
Yeah. Now you know to play around it, and often Singularity is kind of clunky to play into the Aurelia anyways, and with Math Doctor knowing it, that Singularity is going to often be dead, but guess what? It's kind of a free card. It came from a battlefield that in any other battlefield you would not have this Singularity, and it's another tool for your toolboxes, Victor. In the world that Math Doctor ever forgets about it and gives you a window, that Singularity is just going to be able to win the game. And instead it's going to be a deckhand Math Doctor trying to rush the points. And turns out, I mean, even this turn, if there's nothing else in your hand that's better to do, Singularity Conquer Both is really not that horrible.
Yeah, so trading blows here. Math Doctor up to 2. And not exactly the most, the strongest position on these battlefields. Just tapped out with 2 might on both. We'll go Manten's way, and we're going to see just Wages of Pain.
Yeah, that's nice.
Taking out the Poro. Very lonely, very sad. Draw a card. Gold number 2.
Efficient. You don't want to give Conservatory trigger over to Aurelia and let her draw. So you really did want to kill that Poro with a spell regardless, no matter what. As we do have a very clean clear available. Yordle, Stupefy, Wages, get rid of both of the little units for Math Doctor, and reset a board state where Call of the Week is backbreaking.
Yeah, and great efficiency tier too, right? Every card's perfect tier. 1, Stupefy, draw a card. So great progression, but also card advantage too. And Manten looking quite nice here at 3 points and on the board.
You can look either, is there a 2-drop that can still be played out? And there is, Plundering Poro. If not, as you said, hey, look, we can just Victor.
All right, so Poro's in. Back Math Doctor's way. And you're right, that Call of the Week, the Call of the Week insurance is gone. There are no more stinkers floating around to eat the call, so Aurelia is vulnerable to multiple things here. Possible cull, definite Singularity. That's kind of the thing too, where if Math Doctor wants to play around Singularity by playing Aurelia and trying to protect it with sort of pump action, cull will mop up.
Yeah. Well, and Manten's also just threatening to go to 5 now. I mean, like,
yeah, that's true.
And for Math Doctor to contest that, it's like, Aurelia plus something that targets plus ready plus go, that doesn't feel very good. I don't want to do that at all. So I think Manton is going to 5 here and then has the ability to retreat if he wants or try and set up some kind of hold. It feels really difficult for Aurelia to now impact the board, and this is where Victor can really shine in this matchup, because when Cull is such a high threat, it creates these game states where they have to respect it so much that you just gain equity. And this is one of the decks where Cull can absolutely obliterate you.
Oh boy. All right, so Aurelia's in. There are 2 runes up for Math Doctors, possible defies, things like that. Going Manton's way, we got 2 whole points. Going to 5. More runes, gold, units, cards in hand. Things looking great for Manton. See Singularity, see Salvage, Imperial Decree. Now, what is the next step?
You know what's kind of funny? He doesn't really have a ton of plays on this turn because there's a lot of like spells, reactor type stuff. I wonder if he just fires a missile at Aurelia and says, play a card.
Sure,
give me a card. You know, it's annoying because of deflect, but you have 2 gold. So it's kind of like, you know what? I can trade gold for you to have to play a card. Because I'm looking at the rest. I don't really see any units here. Is that maybe a Manufactor? That can be played as well on this turn. But even then, there's not a whole ton of action speed that's available. So there's just kind of where do you want to accrue value. The other option is oftentimes it's hard to find a spot to actually play Victor from the champion zone. And this feels like maybe a turn where you actually can make that happen. And I think we're going to see kind of one of the two where it's like you either just try and force a spell and say use your energy, like use a tool that saves this right now, or you just say, you know what, I can just develop my base and then we can go from there and play Manufactor plus Victor from Champ Zone. And I think that might be the decision here.
Yeah, it's a lot of might. I do like the thought of the, you know, I'm ahead right now. Let's just exchange resources. With my card for your card, let's just exchange. I'll keep being ahead, but this looks great too.
This math's out perfect as well, right? The 3-4, and then you get the 1 from the last recruit.
So every energy used. The recruit looks like I might stay in the conservatory, really cool. So you can try to get a card off of it, which is cool. And then a bunch of might in the back row. Again, Imperial Decree in hand for Manton, as well as Singularity we know about. Lot going on. So Mad Doctor is up against it and has a lot of work to do to try and start piecing this game back together. And it starts with a couple runes and a draw step. Let's figure it out.
Yeah, Decree being kept in the mull, I fully agree with that. I love it that from Manton, just recognizing the win con. And this is the most difficult card for my opponent to deal with. It's not that it can't be dealt with. It is that it is the most difficult. And by having this tool on the back burner, he's always going to have this threat. When Math Doctor is forced to hold, he has to hold through an Imperial Decree. And I don't know how many times you've had to try and do that. It's not fun. It's not easy.
Yeah.
When you actually do, you feel so amazing. When you're able to kind of prevent every little thing from happening. But look at this board and try and imagine getting through a Decree. I just think it's not feasible for Math Doctor outside of retreating the Aurelia. And with Manton at 5, that might not be an option very quickly.
Yeah, things only get worse too, where you know the Victor player is going to play at least 1 unit every turn, no matter what, because of Victor, and then other units as well and spells. So the ball is rolling down the hill for Manton. Can Math Doctor stop it and turn it around? Gonna start mathing through. Math Doctor. Parents must be proud.
Oh yeah,
that's. Whew. I can't do math or be a doctor.
I'm neither of these things.
Right.
I'm not math.
No. Furrowed brow. Looking over, see a Defiant Dance. Looks like is there a Rebuke in the window? A lot of cards. As always, Aurelia just a lot of cards in hand, so therefore a lot to work through.
Well, and it has to be the most annoying thing, right? You're at the point where your hand says, okay, we'll go for a hold. But if you keep up a bunch of runes and you go for a hold and you pass it over to Manton, he says, all right, cool, I'll go to 6 on the other battlefield.
Yep.
And then, all right, go. Like, I'll play a bunch of stuff, go. And then, you know, you're like, okay, cool. And then you go to your next turn, and Manton's at 6, and he's got 400 runes, and he's got, 9 million units on this board. And
you're really taking the math thing to heart.
Yeah, well, yeah. So like, I'm not a math doctor. I don't know anything. I'm just saying, I know some numbers, and I think they're really cool numbers. So I share them with.
I like those numbers.
Yeah, they're great numbers, really. Yeah, they're really awesome numbers. But then you just can go from there, and it's like, okay, if there's a decree, like I just lose because there's all these different units here, and no matter what, I'm not going to be able to deal with it. And if there's not a decree, there's still a lot, like a big math puzzle here, and a bunch of a bunch of might, and like you know, you're going to need an ambulance, you're going to need like a statistician, and it's a good thing he's a math doctor because I think nobody else is qualified to try and figure out the puzzle that will be put before him, and even then he's got his work cut out for him.
So it's going to start with a draw. So Aurelia will pop into a Sunken Temple and draw a card, as if there weren't enough cards already in hand. So further complicating the puzzle. We see a Boots of Swiftness, and really working it through. Plenty of time here. 15 minutes is quite a bit on the clock, and this feels like one of those games that's going to, you know, conclude in the next decent number of turns, one way or another, if Matt Doc is going to pull it through, or the onslaught of Victor is able to overcome. Really working it through. So if you're Manton right now, what are you thinking about? You're totally exhausted. You know, you're looking at your opponent. Really, the gears are turning. You know, what's your thought process?
Considering the current board state in my hand, if I'm Manton, I'm saying, you know, go ahead and think. Make your play, whatever. I'm thinking about where I'm getting lunch. I'm thinking about round 4. I'm thinking about, wow, it's round 5. I'm thinking, it's great to be 4-0.
I'm Imperial Decree, and I sit right there. Oh, man.
See what I'm saying, Jim? I'm saying you're thinking, yeah, do whatever you want. You've lost. You've already lost.
What's for lunch?
Yeah, what's for lunch?
That's a good place to be. All right, great win there from Manton. Really, really solid draw. And just great stuff from our Victor player. Victor, you know, Victor's a deck that's been kind of floating around. You know, not the highest tier, but it's been hanging out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's still, you look, it had that top 4 Ghoster driver in Bologna piloting a very different version of Victor, I will say, to Manton's to that. But there's at least some similarity, right? Because I don't think either of them were on the full spell Victor. I do think, you know, Ghoster driver is a little lower to the ground. We have a lot more expensive units with the 3 extra Riptide Rex. There were Riptide Rexes in Ghoster's list, but I don't know if it was 3. Still, this is a very Manton build. This is similar to what we played in Origins. Really not many adjustments. It's the same style of Victor he's been doing the entire time, and he's had a lot of success, and he's got to be one of the best Victor players that we've got. And so, you know, we're seeing it again. 4-0, great start.
Love seeing it. Let's hear from him right now.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Manton, the best of Victor from Houston. Unsurprisingly, back on Victor.
Yeah, of course. I love the deck, so I had to bring it out. I tried to do it in Bologna, but someone had to go and get top 4 and steal away from me, so we're here to try and get in.
So that matchup you just played was against Aurelia. Yeah. Certainly seems like a tough matchup from what you said. Is it generally going to be a problem? Because that is a pretty big chunk of the metagame.
Yeah, Aurelia has been kind of like a nemesis for me for the last several events that I've been going to. Since they switched in and they started putting the 2-drops in, they're a lot faster, which is an issue. There's a lot of opens they can do where they just have like a GA on a Stellicone Herder. They go in, they draw 17 cards. There's like no way for me to win. I lose the game every single time on Tree. So the game is very, very hard. And I mean, when I was at Bologna, 2 of my losses were Aurelia. My loss yesterday, my only loss yesterday was to Aurelia. So when I sat down and I saw Aurelia again, I was like, oh no, not again. But luckily, we stole a couple of wins here, so I got that one off my back.
And you mentioned Bologna, of course, Victor making top 4, which is an amazing result. Did you change anything at all coming into this event off the back of that deck list?
Well, I took that deck list. I played it almost verbatim yesterday in the 6th round event, and I did pretty well. I went X1. There's a bunch of stuff I didn't like in it, so I ripped all that out. But I really liked the Zen. I really liked the Pickpocket. The thing that I don't think a lot of people noticed that was really strong is when you switch the battlefields and you take Obelisk out, now when you play a 2-might guy going first, you get to challenge your opponent right away instead of just using Victor hero ability, and it changes the complete dynamic of how that game normally operates. And my opponents now, when I have a 2-might on the board, they're like, wait, it's supposed to be 1-might. I'm used to just running you over. I don't know what to do here. So that has been the biggest innovation from that list.
Well, makes a lot of sense. Hopefully the Victor keeps it winning. Best of luck for the best of.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Really great stuff. I gotta say, I just love seeing a player who knows their deck inside and out, backwards and forwards. They've just tried every little thing, and they just know exactly what they're doing.
It's the best of system that really starts to bring this out for almost every deck in the game. You know, we had Titubo getting 2 Garens back to back. We have a lot of these players who have kind of turned their best of attempts or best of wins into the identity of them as players in Riftbound, and we get to see a lot more innovation in decks that maybe would have been lesser explored.
So cool. Love seeing the mastery. But that's it for round number 5. Round number 4, so we're going into round number 5. We'll see you soon.